Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, you filthy capitalist. Why hasn't anyone hung you upside down on a streetlight yet? First of all, please call me an entrepreneur. Second, if you keep slandering me, your bonus this month will disappear. Mem instantly fell silent. She looked at Yakama Azuma with pitiful eyes. "No. Please don't cut my bonus." Mem could only feel that joy and sorrow between people were fundamentally incompatible. For a YouTuber, an annual income of 100 million yen was already enough to be considered one of the top creators. If they reached 1 billion yen, they would be in the absolute upper echelon, a dream that every YouTuber longed for but was nearly impossible to achieve. And yet for her boss, 1 billion yen for a script? He didn't even bother to check the offers. Unforgivable. Mem, there are already so many rich people in this world. Just let me be one of them too. Meanwhile, Kurokawa-san, walking beside them, felt nothing but excitement in her heart. He doesn't even want to write scripts for anyone else. Chapter 173, Official Premiere, Bunny Girl Kurokawa-san. The three of them lined up to enter the theater. They sat in the last row of seats. From this position, they could not only enjoy the movie but also clearly observe the audience's reactions. Those from the production team who secretly attended the premiere usually chose this spot. As the theater lights dimmed, a school setting under a youthful filter appeared on the big screen. Wow, this lighting. Wow, this effect. Wow, this funny girl. Mim exclaimed randomly. But she wasn't just blindly praising. The image quality truly exceeded everyone's expectations in the theater. It was nothing like an anime that had been produced and scheduled for release in just a mere month. Every frame felt as if it could be taken out and used as a wallpaper for the youth series. Even though the movie had yet to fully immerse the audience in its atmosphere, the distinct feeling of youthful school days had already struck intensely. It's like an anime version of a con. So beautiful. Even Sumiyuki couldn't help but exclaim. On the screen, a graceful figure in a bunny girl outfit was weaving between the bookshelves in the library. Kurokawa-san's face heated up slightly. She had never worn such a special outfit before. But seeing it like this, it didn't seem too bad, did it? Would he like this style? Yakama Azuma, I love it. After all, the illustrations were done by Iro Manga sensei. Yakama Azuma's tone was a little strange. Iro Manga was no longer a hikikomori. How on earth was he supposed to lure her back to the company? Yakama Azuma had no clue. But once he had made a decision, he had no regrets. He would just go with the flow. Who knew? Maybe he would have a special encounter in the future. A girl in a bunny outfit appearing right from the opening scene. Undoubtedly, it was a dazzling entrance. The indifferent attitude of others toward Bunny Girl. The uniqueness of the male protagonist. These heightened the anticipation in the theater to a visibly noticeable level. The concept of adolescence syndrome, a supernatural affliction introduced through the male lead. For audiences who hadn't read the original youth light novel series, this concept was both fresh and intriguing. But as the phenomenon of being ignored spread further, the sensation of numbness in the limbs, like slowly sinking into water, gradually took over everyone's minds. As the male lead began his investigation, a flood of online information, edited clips, fabricated rumors, baseless slander, sensationalist clickbait was exposed. But because of her supernatural power, information about her gradually disappeared, yet the very gaps in the information made it more concrete than ever. When the whole world had forgotten the girl in the bunny outfit, leaving only the male lead to remember her. When merely falling asleep meant forgetting, he was forced to rely on caffeine to stay awake, his mind growing increasingly hazy. In the theater, the noisy chatter had disappeared, leaving only the sound of subdued breathing. Bunny Girl Senpai had seen through the boy's struggle. When she silently dropped a sleeping pill into his cup. Don't tell me he's really going to forget her. Soft murmurs echoed, mirroring the emotions of the audience. And as the male lead drifted into sleep, memories of Kurokawa-san from the past flashed before his eyes. He saw a small girl who poured everything into her passion for acting. Saw her carrying a notebook on set, meticulously jotting down every piece of advice from the staff. Saw her staying up late under the lamp, flipping through pages and diligently practicing. Saw her staying in the practice room until late at night, enduring pain to perfect difficult movements, silently sweating without uttering a single complaint. The baseless information on the internet that everyone had previously seen had now turned into a fire that burned in the hearts of every audience member. The moment the male lead truly forgot Kurokawa-san, the theater was filled with the sound of muffled sobs. Kurokawa-san quietly watched the film. As someone who had lived through it, she didn't feel too overwhelmed. Because she truly had worked that hard, and she would continue to do so for her passion. But Kurokawa-san herself never thought it was anything extraordinary. On the contrary, the person next to her mum was already crying so hard that her face was a blur of tears. You woo. Akan-chuan. Hick. Kurokawa-san took a tissue from her pocket and handed it to mum. As a result, mum cried even harder. The movie ended just like in the light novel. The final scene froze at the moment the male lead remembered Kurokawa-san and frantically rushed toward the falling girl. The outstretched hand, whether or not it truly grasped Bunny Girl Senpai's hand, no one knew. It wasn't until the full credits had rolled. The theater lights came back on. Yet hardly anyone stood up to leave. Most of the audience remained staring at the dark screen, hoping for just one more scene. Was this really the ending? Could this kind of ending even be called a movie? Many people pulled out their phones, unable to suppress the emotions welling up inside them. But when they accessed review sites and discussion forums about a movie, the top posts about Kurokawa-san's true identity and the actual existence of the online smear campaign against her had completely seized their attention. Because now, they finally understood who Kurokawa-san really was. They wouldn't just believe in fragmented, misleading internet rumors anymore. They would seek the truth. And as long as they dug deeper, they would inevitably find the clarification video posted by mum. As someone directly involved in the flame war, Sumiyuki had long since forgiven Kurokawa-san. The two of them were even close friends in real life. But that flame war had nearly pushed Kurokawa-san to the brink of suicide. Even under her suicide note post, there were still countless cruel, mocking comments. Many audience members seemed to realize why Bunny Girl Senpai's ending was left ambiguous, whether the male lead caught her hand or not. The ability to save Bunny Girl Senpai was never in the hands of the male protagonist. It lay in each and every person who had paid attention to the flame war this time. If the flame war continued, then what if the hand was grasped this time? What about next time? And the time after that? Eventually, there would come a moment when it couldn't be held on to. On the first day of the Bunny Girl Senpai movie premiere, the long-standing flame war had been completely overturned. As they walked out of the theater, Mem, like most people, was bowing her head, rapidly searching for information on her phone. When she saw the tide of public opinion on Twitter completely shift, the original attack posts were either deleted or torn apart by counter-arguments. Mem smiled sincerely. That's really great, Akan-chan. Kurokawa-san nodded slightly. It really is. Even as she said that, Kurokawa-san wasn't paying any attention to what was happening online. Her gaze remained fixed on Yakama Azuma's profile. And she realized something. Yakama Azuma was not the kind of person who would seek death. In terms of acting, Kurokawa-san had some talent. She could completely immerse herself in a character and portray their emotions. And she had read something deep within Yakama Azuma's very core, an unshakable confidence and an unyielding determination, one that would never back down, no matter what happened. A person like that, how could they ever choose suicide? Thinking back to that fleeting moment through the rain-streaked window that day, it was nothing more than a performance by a young actor. Kurokawa-san pouted. She couldn't believe she had been fooled in her own area of expertise, acting. Then again, her mind had been almost completely numb at the time. But Kurokawa-san didn't feel angry about being deceived. On the contrary, Yakama Azuma had extended his hand to her. To pull her back, he didn't hesitate to use that kind of acting. Not only was she not angry, but she was truly moved from the bottom of her heart. However, even if what she saw that day was just acting, the loneliness she felt from it, there was no way that was fake. Was that boy a very lonely person? Looking at him now, he didn't seem lonely at all. Something must have happened, something that changed Yakama Azuma's fate. Just like how Yakama Azuma had changed hers. Kurokawa-san suddenly recalled a quote from Haruki Murakami, "A man's maturity happens in an instant, and it is almost always because of a woman." Unfortunately, based on the timeline, Kurokawa-san knew very well that the woman who changed Yakama Azuma wasn't her. But even so, she had no intention of giving up. It feels like Akan-chan is on fire, Mem whispered to Sumiyuki. Sumiyuki had the same feeling and nodded in agreement. The reality show Love for Real, which had been put on hold due to the storm and accident, was finally back on track. With the flame war overturned and the hype from the Bunny Girl Senpai movie, the number of viewers interested in this season of Love for Real skyrocketed. But with this explosion in followers came the inevitable wave of criticism directed at the show's production team. After all, the broadcast had been edited in a way that seemed intentionally manipulative. Even so, the ratings had increased. Though the show's reputation took a hit, after careful consideration, the Love for Real team decided the trade-off was acceptable. That was why they finally relented and allowed Mom to upload the clarification video on the official account. For adults, it was never about right or wrong, only about benefits. As long as there was profit, shamelessness wasn't a problem. The director of Love for Real was a young man in his early 20s. A rising talent in the industry, known for his bold and daring approach. That day, Yukima Azuma visited the Love for Real set. The young director enthusiastically invited him to appear as a guest on an episode. If they could get a big name like Yukima Azuma on the show, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. Unfortunately, Yukima Azuma declined immediately without a second thought. Being rejected wasn't surprising, so the young director didn't push. Instead, he brought up something else. "Oh, right, Yukima-san, I heard you're also a professional shogi player?" Yukima Azuma raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "That's right. But not many people associate my identity as a light novel author with my identity as a professional shogi player." Hearing that, the young director's mouth twitched. Of course, not many people did. What kind of connection could there possibly be between those two professions? A shogi genius. A king of the light novel industry. It almost sounded like two completely different people. The only reason he even knew about this was because he had been following shogi news recently for work. Chapter 174, Accidentally Entering the Film Set, I've Become the Old Man Cheat of the Mech. If it weren't for his recent focus on shogi news due to work, the young director would never have been able to associate the young shogi genius with the king of light novels. The two didn't seem to have any relation at all. And as for the recently released anime film, this young director had heard about it too. Upon inquiring, he found out that the well-known studio handling the film was hired for the project thanks to the young boy before him, who had invited them through the Shinomiya family's connections. How could someone be this badass? The young director thought to himself, feeling his legs tremble slightly. Fortunately, when Yukima Azuma had approached him to discuss the correction video, the director had immediately agreed, hoping for more views. If not, it was likely that the Love for Real team would have been exposed in a disastrous way. Clearing his throat, the young director wiped the sweat from his forehead and then got to the main point. Recently, there's been a project in the industry for a drama about shogi. The script is about a 6-year-old boy who accidentally meets the spirit of a shogi master and then embarks on his journey into the world of shogi. After facing countless hardships, he eventually becomes the youngest Ryu, an entirely orthodox coming-of-age story about reaching the top. It just so happens that the Ryu tournament is coming up soon, so we're casting for the show. I'm one of the supervising directors for this project. I've also had the chance to meet with the president of the Shogi Association, Tsukimitsu, to ask if there's a shogi player who fits the image of a young genius. And President Tsukimitsu introduced Yukima-san. To be honest, you are the true prototype of this script. When he reached this point, the young director looked at Yukima Azuma with a peculiar gaze. He started to wonder if Yukima Azuma had really been blessed by some kind of spirit. Because, based on what President Tsukimitsu had told him about Yukima Azuma's entrance into the world of shogi, it was even more badass than the script of the movie. It was absurd. Yukima Azuma, on the other hand. His lips twitched in disbelief. What kind of look was that? How could he be accused like this? Everything he had achieved today was purely due to his innate talent and relentless effort. There was no such thing as a shogi master's spirit. No way. No way. System, please add points. So, does the screenwriter want to discuss the story with me? Yukima Azuma asked. The young director nodded. Then shook his head. Actually, if possible, the production team wants to invite you to act in the film. As he said this, the young director eyed Yukima Azuma from head to toe. This image. It was perfect? As long as it's released, with proper promotion and image management. It would be strange if he didn't become famous. Clearly, he could make a living off his looks, but this young master was adamant about relying on his talent. And his talent was just too unreasonable. Appear? You want me to play the lead? Yukima Azuma pointed to himself. If he really took this role, the entire shogi community might suspect that a shogi master's spirit was behind him. Plus, if he accepted the role, Yukima Azuma would definitely only be playing the adult version of the main character. But what bothered him was whether the production team could find a child actor with similar charisma to portray the younger version of the main character. Would it feel awkward if they switched actors? However, the next words from the young director immediately dispelled Yukima Azuma's doubts. No, the team wants you to play the spirit of the shogi master. Yukima Azuma, oh, so I'm playing the old man cheat of the mech. I understand. I'll think about it. Yukima Azuma replied. The young director nodded. But he didn't expect much from Yukima Azuma accepting the role. After all, the person before him was a genius whom countless people in the industry had begged to appear with scripts and money in hand, but he remained unmoved. He was definitely not lacking money. As for fame, as long as he appeared at the film's premiere and gave interviews, this young master would be famous everywhere. Unless it was out of personal interest, it would be hard for him to agree to a project like this. Although, to others, this was a rare opportunity, a leading role in a high-budget, quality film. But, contrary to the young director's expectations, Yukima Azuma was actually seriously considering it. Because President Tsukimitsu had personally introduced him to the production team. That meant the president hoped he would take part. There was no way he had just casually thrown Yukima Azuma's name out there for no reason, right? If this was a personal request from President Tsukimitsu, then out of respect, Yukima Azuma was willing to participate. As long as the filming schedule wasn't too long and he had some free time. Just as their conversation wrapped up, the final episode of Love for Real officially completed filming. Even though the production team had been cursed at beyond recognition, the show could still be considered a success. In this episode of Love for Real, none of the couples ended up together. Mumcho was just there as a mascot. Her goal in joining the show was to win over audience affection and boost her YouTube channel's subscriber count. As a JK, 25 years old, working in social media operations, of course, she had no interest in drama or romance. Her main focus was maintaining her adorable mascot image. And as it turned out, this was a very smart move. When the scandal broke out, Mum wasn't dragged into it at all. On the contrary, she gained even more love from the audience, causing her YouTube views to skyrocket. Mum, Kakudori. With Yagami smile, _ as for Kurokawa-san during the first half of the show, she was practically a background character. In the second half, though she had more screen time, it was clear she had no interest in interacting with the male contestants. Everyone on the production team was at least somewhat aware of the fact that Kurokawa-san had attempted suicide after the scandal, and was later saved by a genius light novel author, completely shifting public opinion online. No one could miss the feelings Kurokawa-san had for that author. Sumiyuki was probably the one with the highest chances of forming a couple. During the early stages of the show, she was always at the center of attention. She had good relationships with 2 of the 3 male contestants and was even the focal point of the show's marketing campaign. Although she had a natural presence on camera and knew a few small tricks, she was still considered a genuine person. But when it came to the final confession round, Sumiyuki still turned everyone down. Even so, it didn't really matter that Love for Real ended without any successful couples. As long as the ratings skyrocketed, that was all that mattered. A large portion of the audience watched just to see Kurokawa-san happy and healthy. After being left on a cliffhanger in the movie adaptation, those tuning into Love for Real this time were basically just trying to climb back up. As usual, after filming wrapped up, there was supposed to be a celebration party. But in the end, all 3 female contestants declined. And escaped together with Yukima Azuma. Leaving the male contestants and the entire production team standing there in stunned silence. I'm heading out first, don't mind me. After leaving the set with everyone, Sumiyuki said her goodbyes. In truth, this was just an excuse to slip away. She had no interest in attending the after party. Even though she could chat casually with the male contestants, after witnessing the scandal firsthand and meeting Yukima Azuma, Sumiyuki suddenly lost all interest in romance. Attending the celebration party would mean having to make small talk, and that would just be awkward. Yuki-chan, bye-bye. Mum waved as she bid farewell. Kurokawa-san stared at Mum with the same expression Kaguya had when looking at Chika. You're not planning to leave too? Boss, what were you and the director scheming just now? I saw everything. Spill it. Mum turned around, flashing a sly grin at Yukima Azuma. By now, she was completely used to hanging out with Yukima Azuma, showing none of the nervousness she once had when facing the big boss. Said they wanted to shoot a drama, trying to drag me into acting. Yukima Azuma answered nonchalantly. It wasn't exactly a secret. If he really joined, these 2 girls would find out sooner or later anyway. Upon hearing this, Kurokawa-san's heart trembled slightly. Mum-chan, good thing you stayed. If Mum hadn't been here, she would have missed this information. Is it a drama series or a movie? Kurokawa-san immediately asked. She wanted the chance to work alongside Yukima Azuma. Doing what you love with the person you like, double the happiness. Yukima Azuma briefly explained the TV drama Hikaru no Shogi to them. The 2 girls were left speechless. Boss, you know how to play shogi? Degrees. Mum's face was filled with utter disbelief. Her bright eyes stared daggers at Yukima Azuma, filled with resentment toward the unfairness of the world. He already had so much money, why did he have to be ridiculously talented too? Under Mum's piercing gaze, Yakuma Azuma simply smiled back. Filming's over, Mum. Shouldn't you treat us to a yakiniku feast to celebrate? Hearing this, Mum's eyes widened in shock. Boss is exploiting me. How could he say something like that? While internally wailing, Mum shot Kurokawa-san a desperate look for help. Don't look at Akon-san. You know, back at her old company, she only got 20% of the cut. The moment Mum heard that, she quickly retracted her pleading gaze. 20%? That's way too harsh. How could someone have such rotten luck in this world? Then what about you, boss? How much money do you have? Mum made one last desperate attempt. Want boss to treat you to a meal? You're not a kid anymore, stop saying shameless things like that. Yakuma Azuma's words were a double-edged strike. Mum felt like an arrow had just pierced her knee. Fine, fine. I'll pay. Yakuma Azuma glanced at Kurokawa-san with a playful look in his eyes. Kurokawa-san couldn't hold back her laughter. Why hadn't she noticed before? This boy was that scheming. The three of them entered the yakiniku restaurant together. Yakuma Azuma showed no hesitation in claiming his reward from them. A9 and wagyu beef he ordered without a second thought. As the beautifully marbled, pink and white slices of beef were served, Mum's gaze gradually transformed into that of an assassin. Chapter 175, Mum, you don't want fans to know your real age either, right? Eat up. Everyone, just eat as much as you want. Mum spoke generously while flipping the meat with tongs. Since she had no choice but to treat them, she might as well enjoy it. Turn frustration into appetite instead. Mum inside Yakuma Azuma casually adjusted the stove's temperature, helping Mum grill the meat. After watching for a while, he noticed that Mum was flipping the meat too often, which was wasting ingredients. So he decisively snatched the tongs from Mum's hand and took over the grilling himself. By the way, now that the variety show is over, do you guys have any plans? Yakuma Azuma asked casually while grilling. Right now, both of them were artists under Laplace Corporation. As their boss, he had to help his employees find a good direction. Not yet, but I want to join the Hikaru no Shogi film crew. Kurokawa-san answered straightforwardly. Initially, she had joined the dating show because her fame was limited to dramas, and she wasn't receiving many other job offers. She wanted to boost her popularity to gain more acting opportunities. Moreover, she had no reason to hide her desire to collaborate with Yakuma Azuma. Then I'll have the company reach out to the film crew later. Yakuma Azuma nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze to Mum. What about you? Want to try acting? Mum immediately shook her head like a spinning top. No, I have no talent for acting. I'd better stick to making YouTube videos. Watching the demon horns on Mum's head sway back and forth, Yakuma Azuma nodded slightly. That makes sense. You don't want to be an actress, but you want to be an idol, right? Mum, degrees. The moment she heard the word idol, Mum's eyes widened. She looked at Yakuma Azuma in surprise. The dream of becoming an idol. This was something Mum had always kept buried in her heart. Normally, she acted carefree and optimistic, but now that her true feelings had been exposed, her eyes reflected the dreams of a girl chasing her aspirations. How does boss know? No, wait, I don't want to be an idol at all. After spacing out for a long moment, Mum finally reacted. But her explanation was completely unconvincing. Her expression just now had already given everything away. O grave so, Mum wants to be an idol? Kurokawa-san was a little surprised. After all, Mum's YouTube channel was doing very well. She seemed to really enjoy making videos. Moreover, in all her videos, she had never mentioned wanting to be an idol. Well, I just thought about it before, that's all. Mum said, somewhat embarrassed. Then why not debut? Mum is so cute, she'd definitely have a lot of fans. Kurokawa-san suggested. After all, she had entered the entertainment industry because she admired acting. Mum lowered her head, her expression somewhat gloomy. Yakuma Azuma reached out and flicked Kurokawa-san's forehead. Kurokawa-san held her forehead, looking at Yakuma Azuma pitifully. She was supposed to be the guardian here, so why was she being lectured by the child instead? Akon-san, you should maintain a consistent image in front of the camera. Think carefully before you speak and act. A lot of times, people can't do what they want. Reality forces them to compromise. Hearing this, Kurokawa-san immediately understood. She blamed herself inwardly. She had already noticed before that Mum's family wasn't well off. Why hadn't she thought a little deeper? It's really nothing, don't worry about it. Mum lifted her head and smiled. Yakuma Azuma picked up a piece of meat for her. She popped it into her mouth right away and immediately started hissing from the heat. After swallowing the meat, Mum's eyes lit up again. Yummy. Then she ate a few more pieces. Her mood quickly stabilized. Indeed, when feeling down, good food is the best remedy. She smiled and casually said, "When I was little, I wanted to be an idol, but then my mom suddenly fell seriously ill. Being an underground idol doesn't just mean not making money at first, you might even have to spend your own money. So I had to put my dream on hold and work part-time jobs to earn money. Later, when video platforms started booming, I became a YouTuber. By the time I had saved up some money, I had already reached my current age, completely unsuitable for debuting as an idol anymore." Mem recounted everything in a calm tone, as if she were talking about someone else's story. Even though she couldn't fulfill her dream, she still considered herself lucky. She had been in the right place at the right time when video platforms exploded in popularity, and her content style was well received. Becoming a YouTuber had earned her a decent income. Her mother's illness had also been cured. So what was there to regret? Except AAA. "Why the hell do you know about all this, boss?" Mem pouted and stared at Yakama Azuma. Negation. This was a secret she had buried deep in her heart. "As an artist signed under my company, of course, I had to do a thorough background check. You damn capitalist. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, I'm a businessman. So, Mem, do you want to try debuting as an idol? Stop messing with me. Watch out, or I'll bite you. I'm serious. If you want to try, Laplace Corporation can make the arrangements." Yakama Azuma spoke firmly. Laplace Corporation had never trained idols before. But in this industry, the big corporations held all the power. With enough money, even someone without outstanding talent could be successfully promoted. And Mem's online fame already proved that she had her own unique charm. Spending a bit of money to help Mem become a famous idol wasn't difficult for him. Besides, Laplace Corporation's future plans already included developing artists and idols, laying the groundwork for next year's short video platform. Once the platform launched, they would definitely need artists and idols to attract users. Seeing Yakama Azuma's serious expression, Mem's heart started pounding wildly. Even though she had spoken about it so calmly, if she had truly given up, she wouldn't have frozen the moment she heard the word idol. Mem truly wanted to be an idol, to stand on a dazzling stage under the bright lights. "Can I really?" She pointed at herself, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Whether it's possible or not is my problem, you just need to decide if you want it or not." Yakama Azuma said decisively. "I want to." Mem was genuinely moved and agreed without hesitation. But the moment she said it, a hint of regret surfaced. "But in a few years. By then, I'll already be an Oba-san, and I'll have to retire. That's so cruel. Are you just going to throw me away after using me?" She complained, but deep down, Yakama Azuma's firm response had calmed the anxiety in her heart. If the time came, then she would retire. After all, no one could be an idol forever. Even if it was just for 2 or 3 years, that would be enough for Mem to fulfill her dream. Under her golden hair, the girl's eyes sparkled with light. Suddenly, she understood how Kurokawa-kun felt. This man really had a way of stirring a girl's heart. "Mem, doki doki, Kurokawa-kun, degrees. The mommy guardian had a vague sense that something was off. Loving an exceptionally outstanding man sometimes came with its own troubles. The number of love rivals was increasing at an alarming rate. She took a big gulp of Coca-Cola. Then, a curious thought popped into her head. Wait a minute, didn't this mean Mom had lied about her age? But even if she fudged it by 2 or 3 years, was that really enough to be so pessimistic about an idol career? Sure, being an idol was a fast food job for youth. Most idol companies only recruited girls between 16 and 20 years old. But Mom already had a solid fan base as a stepping stone. Debuting shouldn't have been an issue at all. Besides, the typical retirement age for idols hovered around 30. Right now, Mom still whose image is a JK, so even if she tweaked her age by a year or 2, there's no need to be this worried about debuting, right? In the end, Kurokawa-kun couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked directly. Mom, who just moments ago had clutched her heart, eyes shining with longing, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Edoni. To be honest, I may have fudged it just a tiny bit. Mom held up her thumb and index finger, making a tiny gap. But her guilty, darting eyes told a different story. So that means Mom is 21 or 22? Kurokawa-kun raised her estimate. Mom silently lowered her head. Oh grave comma. Seeing this, Kurokawa-kun's heart skipped a beat. Masaka. 23? Her eyes widened. 24? This spring. I was still 24. Which means you're already 25. Kurokawa-kun was stunned. A JK at 25? This wasn't just fudging the numbers, this was straight up fraud. No wonder she was so pessimistic about her idol career. In just 4 more years, Mem would hit the idol age limit. But she didn't look 25 at all. Aside from her dyed blonde hair setting her apart from actual high schoolers, her petite frame, her adorable face, Mem could absolutely pass as a high school girl. In fact, she even looked younger than her. This was downright absurd. Mem, you probably don't want your fans to find out that their adorable JK when rounded up is actually pushing 30, do you? Yakima Azuma quietly landed the final blow. Mem, Chapter 176, A Potential Man. Mem was like a dried fish, slumped on the chair. She lifted her small head to look at the ceiling of the barbecue restaurant. She put on a look of complete surrender. Yakima Azuma felt that if he wanted to use hidden rules on Mem right now, he could probably do whatever he wanted. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Yakima Azuma sent a message to Laplace Corporation, requesting the company to prepare for Mem's debut. As for the drama Hikaru no Shogi, he wanted to review his upcoming schedule before making arrangements. After the Rulu tournament ended, it would be almost time for school to start. Time was indeed quite valuable. Although he could apply for a leave of absence as soon as Yakima Azuma returned to his apartment, he saw President Tsukimitsu and his female assistant waiting at the door. President Tsukimitsu, why are you here? Isn't the next round of the Rulu tournament being held at your Shogi Association? Seeing him, Yakima Azuma was a bit surprised. He thought he wouldn't see this president again until after the next round of matches. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come directly to his door. Because I have a favor to ask. Waiting at the association would be a bit impolite. President Tsukimitsu closed his eyes and smiled at Yakima Azuma. Yakima Azuma stepped forward to unlock his apartment door. He invited the president and his assistant inside. The 3 of them sat down on the sofa in the living room. I've heard about the TV drama. President Tsukimitsu, you're here because of that, right? Yakima Azuma got straight to the point. President Tsukimitsu nodded, that's right. I want to ask you to act in it. He bowed deeply, performing a formal gesture of request. Yakima Azuma quickly helped him up. There's no need, really. Since you've personally come all this way, how could I refuse? Besides, President Tsukimitsu is only doing this for the development of the shogi world, I understand that. Convincing Yakima Azuma to act in the drama. President Tsukimitsu wouldn't receive a single cent of compensation. Yet he still came here himself. The reason was simple: for the future of shogi. As expected of Azuma-kun, your vision is still as broad as ever. President Tsukimitsu sighed in admiration. Recently, due to declining media coverage, the number of new registrations at shogi associations across the country has been decreasing. Shogi's rules aren't overly complicated, but there's still a certain threshold. If people don't understand them, many will hesitate and shy away from trying. If we can help more people discover and love shogi, the shogi world will gain new vitality. That's why, even though it's a bit of a stretch, I've come here to ask for your help. If you have any requests, I'll do my best to fulfill them as compensation. Yakima Azuma shook his head but then realized the president couldn't see, so he said, no need, really. After all, I'm a professional shogi player. Though, in truth, he didn't feel much professional pride. But because this was someone who had helped him before, President Tsukimitsu, of course, Yakima Azuma would accept. In this era, everything required media influence. Only with enough exposure could more people be drawn in. If they remained silent and unnoticed, eventually, the entire community would wither away. In that case, on behalf of the entire shogi world, I sincerely thank you. President Tsukimitsu stood up and bowed deeply to Yakima Azuma. This time, Yakima Azuma didn't help him up. Since he had decided to do it, this gratitude was well deserved. President Tsukimitsu had a very simple reason for wanting Yakima Azuma to act in the drama. Yakima Azuma had a striking appearance and was a true shogi prodigy. His image was simply perfect. A natural-born star. The best way to draw attention to a profession was actually to create a star. As long as there was one person who captivated the public's interest, the entire industry could gain massive attention. If Yakima Azuma participated in the TV drama with his image, just a little promotion would be enough. Countless people would take notice of this shogi prodigy. And if he won the Rulu title this year, the process of creating a star would become incredibly easy. After chatting a little longer, Yakima Azuma saw President Tsukimitsu out. The decision to act in the drama was clearly set in stone. As for the schedule, when the time came, the production team would just have to adjust to his availability. 2 days later, the first qualifying round of the Rulu tournament. 32 players competing for 16 spots. At the Kando Shogi Association, Yakima Azuma encountered a familiar face. Yamato Kajin, 8-dan shogi player. The result of this match held no surprises. Yukima Azuma won 4 consecutive games, eliminating Yamato Kajin from the tournament. Note, phew, at least there wasn't any shogi. 4 games, 4 completely different opening strategies. Each game was an absolute crushing victory. By the final game, Yamato Kajin's gaze toward Yukima Azuma had turned strange. He felt that the person sitting across from him was not the young prodigy he had played against in an official match before, but rather a Trumjin. Too similar. Way too similar. Uncannily similar. The feeling was exactly the same. Being so effortlessly dominated, having every move overturned in a way that shattered his understanding, this kind of mind-breaking experience was something only Mjins could inflict. Identical. After being eliminated, Yamato Kajin had only one thought: this year's Rulu tournament might already have its winner. By the way, there was a major upset in this qualifying round. Among all the participants in the official qualifying stage of the Rulu tournament, the lowest-ranked player was Kawi Kenichi, 1 dan. In the first round of the qualifiers, he faced off directly against an 8 dan player. Almost everyone thought Kawi Kenichi would be eliminated immediately. But after losing the first 3 games, Kawi Kenichi took a short break to use the restroom. When he returned, it was as if his pressure points had been unlocked. His moves were godlike, his spirit energized, completely shaking off the sluggishness from before. He came back from 0-3 to win 4-3, defeating the 8 dan player and advancing to the top 16. People began calling him the potential man. 2 days later, the round of 16 to determine the quarter-finalists. Yukima Azuma's opponent this time was a 6 dan player. Nothing much to say. See them off. Meanwhile, Kawi Kenichi, 1 dan, faced one of the only 2 9 dan players competing in this year's Rulu tournament. Everyone sighed, it's over. There's no way there's another miracle this time. But Kawi Kenichi won again. With a 4-1 victory, he directly eliminated the multiple-time title-winning 9 dan player from the tournament. After this victory, Kawi Kenichi was promoted from 1 dan to 2 dan on the spot. After his match, Yukima Azuma heard about this from an interview with reporters. Yukima 7 dan, in this year's Rulu tournament, Kawi 2 dan has unexpectedly risen as a phenomenon, becoming the biggest dark horse of the tournament. Right now, many people have high hopes for Kawi 2 dan, with some even believing he has a real shot at competing for the Rulu title. In a recent interview, Kawi 2 dan mentioned that his transformation was inspired by your encouragement. Could you tell us more about that? At this moment, Yukima Azuma, who was already quite used to handling reporters, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. He thought for a long time before he finally remembered who Kawi 2 dan was. After a bit of reflection, he connected the name to the young man he had once encouraged during the preliminary rounds. At that time, Yukima Azuma felt a little awkward. Awkward because his words were just casual encouragement, nothing significant. How did it turn into this? I met Kawi 2 dan during the preliminaries. I thought his skills were quite strong, and his shogi style was unique, a potential man. Although I was fortunate to win, after the match, I also had a bit of admiration for him. I suppose those words must have reached him and became his motivation. Probably. Chapter 177, The Hinitsuru Family's Hot Spring. Yukima Azuma's response immediately made the reporters on site sense a hot scoop. Excuse me, if you face Kawi 2 dan again next time, will Yukima 7 dan be confident in securing victory? The reporters hoped Yukima Azuma would throw out some bold words. Something like, nah, I'd win. That way, the Rulu tournament would have enough material for a story. A 1 dan player suffers defeat in the qualifiers. Stimulated by a shogi genius, he resolves to break through his limits. Then, in the following rounds, he overturns the situation and defeats the genius opponent who once crushed him. A classic shaman storyline. The only issue was that the age gap between them was a bit odd. The one launching the counterattack was a young man in his 20s, while Yukima Azuma, the one standing at the top, was still just a high school student. It lacked the thrill of taking down someone above you. But that didn't matter. As long as Yukima Azuma was willing to say a few arrogant lines, the news would explode instantly. The youngest 7 dan player in history. A genius like that must surely be arrogant, right? The reporters eagerly awaited Yukima Azuma's next answer. I will do my best. Yukima Azuma answered seriously. The reporters were utterly disappointed upon hearing this. After that, a few other reporters attempted to ask sharper questions, hoping to extract a sensational quote from Yukima Azuma to make headlines. Unfortunately, Yukima Azuma's responses were too smooth, leaving almost no room for misinterpretation or misleading edits. Just as the reporters were about to try one last time, there was no need for Yukima Azuma to signal them to stop. The Shogi Association staff had already stepped forward, concluding the post-match interview. This was the Shogi Association under President Tsukimitsu. Of course, They wouldn't let Yakama Azuma be at a disadvantage. Though reluctant, the reporters were ultimately persuaded to leave by the staff. Next was the quarterfinals. Yakama Azuma's opponent was another 7-dan player. The result was unsurprising. Another overwhelming 4-0 victory. The Ryu semi-finals were not held at the Shogi Association in Osaka but took place in Iwate Prefecture. This was a first-tier administrative region in northeastern Japan. Its specialty was hot springs. The main estate of the Hinetsuru family was also located here. Since the Hinetsuru family had long sponsored shogi tournaments, in a previous official match, Yakama Azuma had also stayed at the Hinetsuru family's ryokan inn for competition. This time, both the semi-finals and finals of the Ryu tournament would be held at the Hinetsuru ryokan in Iwate Prefecture. Right after the quarterfinals concluded, the Hinetsuru family sent a convoy to pick up Yakama Azuma, allowing him to settle in early, familiarize himself with the environment, and adjust his state of mind. At this time, Yakama Azuma had no other engagements. So, he did not refuse the goodwill of the Hinetsuru family. Bringing Hinetsuru along, he boarded the Hinetsuru family's car, heading to Iwate Prefecture. Upon arrival, someone immediately stepped forward to open the car door for them. And outside the door, 2 rows of people stood neatly in greeting. On one side was Hinetsuru Akina, with young women in kimono behind her. On the other side was Hinetsuru Takeshi, with young men in black suits standing behind him. As Yakama Azuma stepped out of the car, both sides simultaneously bowed. "Welcome home, Yakama-sensei, Hinetsuru Ujisama." This reception was indeed a bit extravagant. Even the eldest daughter of the main family, Hinetsuru Ai, was momentarily stunned as she stepped out of the car. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Yakama Azuma's hand. But Yakama Azuma remained unfazed. Holding Hinetsuru Ai's small hand, he stepped forward to Hinetsuru Akina. "Hinetsuru-san, isn't this a bit much? There's no need to be so formal." Hinetsuru Akina glanced at their intertwined hands, and couldn't help but smile an Oka-san smile. "This isn't all that formal. After all, Sensei is Ai's master. If we don't put on at least this much decorum, wouldn't others look down on you? The Hinetsuru family would never do such a thing. We deeply respect Yakama-sensei." As they conversed, Hinetsuru Akina led Yakama Azuma and Hinetsuru Ai inside the ryokan. The interior of Hinetsuru ryokan was not overly extravagant. Many areas, though made with valuable materials, exuded an air of elegance and humility rather than ostentation. On the contrary, this only emphasized its long-standing history. The ryokan business had existed for over 1,000 years. The Hinetsuru family had always used ryokans as their foundation, passing it down through generations, making them an old and distinguished family. Perhaps they weren't as wealthy as Japan's 4 major financial conglomerates. But in terms of historical legacy, they were no less prestigious than the 3 ancient families among the 4 great conglomerates. Passing through the front reception hall, exiting the corridor, a vast courtyard appeared before them. A stone-paved pathway, with a rock garden on one side and a koi pond on the other. Looking further, a bamboo grove came into view. The bamboo swayed in the wind, producing rustling sounds. Behind this is the Hinetsuru family's main residence. This garden was designed by a renowned feng shui master. Hinetsuru Akina explained casually. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but be surprised. Feng shui master? It didn't seem to be called that in Japan. Here, most people referred to them as onmyoji. Seeing Yakama Azuma's confusion, Hinetsuru Akina explained, "That's right, the ancestors of the Hinetsuru family once invited a feng shui master from China. We have quite a fondness for Chinese styles." Hearing this, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but sigh in realization. So that's how it was. No wonder during the last official match, there were calligraphy scrolls written entirely in kanji at the Hinetsuru Inn. Moreover, they contained the opening chapter of the Tao Te Ching. Note, Scripture of the Way and its virtue. At that time, Yakama Azuma had thought that the owner of this inn had quite a refined aesthetic. Furthermore, the Hinetsuru family rarely participated in politics. Despite being such a prestigious and influential family, Hinetsuru Akina herself had never even run for a position in the provincial council. "Yakama-sensei, you..." Hinetsuru Akina hesitated slightly. If Yakama Azuma's political views leaned too far to the left, it might be difficult for him to get along with the Hinetsuru family. That could cause quite a few complications. Realizing Hinetsuru Akina's thoughts, Yakama Azuma simply let out a hopeless chuckle. "I was just expressing my thoughts. After all, in Japan, a family with a fondness for China is truly rare. Note, shouldn't it be the other way around? Or both sides are like that?" Hearing this, Hinetsuru Akina let out a quiet sigh of relief. Her face broke into a smile once again. It seems the Hinetsuru family and Yakama-sensei get along quite well. Yakama Azuma nodded in agreement. Then he continued walking through the garden. Inside the Hinitsuru estate, the decor was entirely in an ancient style. Just looking at it made Yakama Azuma feel at ease. He casually chose a room and set down his luggage. Hinitsuru Akina had someone bring him a yukata. Behind the Hinitsuru estate was a hot spring. It was said to be a top-tier spring, capable of relieving fatigue and even healing ailments that had silently accumulated in the body. There was still some time before dinner. Yakama Azuma changed into the yukata and headed to the hot spring. After rinsing himself off, he slid open the bathroom door. Outside, the scene was hazy with rising steam. Yakama Azuma slowly stepped into the hot spring. The warm water gradually enveloped his body. Truly extraordinary. Hayasaka would definitely love this place. Yakama Azuma murmured. Among the people he knew, only Hayasaka had a particular passion for indulgence, especially hot springs. But it made sense. As the personal bodyguard maid of the Shinomiya family, not only was she burdened with daily exhaustion, but she also had to endure immense pressure. If she didn't learn how to relax, sooner or later, she would collapse from sheer fatigue. Shizu, who is Hayasaka? As he was enjoying his relaxation, Yakama Azuma suddenly heard a voice filled with curiosity beside him. A question mark seemed to pop up over his head. He turned his head to look. He saw Hinitsuru in a swimsuit, having somehow appeared in the hot spring without him noticing. At this moment, the petite girl was gazing at Yakama Azuma with curious eyes. She's my younger sister. But, why are you here? Yakama Azuma was a little surprised. Hinitsuru Akina wasn't Sayuri. Even if she wanted to help, she wouldn't have arranged such a situation where they bathed together, right? So she's Shizu's little sister. Hinitsuru smiled again. Then, she blushed slightly and said, I got here before Shizu, you know. Yakama Azuma face-palmed. This was the Hinitsuru estate, so naturally, the hot spring wasn't gender-segregated. Hinitsuru Akina probably hadn't expected that Hinitsuru would rush straight to the hot spring as soon as she got home. Both of them had unintentionally ended up with the same idea. The hot spring in the estate had no attendants outside to remind guests. So the two had directly run into each other in the hot spring. Fortunately, Yakama Azuma had worn a yukata when he entered. Just enjoy your bath. I'll be heading out first. Yakama Azuma spoke as he moved toward the edge of the spring. Hearing this, Hinitsuru immediately swam over and clung tightly to Yakama Azuma's arm. It's a rare opportunity. Shizu, bathe in the hot spring with me. Looking at the petite girl in front of him, full of anticipation, Yakama Azuma didn't mind too much after all, they were both clothed. Staying a little longer to watch the stars wouldn't hurt. At the dining table. Instead of Japanese-style tatami seating, it was a long table with chairs. The dishes on the table were all Chinese cuisine. Even without tasting them, just by looking at the colors and smelling the aroma, Yakama Azuma could tell that the Chinese food prepared by the Hinitsuru family was the most authentic he had ever seen in Japan. Was the hot spring comfortable? Hinitsuru Akina asked with a smile. Still marveling at the feast before him, Yakama Azuma turned to look at Hinitsuru Akina. The hot spring was wonderful. I quite enjoyed it. Sitting beside him, the little girl Hinitsuru also nodded and echoed, Seeing this scene, Hinitsuru Akina also nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 178, Does everyone here have a natural talent for shogi? The next day at Hinitsuru Ryokan. Yakama Azuma's master, Kitaki Karuka, along with his daughter, Kitaki Kika, and Sora Ginkgo, had all arrived at Hinitsuru Ryokan. Aside from those within Yakama Azuma's school of shogi, Sei Nakami also came running over. Master. Yakama Azuma bowed respectfully to Kitaki Karuka. Follow me. Kitaki Karuka didn't say much and walked straight toward a shogi room inside Hinitsuru Ryokan. Yakama Azuma waved at Sora Ginkgo and the others as a greeting before following Kitaki Karuka into the room. As the door opened, a 7-tatami shogi board was already set up. Kitaki Karuka took a seat on the senti, first move, side. The upcoming Ryu match, are you confident? Kitaki Karuka asked in a low voice as he looked at Yakama Azuma, who had already sat down. I have some confidence, I suppose. Yakama Azuma answered humbly. Kitaki Karuka let out a soft chuckle, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. As your master, ever since you turned 12, I've had nothing left to teach you. Thinking back, I really feel unworthy. With your talent, if you had apprenticed under Imjin, you might have already reached the pinnacle of shogi by now. Ever since Yakama Azuma's shogi skill reached level 7, Kitaki Karuka had rarely played against him. Simply put, there was nothing left to teach. After all, Kitaki Karuka was a 9-dan professional. But now, as his disciple was about to challenge for the Ryu title, Kitaki Karuka couldn't shake the feeling that he was utterly powerless to help. It was a strange feeling having a disciple who was too talented could be quite the headache for a master. Master, That's not true at all. Everything I've achieved today is thanks to your guidance. If it weren't for your teachings back then, I might have given up midway. Yakuma Azuma waved his hand dismissively. Before acquiring his system, the only skill he had naturally reached level 7 in was shogi. The lessons he learned from Kitaki Karuke had indeed been invaluable. Alright, no need to dwell on this. I'm getting old, tend to ramble a lot. Your next opponent is an old friend of mine. His specialty is piece coordination and positioning. My piece coordination probably isn't on his level, but I can simulate about 70% of his style. Now then, let's begin. As he spoke, Kitaki Karuke picked up a piece from the board and placed it down. Yakuma Azuma didn't stand on ceremony. He directly met coordination with coordination, holding nothing back, completely immersing himself in the game. The match turned out to be more difficult than he expected. Kitaki Karuke was known for his rook and lance offense. But when employing piece coordination strategies, he was able to keep up with Yakuma Azuma for quite some time. As expected of a 9-dan player. Back when Yakuma Azuma first stepped into the world of professional shogi, Kitaki Karuke had played several matches with him. Thinking back now, those times were probably just the master going easy on him to help build his confidence. After an intense 300-move struggle, Yakuma Azuma steered the match into the endgame phase. Endgame was where calculation skills shined the most. It was also where the true difference in skill between two players became apparent. As soon as they entered the endgame, Kitaki Karuke had almost no way to turn the tide. In just a few moves, he had no choice but to resign. Haha, I lost. Despite his defeat, Kitaki Karuke was smiling with satisfaction. Thank you for the match, master. Yakuma Azuma bowed. Oh, come on, don't say that. At first, I thought I could use my familiarity with your style to give you some advice. But now, I see I was overthinking it. With your level of skill, anything I say would just be pointless overcomplication. Kitaki Karuke finally understood. On the surface, their match had seemed evenly matched. But in reality, he never had a single chance of winning. Yakuma Azuma's shogi style was incredibly solid and unshakable. If one were to compare it to swordplay in wuxia novels, it would be like a heavy blade without an edge. True mastery lies in simplicity, a sword so heavy and refined that it no longer needed sharpness to be lethal. At first glance, the match seemed like a prolonged struggle. But in truth, every move had been meticulously calculated, ensuring that the game would eventually transition into the endgame phase. And once they reached the endgame, every single setup Yakuma Azuma had laid out would come into play all at once. Moreover, his actual shogi ability had long since surpassed Kitaki Karuke 9-dan professional. At that point, he had already won from the start. Yakuma Azuma casually gathered the pieces and placed them back into the shogi box. Initially, Kitaki Karuke had intended to give his disciple some special training before the upcoming match. But now, well, maybe they'd just chat instead. Did the girl's parents agree? Kitaki Karuke, as a master, had always been fond of Hinitsuru Ai. Once Yakuma Azuma officially took on a disciple, he would, in a way, be elevated to the rank of Grandmaster. Hinitsuru Ai's talent, while not on the same level as Yakuma Azuma, was still a rare sight in the world. At last, the Kitaki lineage would have a worthy successor. Once I obtain the Rulu title, I'll officially take Ai as my disciple. Yakuma Azuma said with a smile. Hearing this, Kitaki Karuke didn't even know what to say to his disciple anymore. There were still 2 rounds left in the Rulu tournament. Yet, Yakuma Azuma had already casually declared his victory. But after playing that match just now, Kitaki Karuke found himself unable to refute it. Because, quite frankly, losing to him seemed impossible. Good. You're confident, I like that. Alright, go find Ginkgo and the others. This old man won't take up any more of your time. Kitaki Karuke waved his hand, dismissing Yakuma Azuma. Once the boy had left, Kitaki Karuke turned his gaze toward the shogi board. Back when he had first taken Yakuma Azuma as a disciple, he had never imagined the boy would come this far. As for the current Mjin, Kitaki Karuke had some understanding. That man was searching for the ultimate answer to shogi itself. Under conditions where both players made optimal moves, was shogi a guaranteed win for Sindhi, first move player, or GOAT, second move player? Every professional player, upon reaching a certain level, would eventually ponder this question. But to actually prove it? Everyone was still leagues away from reaching an answer. The Mjin, perhaps, wasn't too far off. But shogi was a game between 2 players. One person alone could never reach the ultimate truth. Yet Kitaki Karuke had a feeling Yakuma Azuma was closer to that answer than anyone else. When the time came for them to face off, perhaps the answer would finally be revealed. Shogi was approaching its end. Or at the very least it was about to enter a new era. Note, so profound. I don't understand anything. Yakuma Azuma left the shogi room, completely unaware that his master was comparing him to AlphaGo. But even if he had known, he would have simply laughed it off. Shogi, like Go in chess, would eventually reach a point where I would surpass human understanding. There would no longer be a need to study opening sequences. Players could just memorize AI-generated strategies instead. This was an inevitable trend. It was only a matter of time. But if someone could uncover the answer before I took over, then perhaps, in the future, every shogi player would look back on it as a moment of glory. As he stepped outside, Yakama Azuma found the girls in the middle of a shogi game. The atmosphere was lively. It was honestly quite amusing. Ever since Sayane Kamiike had been conquered by Yakama Azuma, she had been dropping by frequently to study shogi with Sora-Ginkgo and Hinetsuru Ai. Over time, a three-way rivalry had formed between them. Sayane Kamiike relied on instinct to play. Against Sora-Ginkgo, she had a win rate of over 50%. But against Hinetsuru Ai, she couldn't win at all. Hinetsuru Ai, in turn, could defeat Sayane Kamiike, but when facing Sora-Ginkgo, she stood no chance. As for Sora-Ginkgo, the more she played against these two, the more frustrated she became. Damn it, is everyone here just naturally gifted at shogi? Because of that, when playing against Sayane Kamiike, she would often grow impatient and make mistakes. And when playing against Hinetsuru Ai, her overwhelming presence would make the little girl lose confidence. Meanwhile, standing off to the side, Kitaki Kika could only sigh helplessly. Watching those three play. For someone with average talent, whose age was already nearing the competitive limit, it was honestly too cruel. Kika-Nizan, come take a walk with me. I haven't had the chance to explore Iwate yet. Yakama Azuma gently tugged at Kitaki Kika's sleeve like a little brother seeking attention. Kitaki Kika, who had been feeling down, couldn't help but melt at the sight. How could she possibly refuse? While the three others were still distracted, Kitaki Kika quietly slipped away with Yakama Azuma. The two of them snuck out of Hinetsuru Ryokan, only letting out a sigh of relief once they reached the streets. I'm supposed to be your senpai, you know. Not to mention, you have an important match coming up. And yet, here I am, being comforted by you instead. Kitaki Kika sighed. I really am a useless senpai, huh? Master said the exact same thing. Like father, like daughter. Yakama Azuma chuckled. Hearing that, Kitaki Kika froze for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. But my father is a 9-dan professional, you know. And I'm already 25. If things continue like this, I might never win a single title in my career. If it weren't for you and Ginkgo, I probably would have disgraced the Kitaki family name by now. There was a hint of self-deprecation in her words. It wasn't as if she was deeply upset, but having a 9-dan father, a genius junior, and a talented junior sister, while she herself remained stagnant. If her mentality hadn't been strong enough, she would have quit shogi a long time ago. Chapter 179, Bullying Sora-Ginkgo. Looking at Kitaki Kika, who seemed troubled. Yakama Azuma spoke up, this year, there's an official tournament for women, the Queen Tournament. As long as you make it to the main rounds, you can directly become Joro. Kikane will definitely participate. Maybe before the end of this year, you'll officially be a Joro. Hearing that, Kitaki Kika gave a wry smile. If things were really that simple, that would be great. It wasn't that she had never participated in the Queen Tournament before. But every time, she was eliminated in the preliminary rounds. What Yakama Azuma said was truly too idealistic. Actually, I have a surefire way to win. Yakama Azuma whispered. Kitaki Kika shook her head vigorously. That's not right. That would be cheating. The so-called absolute winning method that Yakama Azuma suggested was to prepare opening moves before the matches. It wasn't much different from Yamato Kajin and Namjoon studying shogi together. Analyzing the opponent's past games, then Yakama Azuma would design a few sequences of moves. Kitaki Kika only needed to memorize them. Yamato Kajin used Namjoon's move sequences, blindly following fixed openings, and almost crushed Yakama Azuma with his shogi skills. If Yakama Azuma taught Kitaki Kika the sequences, wouldn't sweeping through those rookies who hadn't even entered Joro be as easy as flipping a hand? But Kitaki Kika felt that doing so would be cheating. The shogi world nowadays, for the most part, thought the same. It was not yet the era of AlphaGo. Professional players still held on to their pride. Kikane, isn't the most important thing in shogi a strong will? The fact that you can reject even my absolute winning method, doesn't that mean you've found your own way to victory? Yakama Azuma pointed at Kitaki Kika's heavy heart. My own way to victory? Kitaki Kika placed a hand on her chest, feeling emotional. Was she really just lacking confidence? The answer was obvious yes. Since she was young, Kitaki Kika had faced too many setbacks. So much so that whenever she encountered even a little failure in shogi, she would think she wasn't good enough. If she could just gain confidence, then reaching Joro wouldn't be a difficult thing at all. Yakuma Azuma quietly walked up behind Kitaki Kika. He gave her a pat on the back, along with a startled yelp from Kitaki Kika. Yakuma Azuma grinned and said, "Straighten your back." "Kikane, what kind of posture is this?" Being lectured like that, Kitaki Kika immediately turned around, reaching out to grab Yakuma Azuma. But if she could really catch him, then Yakuma Azuma's 7 points in physical stats would just be for show. The two played around for a while. Kitaki Kika, at 25 years old, suddenly lost all her maturity. She looked just like a little girl. They ran to a small park and then stopped. Kitaki Kika sat on a nearby swing, looking at Yakuma Azuma with curiosity. "How are things between you and Ginko-chan now?" Yakuma Azuma and Sora-Ginko. Kitaki Kika had watched both of them grow up. Since childhood, Sora-Ginko had liked Yakuma Azuma. But her tsuntier personality made it hard for her to be honest about it. Meanwhile, Yakuma Azuma back then was the type to be completely oblivious, dense as reinforced concrete. Kitaki Kika had worried about this many times. But now, things were better. They were both grown up. Yakuma Azuma's emotional intelligence had even gone from negative to max. Surely, there had to be some progress, right? Next year, when Ginko-senpai gets into Tokyo, things will probably move faster. Yakuma Azuma thought for a moment and could only answer that way. Thinking about it, his relationship with Sora-Ginko was indeed moving a bit slowly. "It's all your fault. When you were kids, you always bullied Ginko-chan. Serves you right." Kitaki Kika chuckled, recalling the past. Back then, Yakuma Azuma was handsome, so a lot of little girls liked him. Whenever Sora-Ginko saw that, she would get sulky. Kitaki Kika remembered that there was a time when a Russian girl had just moved into the area. Somehow, Yakuma Azuma had learned Russian from somewhere. And he got along really well with that girl. Sora-Ginko sat silently in the shogi club, sulking without saying a word. Kitaki Kika dragged Yakuma Azuma over. Yakuma Azuma ran to Sora-Ginko and asked if she was angry. Sora-Ginko nodded repeatedly. Then Yakuma Azuma said, "Don't be mad anymore." The small Sora-Ginko at that time was so angry that she burst into laughter. Seeing Sora-Ginko laugh, Yakuma Azuma thought she was no longer angry, so he turned around and ran off to play with the Russian girl again. As a result, when he got home, the small Sora-Ginko kicked him in the butt, leaving him completely dumbfounded. Opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. "I think this was all Kikane's fault." Yakuma Azuma argued stubbornly. "My fault?" Kitaki Kika pointed at herself, a little confused. "That's right, Kikane just stood there laughing and didn't bother to teach me anything. Even if I had taught you, would you have listened? You weren't exactly a well-behaved kid who followed instructions back then." "Of course, I would have. Back then, I liked Kikane the most." In the past, Yakuma Azuma did have a bit of a thing for older women. Negation. He wasn't very interested in Sora-Ginko. Instead, he liked Kitaki Kika. Just looking at his first love, Kasumijoka Utaha, it was clear he had a definite onsen preference. Later on, after gaining more experience, he no longer restricted his preferences. As long as they were bishujo, Yakuma Azuma liked them. Like blonde twin tails, for example. Kitaki Kika was momentarily stunned by Yakuma Azuma's sudden confession. Her heartbeat skipped 2 beats. Even though they had quite a large age gap, she had always seen Yakuma Azuma as a younger brother. But unfortunately, this younger brother was way too attractive, almost as if he had incubus-like traits. If Yakuma Azuma confessed, any girl would feel something. It was just a matter of how much. She tried to steady her emotions. Kitaki Kika shot a sideways glance at Yakuma Azuma. "It's not like you never made me angry when we were kids. I call you Kikane, so as my ne-chan, of course, you have to be generous and forgive me. If I weren't generous, back when Ginko-chan kicked you out of the room, I wouldn't have pleaded for you." "Eh? Oba-san kicked Shizuo out of the room? When did that happen?" A soft voice unexpectedly interrupted. Both of them turned to look. At some point, 3 girls in Itsurui, Sora-Ginko, and Sei Nakami had arrived. Sora-Ginko's face turned slightly red. As a child, she had no idea how to express her jealousy. She just followed her emotions, causing a lot of trouble. Luckily, Yakuma Azuma didn't hate her. Now, looking back, it was truly a dark stain in her past. But still, it was all Yakuma Azuma's fault. That happened when I-chan's Shizu was still little. Back then, he was about your height. Kitaki Kika laughed as she reached out to pat Hinatsurui's head. Hearing that, Hinatsurui quickly ran over to Yakuma Azuma. She clung tightly to his arm. "Ginko Oba-san is so scary. If it were me, I'd never kick Shizuo out of the room." "Sora-Ginko. You little brat." Sora-Ginko immediately lunged forward. Hinatsurui stuck her tongue out and hid behind Yakuma Azuma. Greater than comma the two started a game of chase around Yakama Azuma, who was still sitting on the swing. Yakama Azuma watched this scene with a smile for a moment. Then he stood up from the swing and took both of their hands, bringing an end to the chase. The moment Yakama Azuma held their hands, both Sorogenko and Hinatsurui immediately calmed down. Seeing this, Kitaki Keiko could only click her tongue in amazement. She had known for a long time that Yakama Azuma had matured quickly in recent years. But it was still hard to imagine that this guy who now seemed like the main character of a harem story was once such a dense blockhead as a child. Shizu, we came to call everyone back for dinner. At that moment, Hinatsurui finally remembered her mission. Yakama Azuma Everyone headed back to Hinatsurui Ryokan for dinner. The next few days originally, Sorogenko and the others had come here to help Yakama Azuma with special training and relaxation. After all, the Ryu semi-finals were coming up, and no matter how you looked at it, it was a nerve-wracking event. But no matter how they observed, Yakama Azuma showed no signs of nervousness. It seemed their worries were unnecessary. Still, these past few days had been fun, almost like a training camp vacation. Time passed, and finally, the Ryu semi-finals arrived. Yakama Azuma's opponent was the only 9-dan player to make it to the semi-finals. A player from the same generation as Kitaki Keiko. Chapter 180, Genius 1 vs Potential Man. On the day of the semi-finals. Unlike the preliminary rounds and knockout rounds, the semi-finals were held in a competition room completely isolated from the outside world. Inside the room, there were only 2 shogi players and 1 referee. All spectators could only watch the match through live broadcast equipment. This regulation was meant to ensure that the 2 players were not affected by the outside environment. Yakama Azuma sat down in front of the standard 7-sun shogi board. He looked up. On the opposite side, a middle-aged man around 40 or 50 years old had also settled into his seat. A 9-dan shogi player, an old friend of Kitaki Keiko, but Yakama Azuma didn't know this person. Unlike Kitaki Keiko, who had won countless titles and retired early, this 9-dan player had an extremely competitive nature. Kitaki Keiko had once taken Yakama Azuma to meet many shogi players of his era. But he had never mentioned this man. I look forward to your guidance. After the 2 performed the customary greeting ritual, the match officially began. The playing style of this 9-dan player was quite similar to Kitaki Keiko's. The more Yakama Azuma played, the more he felt something was off. The way he maneuvered his pieces wasn't just a 70% imitation. It had to be at least 90%. In terms of piece maneuvering skills, this 9-dan player might be slightly better than Kitaki Keiko. But if considering overall shogi ability, this 9-dan player was still a bit inferior to Kitaki Keiko. It wasn't hard to understand why Kitaki Keiko had never introduced Yakama Azuma to him. After all, Kitaki Keiko could completely teach Yakama Azuma his opponent's piece maneuvering techniques himself. Moreover, his playing style was overly ambitious and impatient. It was hard to believe that he was a 9-dan player who had competed for many years. For Yakama Azuma, this match was much easier compared to facing Kitaki Keiko. After 230 moves, he securely led the match into the endgame. Then, he easily broke through the opponent's formation, forcing him to resign. After placing down his pieces to admit defeat, the 9-dan player left in frustration, flinging his sleeve as he walked away. Thankfully, he didn't cough up blood or anything. Yakama Azuma stepped out of the competition room and returned to the waiting area. He looked at Kitaki Keiko, his tone slightly perplexed. This 9-dan player seems to have some mental issues. Kitaki Keiko nodded. That's right, his mentality has never been stable. It's always been like that, and he still hasn't fixed it. Back then, I didn't want you kids to learn from him, so I simply never introduced him. The corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched. Alright then. After resting, the second game began. Perhaps influenced by the first match, this 9-dan player became even more impatient as he played. In this game, even before reaching the endgame, Yakama Azuma had already spotted a flaw, immediately advanced his rook, Hisha, and tore through his opponent's defenses. Then came the third game, then the fourth. The opponent's performance worsened with each match. In the end, within a single day, Yakama Azuma won with an overwhelming 4-0. Shizu, you're amazing. That was a 9-dan player. Watching the match on the live broadcast, Hinatsurui cheered excitedly, the Ojan her head bouncing along. It looks like the result for the other match is out too, also 4-0. The winner is the 2-dan player. Sei Nakami Ike checked the match commentary on her phone and informed them. 2 9-dan players and a series of 8-dan players had all been eliminated. None made it to the finals. This year's Ryu finals would be a showdown between 2 young players. Genius 1 versus Potential Man. This was completely unexpected for many people. Fortunately, the betting scene around shogi wasn't too big. Otherwise, Who knows how many people would be heading to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze. After Yukima Azuma finished his interview and returned, Sora Ginkgo immediately informed him about his opponent in the finals. Hearing that his opponent was the potential man he had met in the qualifiers, the corner of Yukima Azuma's mouth twitched slightly. A plot straight out of a shonen manga. Oh no, I'm turning into the villain. What if, in the finals, I end up getting reverse swept from 3-0 to 3-4? Let's hope he doesn't suddenly start shouting, "With his treasure, I summon." If he does that, I'm running away immediately. After all, I have no intention of getting punched by a big daddy in white whose catchphrase is "Nah, I'd adapt." Yukima Azuma shook his head and laughed. Come to think of it, ever since the start of the Rulu tournament, Yukima Azuma had yet to lose a single match. He had been winning straight through. To be precise, since his return to the shogi world, he had never tasted defeat. Outside, reporters from various news agencies were typing so furiously that their keyboards seemed to be on the verge of catching fire. This year's Ryu finals were truly entertaining. If Kawi Kenichi, the two-dan player, won and claimed the Ryu title, it would be a historic milestone. A true shonen story. And if Yukima Azuma won, that, too, would be a new chapter in history. Until now, in this country, no one had ever gone undefeated all the way from the qualifiers to claim the Ryu title. Even the current Mjin had lost 2 games in his most recent Ryu tournament appearance. No matter the outcome, this year's Ryu tournament was sure to become a hot topic of discussion. Public opinion had already exploded like water boiling over on a stove. Yet, the central figure of all this discussion, Yukima Azuma, seemed to be completely at ease. He wasn't locking himself in a room to analyze strategies. Instead, he went to a film set. The production team of Hikaru no Shogi had reached out to Yukima Azuma. He agreed to participate in the filming, only requesting that they schedule it around his existing commitments. The production team didn't even hesitate before agreeing. After all, Yukima Azuma was just one step away from claiming the Ryu title. If he won the championship before joining the cast, the hype would explode. Yukima Azuma entrusted the contract negotiations to Laplace Corporation's staff. He even lowered his own appearance fee in exchange for greater creative freedom. Laplace Corporation also made an additional investment in the production. With that arrangement, by the time Yukima Azuma arrived at the set, the director and most of the crew came out to personally welcome him. Yukima-sensei. Welcome, welcome. The chief director, a man in his 50s, was a well-known figure in the industry. Ordinarily, he only worked on large-scale film productions. But because Hikaru no Shogi had investment from the Shogi Association, they were able to bring in a director of his caliber. Amidst the warm welcome from the staff, Yukima Azuma stepped onto the set. At this stage, the production team had largely completed the set construction, but several roles had yet to be cast. Because of this, official filming had yet to begin. However, before shooting could start, there were necessary preparations to be made, memorizing scripts, practicing scenes with CO stars, and so on. Especially for someone like Yukima Azuma, who had never acted before, he would need extra guidance. Otherwise, a poor performance could kill the audience's immersion instantly. Kurokawa-san, come here for a moment. The director called over Kurokawa-san. The young woman had been intently reading her script, but the moment she saw Yukima Azuma, she immediately set it down and walked over. This is Yukima-sensei. He has no prior acting experience, so I'll be counting on you to help him out. Yukima-sensei, this is Kurokawa-san, a renowned acting prodigy in the industry. Upon hearing the introduction, the two exchanged knowing smiles. After the director left, Yukima Azuma chuckled and said, "Miss Guardian, so you're a genius, huh?" Kurokawa-san let out a soft snort. Genius? Please. I just work harder than most people. On the other hand, Azuma, you might be the real genius here. You've never acted before, yet you managed to fool a professional actress like me into running in circles. Hearing this, Yukima Azuma gave an awkward chuckle. There was no helping it, he was actually feeling guilty. Even though faking his suicide had been to save Kurokawa-san, which was entirely justifiable, logically speaking, she should be grateful to him. But using acting to intimidate a girl, then stealing her first kiss. There was just no way to justify that. Fortunately, Kurokawa-san didn't seem intent on settling the score later. Let's go outside and practice in private. Kurokawa-san suggested. Chapter 181, Fujiwara Chika, soft and adorable. It's crowded and noisy here. Let's go outside and practice separately. Kurokawa-san suggested. Yukima Azuma nodded. After all, he had came to the film crew today just to get familiar and pick up the script. Since filming hadn't started yet, it didn't really matter where they practiced. And so, the two temporarily left the film crew. The director, of course, had no objections. Let's find a cafe with private rooms. Let me see. Kurokawa-kan held her phone and browsed for nearby cafes. In the end, she chose a dessert shop. Coincidentally, this shop was running an online promotion. Making a reservation in advance would earn a 50% discount voucher. The shop also had private rooms available for customers. Yukima Azuma glanced at the menu prices and raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it too cheap? Even if they were offering discounts to attract customers, this was too much. Moreover, there was a faint feeling of being watched. Yukima Azuma turned toward the source of that gaze. He saw two familiar high school girls. As soon as they made eye contact with Yukima Azuma, the two girls immediately turned away, embarrassed. Degrees. This made Yukima Azuma wonder if he was just imagining things. After the two girls left Kaguya-sama, the target is moving to the designated location. The two high school girls spoke into their collars. At the dessert shop, Kurokawa-kan went to check the reservation and make the payment. Meanwhile, Yukima Azuma searched for information about this shop. After looking it up, he found that this dessert shop was part of a restaurant chain. And while most people didn't know it, this restaurant chain was actually owned by the Shinomiya Group. In other words, this dessert shop was also part of the Shinomiya family's business. Yukima Azuma immediately understood. Naruhodo. All done, let's go in. Kurokawa-kan ran over, waving the receipt at Yukima Azuma. Yukima Azuma smiled and nodded. The two entered the private room inside. The private rooms in the dessert shop were luxuriously decorated. They looked nothing like ordinary customer seating. Even Kurokawa-kan was amazed as she glanced around upon entering. Before long, the server brought over the pre-ordered desserts. Yukima Azuma ordered a slice of green grape cake and 2 donuts. Kurokawa-kan only ordered a cup of black coffee. And it was sugar-free, cream-free. Guardian, aren't you being too harsh on yourself? Yukima Azuma took a sip of the black coffee and stuck out his tongue. He looked like he was suffering from the bitterness. Which made Kurokawa-kan chuckle. Since they had even shared meals in a feeding each other manner before, drinking from the same cup was no big deal. After laughing, Kurokawa-kan took the coffee cup. I don't really have a choice. She shook her head helplessly. I gain weight easily, so I have to control my calorie intake. A small bite won't hurt. Yukima Azuma said as he scooped a small piece of the green grape cake, along with half a grape. Then, he brought the spoonful of cake to Kurokawa-kan's lips. If it's just a small bite. Kurokawa-kan was tempted. After all, this was personally being fed to her by Yukima Azuma. Her slender fingers brushed aside a stray lock of hair. Kurokawa-kan's eyes locked onto Yukima Azuma's, her lips parted slightly, and she gently bit into the cake. Degrees, the moment carried a hint of sensuality, yet it was also deeply moving. After gazing at each other for a while, Kurokawa-kan was the first to break. Let's read the script. She quickly pulled out the script to cover her slightly flushed face. Every time she looked directly into Yukima Azuma's eyes, memories of that stormy night in the motel replayed in her mind. From the time they hand-holding and cuddled under the same blanket to the moment that cunning boy coaxed a kiss from her. Back then, Kurokawa-kan had been able to stay calm, but in truth, the embarrassment had only been building up. Now that her unusual mental state had subsided, all that accumulated embarrassment was rushing back. It would probably take a long time to fully digest these emotions. Yukima Azuma also took out his script and began reading from the beginning. After he finished, Kurokawa-kan curiously asked, Azuma, what do you think? Even though Yukima Azuma wasn't the scriptwriter, he was a genius light novel author, so his opinion was worth considering. It's pretty good. Yukima Azuma gave an objective evaluation. As a television drama script, it was clear that the screenwriter had put in a lot of effort, and the structure was well done. If Yukima Azuma were to revise the script, he could certainly make it even more outstanding. However, he had no intention of taking on the role of a screenwriter as well. Moreover, even in his own assessment, the current script could already be considered excellent. Then let's try acting out this scene. Kurokawa-kan pointed to a scene in the script and said. This scene takes place when the protagonist is 7 years old and meets the spirit shogi player for the first time. The boy is persuaded by the spirit shogi player to join the shogi association and accidentally defeats a prodigy who is about to enter the professional tournament. The character of the spirit shogi player, played by Yukima Azuma, has many scenes in this segment. Yukima Azuma memorized the lines for the scene. Then, he began acting. For now, Kurokawa-kan played a younger version of the protagonist to act alongside Yukima Azuma. About 15 minutes later, the rehearsal ended. Yukima Azuma let out a breath and sighed in admiration. Truly worthy of being called a genius actress. Clearly, Kurokawa Akane had nothing in common with the character she was playing, neither in age, appearance, nor gender. Yet, the moment she got into character, Yukima Azuma felt as if he were truly standing before an innocent child. Rather than saying they were acting together, it would be more accurate to say that Kurokawa Akane was guiding his performance. She deliberately lowered her skill level to match Yukima Azuma. In this part, the emotions need to be expressed more intensely. And in this part, your expression was a bit stiff. Kurokawa Akane summarized after the rehearsal. Yukima Azuma listened attentively. Before long. Notification: your acting skill has reached the maximum level, acting, level 2, acting, level 3. Kurokawa Akane noticed Yukima Azuma suddenly spacing out. Did I say too much? She felt a little guilty. Actually, you did really well. We can take it slow and practice gradually. Yukima Azuma shifted his gaze away from the system interface. He smiled slightly and shook his head. No, I just got a little distracted for a moment. What Guardian said was very helpful, I learned a lot. Hearing this, Kurokawa Akane thought that Yukima Azuma was just being polite in complimenting her. In reality, he probably hadn't absorbed much at all. Then, shall we try again? Yukima Azuma nodded. The second round of acting began. As soon as they started, Kurokawa Akane couldn't help but be surprised. Compared to the previous time, he had improved significantly. Although it hadn't reached the point of a complete transformation, the progress was visibly noticeable. The issues she had pointed out earlier had all been adjusted well by Yukima Azuma. Kurokawa Akane had never seen an actor who could improve so quickly after just one performance. The boy she had always thought about was truly a genius in acting. The second rehearsal ended. Kurokawa Akane was a bit excited. Azuma, you're amazing. This rate of improvement is just too fast. With your current acting skills, you're already better than more than half of the actors in the industry. Yukima Azuma chuckled. It's thanks to Guardian's great teaching. No, it's because you have talent. There are still a few minor issues this time, for example, Hiramu, I'll think about it more. Ah, right, excuse me for a moment, I need to go to the restroom. Alright. Yukima Azuma stood up and stepped out of the private room. In the hallway, he glanced at the system's status screen, checking his acting skill progression. The increase was terrifyingly fast. After all, he was being taught by a professional, and his skill level was still low. Yukima Azuma estimated that Kurokawa Akane's acting skill must be at least level 7. The title of genius actress was indeed well deserved. Such an ability to embody a role had nearly reached a supernatural level. While he was focused on the system screen, Yukima Azuma suddenly froze. The door of the room next to him suddenly opened. I'm heading out for a bit, I'll be back soon. A lively voice rang out, and immediately after, a figure dashed out. At that exact moment, Yukima Azuma was also walking past, and the two collided. You are. The girl let out a soft yelp. Degrees. There was a clear difference in their physiques. Yukima Azuma was over 1.8 meters tall and weighed more than 70 kilograms. Meanwhile, this girl was probably only around 50 kilograms. After the collision, Yukima Azuma merely took half a step back and remained steady. But the girl was sent stumbling backward, almost falling. Yukima Azuma quickly reached out and caught her waist, preventing her from falling. Are you okay? Yukima Azuma asked while closing the system status screen, then looked closely at the girl's face. Her long, soft pink hair was as silky as satin, showing clear signs of meticulous care. A black ribbon bow adorned her bangs. Her face could be described as soft and adorable, with exquisite and harmonious features. Her sapphire blue eyes sparkled with an innocent and pure expression. Yukima Azuma searched his memory for a moment, and he immediately recognized this girl. Fujiwara Chika, the second daughter of the Fujiwara family, the cherished darling of a long-standing political family, currently studying at Shuchin Academy. The only close friend of Shinomiya Kaguya. Yukima Azuma blinked slightly. He more or less understood what was going on now. Chapter 182, The Woman Who Was Ruthlessly Abandoned by Azuma. Are you okay? Yukima Azuma still kept his hand supporting Fujiwara Chika's waist, preventing her from falling to the ground. Even so, her condition wasn't much better. Her bright blue eyes were now welling up with tears, looking unusually pitiful. Her tiny hands covered her nose, letting out a faint whimper. Clearly, when they collided, Fujiwara Chika had hit her nose. I'm okay, I'm really sorry. Huo. At first, Fujiwara Chika intended to apologize. After all, she was the one who suddenly opened the door and rushed out. But halfway through her sentence, she suddenly burst into tears. After all, getting hit on the nose naturally makes tears flow. Yukima Azuma took a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Fujiwara Chika so she could wipe her tears. He gently pulled her hands down, revealing the nose she had been covering. He carefully observed it. It's okay, it doesn't seem broken, and there's no nosebleed. Do you want to go to the hospital? Fujiwara Chika shook her head vigorously. Tears scattered with the movement, sparkling like scattered pearls. She didn't want to go to the hospital, and besides, this wasn't exactly a serious injury. Then let me take you to get some ice, it can help reduce the pain. As he spoke, Yakama Azuma took Fujiwara Chika's hand and led her toward the counter. Once they had left, Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka I, in Hasaka mode, peeked their heads out. The plan is going even more smoothly than expected. Is that man really that gentle? Or do you think this is just acting, Hayasaka? Shinomiya Kaguya watched the two walk away, a scrutinizing look in her eyes. But she didn't receive an answer for a while. This made her puzzled. Hayasaka? Kaguya turned to look at her super pro maid. Hayasaka I snapped back to reality, forcing down the slightly sour feeling in her heart. Kama Kaguya-sama, did you call me? I was asking. Never mind. Shinomiya Kaguya paused, choosing not to continue the question. She felt that Hayasaka I was acting a little strange when it came to this man. Previously, Kaguya had thought Hayasaka was being bullied by him. But upon investigating again, she discovered that it was actually her maid who had taken the initiative to disguise herself and meet that man. What exactly had happened? Kaguya still couldn't understand. But one thing was certain: Hayasaka's unusual behavior was definitely related to that man. So, Kaguya, who had already intended to recruit Yakama Azuma, was now even more determined to carry out this plan. She had to speed things up. Thinking it over, Shinomiya Kaguya felt that just using the exchange student invitation from Shuchin might not be enough. That man wasn't an ordinary person, and he probably wasn't too enamored with his so-called prestigious noble academy. So, Kaguya thought of Fujiwara Chika, the daughter of a political family. Even Shinomiya Kaguya had to admit that Chika was someone extremely difficult to deal with. Chaotic actions, completely unpredictable, and an energy level that ordinary people could never match. Shinomiya Kaguya often secretly complained that Fujiwara Chika was like a cancer to this planet. All she had to do was arrange for Fujiwara Chika to meet that man. Then become friends. And at the right moment, reveal his identity. Fujiwara Chika would definitely do everything in her power to make him accept the exchange student invitation. Everything just according to Kaku. The staff brought over ice and clean tissues. Yakama Azuma wrapped it up a little, then gently applied it to Fujiwara Chika's nose. Fujiwara Chika let out a startled cry. The surrounding customers immediately turned to look at her. Chika quickly lowered her head. The ice pack quickly took effect. The nose that had been throbbing in pain gradually lost the sensation of pain, and even the swelling reduced. Thank you so much. I'm Fujiwara Chika, what's your name? Fujiwara Chika wiped away the last tear lingering at the corner of her eye, her mood shifting in an instant, her eyes shining as she looked at Yakama Azuma. Someone with a personality full of energy like hers was easily moved by acts of kindness. I'm Yakama Azuma, nice to meet you. Yakama Azuma introduced himself. So you're that Yakama-kun. Fujiwara Chika's eyes sparkled even brighter. Fujiwara-san has heard about me? I'm a student at Shuchin, my friend told me about you. Top 1 in the inter-school exam, that's really amazing. I see. I'm a student at Toei Agasaki Private Academy. Who's your friend? It's Kaguya-chan. Her full name is Shinomiya Kaguya. This is the first time I've ever seen someone smarter than Kaguya-chan. So it's Shinomiya-san. Yakama-kun, you know Kaguya-chan? We're out together today. Saying that, Fujiwara Chika immediately grabbed Yakama Azuma's hand, enthusiastically pulling him toward the room she had come from earlier. Being dragged along like this, Yakama Azuma could only smile helplessly. She really was full of energy. Before long, the two had returned to the room where Shinomiya Kaguya was. Fujiwara Chika pushed the door open and shouted inside, Kaguya-chan. Look who I ran into. Shinomiya Kaguya faintly smiled. Kakudori. After Yakama Azuma was pulled into the room, Shinomiya Kaguya immediately put on a sufficiently surprised expression. Yakama Oniai-san, I didn't expect to see you here. Nani? Oniai-san? Fujiwara Chika widened her eyes in surprise. Yakama Azuma simply nodded slightly at Shinomiya Kaguya. Then, his gaze shifted to Hayasaka I. At this moment, Hayasaka I was in the form of Hasaka. Speaking of which, the identity of Hasaka was originally created just to deal with Fujiwara Chika. Because the two of them were extremely incompatible. But that was something to discuss later. Right now this is the Shinomiya family's maid, Hasaka-chan. Fujiwara Chika naturally introduced her. Hasaka. You're still working as a maid at the Shinomiya household? Yakama Azuma looked at Hayasaka I, curling his lips into a knowing smile. Degrees. Hayasaka Ai's heart skipped a beat. Oh grave comma damn it. She had forgotten about this. When Kaguya-sama was discussing the plan, she had been too focused on Yakama Azuma. She completely forgot about the flaw in her identity setup. She had told Yakama Azuma that she was a student at the prestigious all-girls academy, Fellas. And that she studied diligently every day, having to study for a full 12 hours. She never once mentioned working as a maid for the Shinomiya family. And in Yakama Azuma's understanding, the only maid at the Shinomiya household was Hayasaka Ai. Hayasaka Ai's brain instantly went into overdrive. Finally, she came up with a barely acceptable excuse. I work part-time as a maid outside of school to earn some pocket money. This excuse was full of holes. A student who could attend the prestigious Fellas Academy, there were extremely few who actually needed money. Moreover, Hasaka's setup was that she was busy studying every single day, so where would she even find the time to work as a maid? Watashi no ahobaka. Under Yakama Azuma's meaningful gaze, Hayasaka Ai's heartbeat kept accelerating. Was she about to be exposed? But if she really was exposed, how would she face Yakama Azuma? That day, when she pretended to be asleep, Yakama Azuma's deep confession echoed once again in her ears. The usual calm and composed Hayasaka Ai had completely vanished. Oh, I see. After teasing Hayasaka Ai for a bit, Yakama Azuma finally gave a slight nod, appearing to accept this flimsy excuse. After all, Hayasaka Ai already knew she had been caught. Even if he pretended to believe such a poorly crafted lie, it wouldn't ruin the persona she had established. Hearing that, Hayasaka Ai let out a relieved sigh. But at the same time, she shot a resentful glance at Yakama Azuma. He obviously knew everything. Yet, even though he had no intention of exposing her, he still deliberately stared at her with that thoughtful look. He was clearly just messing with her. Negation. Just how much did he enjoy watching her panic? Oh? Yakama-kun, you know Hasaka-chan too? Fujiwara Chika blinked her big round eyes in curiosity. Yakama Azuma gave a small nod. But before he could even open his mouth, Hayasaka Ai spoke up first. At this moment, she looked as if her spirits had completely plummeted, lowering her head with her vacant gaze fixed on some invisible point on the floor. Pushed to the limit by his teasing, Hayasaka Ai decided it was time for her counterattack. Yes, we know each other. I'm someone who was once cruelly abandoned by Azuma-kun. Hayasaka Ai. Fujiwara Chika. Shinomiya Kaguya. Yakama Azuma. The two girls instantly froze in shock. Yakama Azuma's lips twitched. Alright, so this was how she wanted to play it. Seeing that no one spoke up, Hayasaka Ai secretly chuckled to herself, then decided to twist the knife a little deeper. Negation, having to see the person who once cast me aside. It must be awkward for you, right? Her voice was heavy with sorrow. As she spoke, her tone turned more choked with emotion. I'm right here beside you. A silent tear rolled down her cheek as Hayasaka Ai hastily wiped it away. And yet, the pain still cut deep into my heart. Fujiwara Chika, Shinomiya Kaguya, degrees? Watching Hayasaka Ai cry so tragically, like a delicate flower drenched in the rain, the two girls were utterly stunned. So there was such a tangled romantic past between them. Both of them simultaneously turned their eyes toward Yakama Azuma, eager to see how he would respond. And then the moment they saw him, they gasped in alarm. At this moment, Yakama Azuma's entire presence had plummeted to an all-time low. He didn't shed a single tear, but just standing there, he looked like a shattered fragment that could never be whole again. The young man bowed his head, emotions swirling in his eyes. There was no other choice. His voice trembled slightly, making the air around them tense in an instant. Like a discarded puppet, his pain wasn't overtly displayed, but just looking at him made one's heart ache. Because Hasaka cheating on me, we could never be together. Following Yakama Azuma's words, the two girls simultaneously turned their gazes toward Hayasaka Ai. So in the end, you were that kind of person. We wrongly placed our trust in you, Hasaka. Hayasaka Ai, huh? Hayasaka Ai Chapter 183, Yakas again? In Fujiwara Chika's mind, an entire heartbreaking script of over 100,000 words had already been written, one filled with abandonment and sorrow. The fragility, the shattered state of this young man, it was enough to make any maiden's heart tremble. Who could possibly resist feeling compassion? Shinomiya Kaguya, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. So Hayasaka had been sneaking around behind her back this much? She had been properly educated, so how could she possibly wait a minute? That couldn't be right. Where did this deeply affectionate, tragic love come from? Hadn't the two of them only met a few times? And even then, it was while she was under the guise of Hasaka. According to the gathered information, including this time, they had only met a total of 3 times. Shinomiya Kaguya raised her left hand, lightly touching her cheek, activating the mechanism to force herself to calm down. In an instant, any emotions stirred within her by this young man were completely extinguished. Looking once again at the boy who could make hearts ache, Shinomiya Kaguya couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This man. He's terrifying. Hayasaka, I was finding it difficult to keep her composure. How could you even say something like that? What did I cheat you about? Maybe I did, but only about my identity. Greater than comma, realizing that Yakama Azuma had long since seen through her identity, Hayasaka I found herself unable to come up with a rebuttal. She could only pout, glaring at the boy who was completely immersed in his role, her expression filled with grievance. Seriously, can't you give me a little leeway? Seeing that things had gone far enough, Yakama Azuma withdrew from his act. A notification from the system appeared in his vision. Notification: your acting skill has reached maximum proficiency. Acting, level 3. Acting, level 4. Host, Yakama Azuma. Physical, 7 intelligence, 8 charm, 8 skills, language proficiency, level 6, literature, level 6, cooking, level 7, programming, level 4, shogi, level 9, acting, level 4. Note: skills below level 4 are hidden and do not appear on the skill board. The acting skill, which had been hidden before, had now appeared on the skill list. He had officially stepped into the level 4. Seeing this, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but smile. It seemed that aside from being taught by a master, actual combat experience also greatly contributed to skill proficiency. The atmosphere in the room had become unbearably awkward. Fujiwara Chika, as a self-proclaimed love detective, was someone who couldn't stand witnessing broken-hearted scenes like this. She even felt the urge to sneak out. Shinomiya Kaguya wasn't sure whether she should proceed with her plan at this moment. Even if she knew Yakama Azuma was acting, his performance was too convincing, to the point that the atmosphere had become suffocating. A long silence followed. Finally, Shinomiya Kaguya gritted her teeth and spoke. Yakama Oniai-san, now that I think about it, are you aware of the student exchange program between the top 3 private academies? I'm the student council president of Shuchin, and I heard that this year, Shuchin is considering extending an invitation to you, Yakama Oniai-san. As the top scorer in the inter-school exams, you could participate in the exchange program and experience studying at Shuchin. At the same time, it would allow us to learn from your study methods and make you an inspirational figure for other students. After saying this, Shinomiya Kaguya glanced at Fujiwara Chika, hoping that this energetic, yet Cancer of the Earth girl would be of some use. Negation. However, Fujiwara Chika had already lost all her spirit due to the suffocating atmosphere. She had no intention of chiming in. I see. I'll think about it carefully. Yakama Azuma responded, bowing his head slightly. Shinomiya Kaguya's eyelid twitched slightly. She began to suspect whether Yakama Azuma had already seen through her plan. That would be way too absurd. After another brief moment of silence, Yakama Azuma stood up. I have a friend in the next room, and it wouldn't be polite to keep them waiting too long. I'll take my leave. Alright, take care, Yakama-san. Yakama Oniai-san, goodbye. The 2 girls replied somewhat awkwardly. Hayasaka I remained silent. Before leaving, Yakama Azuma exchanged line contacts with Fujiwara Chika. Leaving the girls' room, Yakama Azuma opened the line app and found the chat with Hayasaka. Azuma, I'm in a terrible mood today. If only I could see Hayasaka, that would be great. Kama sitting in her room, the moment Hayasaka saw Yakama Azuma's message, her anger flared up instantly. Terrible my ass. And besides, didn't you just see me? Hayasaka, harassment? Our relationship isn't close enough for that. Yakama Oniai-chan, saying things like this puts me in a really awkward spot. Azuma, so cold. Hayasaka, yes. Exactly this cold. After venting a little frustration online, Hayasaka finally felt a bit better. She turned off her phone screen. Yakama Azuma returned to his room. Azuma, where did you go? Kurokawa-kun asked curiously. Could it really have just been a bathroom trip? Why did it take so long? It really felt like he had taken the opportunity to do something else. I ran into someone on the way and stopped by the front desk to get some ice for them to use on their injury. Yakama Azuma explained briefly. Kurokawa-kun let out a small "oh." I see. And so, the 2 of them began their 3rd rehearsal. The moment they started acting, Kurokawa-kun couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Last time was just improvement, but this time, it was an actual leap forward. Even for a genius, this was ridiculous. An acting level 3 skill was enough to surpass half the actors in the industry. That level was still considered amateur. After all, More than half of the entertainment industry relied on looks. But acting level 4 was a completely different realm. It was professional level acting. Now, Yakuma Azuma had surpassed 90% of actors. He had entered the top 10% of actors who could gain fame purely through skill. It was unbelievable. Kurokawa-kun simply couldn't imagine how such a skill could improve this much after just 3 rehearsals. That's kind of shocking, she admitted bluntly. Hearing this, Yakuma Azuma chuckled. At that moment, Kurokawa-kun was standing in front of Yakuma Azuma, while he was sitting on the sofa. Taking the opportunity, Yakuma Azuma wrapped his arms around her waist and looked up at her. It's all thanks to my guardian's excellent guidance. Shouldn't a guardian be happy when their child achieves something? Being held around the waist, Kurokawa-kun's heart pounded wildly. Looking down at the young man from above, it really did feel like gazing at an adorable child. Her maternal instincts surged. But this young man was too handsome. So this so-called maternal instinct was getting a bit off track. Kurokawa-kun felt like she was about to get a nosebleed. After 3 rehearsals, their acting practice came to a temporary close. A level 4 acting skill was more than enough to handle a film crew. In fact, it might even shock the entire production team. Moreover, after reaching level 4, the experience bar had lengthened significantly. Kurokawa-kun's guidance was also becoming less effective. To continue improving his skill, he would now need time and accumulated experience. So the two of them simply decided to enjoy the rest of their date. As the sun set, Yakuma Azuma put Kurokawa-kun in a taxi. After watching her leave, he planned to stop by a nearby bakery and buy 2 cakes to take home. After all, there were still a few girls at home, and an occasional snack wouldn't hurt. But just as he reached the bakery's entrance, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps echoing from the alley behind the store. At the same time, Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka also stepped out of the bakery. The footsteps in the alley grew closer. And then, a group of burly men in black suits, gripping metal pipes, cleavers, and other weapons, suddenly rushed out from the alley. For a brief moment, all 3 groups froze. Yakuma Azuma scanned the men in black. Ayo, no kidding, there were even some familiar faces. Clearly, they were from Yamaguchi-gumi. Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka frowned. Another attack? Chapter 184, Hayasaka is really worried about you. Nidaya Shifumi, a young officer of the Yamaguchi-gumi, a Yakuza organization in Japan. Life motto, a man who craves blood, violence, and money. He has a scar on his left eyebrow but isn't the type to rely on fists. He's more of an intellectual. The scar on his head came from his time as an underling for Naito Tatsuhiko. He didn't manage to light a cigarette for him in time and got hit on the head with an ashtray. His hobbies include collecting antiques and occasionally participating in auctions. His father passed away, leaving behind his mother and younger sister, Nidamika, who live in the countryside. As a young officer, Nidaya Shifumi rarely takes direct action in violent incidents. But recently, the gang has been short on manpower. So, Nidaya Shifumi had to step into the front lines twice. The last time, the mission was to kidnap a rich heiress. For the Yakuza, this was as easy as flipping a hand. But for Nidaya Shifumi to personally carry out the kidnapping was a foolish act. If he had the time to investigate the target's identity and schedule, he could have made more money by studying the stock market instead. Moreover, kidnapping was inherently too risky a business. But since it was an order from the gang, Nidaya Shifumi had no right to refuse. And just as he had an ominous feeling during the kidnapping, he ran into a monster. A being that looked human, but could nonchalantly take on over a dozen seasoned gangsters. That monster was like a cursed chef, treating everything around him as mere ingredients for his cooking. He could even tear a 2-meter-tall muscle-bound thug into a pile of shredded meat that didn't even reach his knees. Nidaya Shifumi thought that, in the face of such a monster, running away couldn't possibly be called cowardice. So, he ran. Later, he was punished by his superiors. But compared to his comrades, who had been torn apart into pools of blood, to Nidaya Shifumi, that so-called punishment felt completely insignificant. His judgment had been entirely correct. And yet, less than 2 months later, his superiors assigned him another mission. Another kidnapping. But this time, the target was just an ordinary child. Nidaya Shifumi was speechless. He wondered if the boss had gone stupid. Kidnapping a little girl from a regular family, where was the money in that? He still had PTSD from the last kidnapping attempt. Nidaya Shifumi even considered, should he injure himself? Break a bone or something? Just to get out of this job. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Thinking it through, that monster must have been a professional bodyguard for the rich heiress. Like the kind of character you'd find in a seinen manga. Orphans abandoned on a secluded island, trained by professional assassins in every killing technique imaginable, And ultimately, in their final graduation exam, they had to slaughter their closest comrades to pass. That actually sounds more like Naruto than a seinen manga. This time, it was just kidnapping a little girl from an ordinary family. There was no way he would run into on the streets. For a moment, all three sides were stunned. Shinomiya Kaguya frowned. The last attack, at least, had some clues to follow. After all, she had attended a dinner party that night and even stayed out overnight. No matter how well the Shinomiya family safeguarded information, with so many people around, leaks were inevitable. But this time, in order to carry out the plan with Yakama Azuma, she had only brought a trusted driver and a few bodyguards. The location was even a Shinomiya group-owned business. And yet, she was still ambushed. Shinomiya Kaguya couldn't help but suspect was someone within the Shinomiya family trying to take her life. Her three older brothers were not easy opponents. As for Yakama Azuma, when he saw those familiar faces, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Was this Yakuza gang really that bold? Daring to go after the Shinomiya heiress twice in a row? Did they not fear that the entire gang would be erased by the Shinomiya conglomerate? He turned to glance at Shinomiya Kaguya. Then, helplessly shook his head. If it had been one of the three sons of the Shinomiya family, even a single ambush would have been enough for Yamaguchi Gumi to be wiped off the map. After all, in the eyes of most members of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Kaguya was nothing more than a nobody. Just a tool that would eventually be used for some exchange. Was she even worth the trouble of causing a major conflict? Yakama Azuma shook his head. He pushed aside these irrelevant thoughts. Since they had already run into each other, he might as well take care of it. Consider it a small favor in return for the conveniences he had enjoyed from the Shinomiya family. Hey, hey! Yakama Azuma called out to the Yakuza, his voice carrying the same kind of provocation as a low-level thug. And yet, among those large, muscular Yakuza, a full third of them instinctively stepped back in fear from that completely non-threatening call. Brother Nita, why did you step back? Yeah, Brother Nita, why are your legs shaking? The legendary Shibuya dragon, could it be that he's scared stiff by some high school brat? Seeing their leader retreat, the low-ranking Yamaguchi Gumi underlings were all dumbfounded. They had never seen Yakama Azuma before. At this moment, Nita Yoshifumi's face had gone pale. Forget about the fact that his so-called title of Shibuya Dragon was nothing more than a bluff based on the scar on his head. Even if he really was the Shibuya Dragon against this guy, he wouldn't even have a chance to make a move before his dragon tendons were ripped out. You idiots don't get it. That guy is a super assassin trained by a financial conglomerate. We're executing a strategic retreat. Preserving our forces. That way, we can remain loyal to the organization, got it? While desperately making up excuses, Nita Yoshifumi retreated behind his underlings. His behavior immediately made a few Yakuza who usually just stood guard at their turf look down on him. A leader this cowardly? Getting scared by some high school kid? This Yamaguchi Gumi was done for. That officer position might as well be mine. Quite a few people started having such thoughts. Super assassin? Brother Nita, did you hit your head or something? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and voiced their doubts. Can't you all feel this terrifying killing intent? This is real killing intent. This isn't like the petty tricks we use, this is the true horror that has crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Nita Yoshifumi trembled. He realized that the monster was staring right at him. The overwhelming pressure from last time was crashing down on him again. But this time, Yakama Azuma hadn't even activated his shogi technique. That so-called killing intent was nothing more than Nita Yoshifumi's own PTSD. What the hell are you babbling about? I'm going and let's see what happens. A thug wielding a cleaver shouted loudly and charged straight at Yakama Azuma. Seeing that foolish brat rush forward, Nita Yoshifumi silently took out his phone and opened the camera to record. This time, he had to capture the entire process of that monster making his move. Then throw it straight into the boss's face. Is a Yakuza's life not a life, huh? Seeing the thug with the cleaver charging in, Yakama Azuma suddenly remembered since his shogi skill had reached level 9, he had never actually tested the effect of fully activating aura. Although he had a rough estimate in his mind, it wouldn't hurt to practice a little. And so Yakama Azuma raised his fingers, mimicking the motion of holding a shogi piece. The moment his opponent raised the cleaver and closed in checkmate, the thug charging toward Yakama Azuma suddenly slumped. At the same time, his eyes rolled back, whites fully exposed, and foam formed at his mouth. In just a blink, he lost consciousness. His body, driven by momentum, continued to collapse forward, falling straight toward Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma smoothly followed up with a punch and executed a shoulder throw. Effortlessly, he laid his opponent on the ground. If one didn't observe closely, it would be hard to notice any flaws in the sequence. At most, it simply looked like Yakama Azuma was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Seeing Yakuma Azuma effortlessly take down an armed thug with his bare hands, the Yakuza who had been doubtful just moments ago all took a collective step back. Being good at fighting wasn't scary. But having someone constantly whispering ominous things behind your back? That was terrifying. Earlier, they had heard Nita rambling about a super assassin and terrifying killing intent. Now, they had witnessed firsthand how their comrade was subdued as easily as flipping a hand. Though nothing overtly supernatural had happened, every single one of them felt a chill down their spine. Nani? Boss Nita, what do we do now? Nani, where did he go? Shit, brother Nita ran away. Then what the hell are we standing around for? Run. The gangsters turned their heads, only to catch a glimpse of their boss's car lights fading into the distance. Watching their leader use the secret technique of the Joestar family, they immediately scattered like startled birds, each fleeing in a different direction. Seeing the thugs flee in utter chaos, Yakuma Azuma couldn't help but click his tongue. Running away so soon? Last time, they showed at least a little more guts. Just then, Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka arrived, accompanied by the Shinomiya family's bodyguards. Are you okay? Hayasaka quickly walked over, grabbing Yakuma Azuma's hand and checking him from head to toe. From her vantage point behind him, she had seen him facing off against an armed thug in direct combat, a situation that looked extremely dangerous. Even though she knew Yakuma Azuma possessed terrifying martial skills, capable of taking on an entire gang alone, Hayasaka still couldn't help but worry. Of course, the reason for her concern was because she cared, which made her anxious. Being pulled close and checked over by Hayasaka, Yakuma Azuma couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. After confirming that he was unharmed, Hayasaka let out a breath of relief. She lifted her head, only to be met with Yakuma Azuma's smiling gaze. For a brief moment, a deep blush spread across her cheeks. Even she hadn't expected herself to act so impulsively and show such obvious concern. Even though you abandoned me, I still can't stop worrying about you. Fortunately, for now, she was still maintaining the persona of Hasaka. Even though both of them knew the truth, at least there was still a thin layer of pretense to keep things somewhat concealed. Chapter 185, The Power of Friendship? Nah, I'd adapt. Shinomiya Kaguya gave Hayasaka a strange look. Then, she stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma Oni-san, thank you for saving me once again. Yakuma Azuma raised his hand and gently patted Shinomiya Kaguya's head. This action left Shinomiya Kaguya stunned. Head patting, a concept she had never experienced before. Within the Shinomiya family, no one had ever patted her head like that. The strict restrictions on internet access and the elite education she had received had deprived her of the opportunity to experience such intimate childhood interactions. So, in her understanding, being patted on the head was probably more of an insult. But Yakuma Azuma's gesture didn't make her angry. On the contrary, she found it comforting. Shinomiya-san, you've had a tough time too. Go home early. Yakuma Azuma spoke sincerely. Being a daughter of the Shinomiya family was truly not easy. If Laplace Corporation were to become a major conglomerate in the future, would his own daughter have to go through the same struggles? Yakuma Azuma chose not to dwell on it. Children would have their own fates. Worrying about such things was completely meaningless. Withdrawing his hand, Yakuma Azuma lightly rubbed his fingertips. Shinomiya Kaguya's black hair had an incredible texture like the finest silk, making it hard to pull away. It seemed like it could be addictive. With a wave of his hand, Yakuma Azuma turned to leave. Watching his figure gradually disappear, Shinomiya Kaguya felt a strange sensation rise within her. So strange. What was strange about it? That's right, why had this person saved her twice without asking for anything in return? If it were an ordinary person, having saved a member of the Shinomiya family, they would have long since demanded wealth, power, and status. No need for repayment? That was completely illogical. There was no way she had nothing that Yakuma Azuma wanted. Yakuma Azuma, do you really have nothing you desire? Shinomiya Kaguya called out to Yakuma Azuma, asking directly. Now that she thought about it, the personality of Ice Kaguya was extremely pragmatic. She assigned value to everyone. Only when someone had a high enough value would she take action. All for the benefit of the Shinomiya family. So when she encountered someone like Yakuma Azuma who acted but did not take any benefits, Shinomiya Kaguya found it incomprehensible. The so-called heroic acts without expecting anything in return were simply because the person being saved did not hold significant value. But Shinomiya Kaguya was different. She was undeniably someone of immense value. Yakuma Azuma stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Shinomiya Kaguya. Just take care of yourself. The things I want, I'll get on my own. And Kaguya-san, those things you wouldn't be able to give me. Here, Yakuma Azuma deliberately addressed her as Kaguya, separating her from the name Shinomiya. But at this moment, Shinomiya Kaguya's mind was in turmoil, and she completely failed to notice this detail. Impossible. Shinomiya Kaguya frowned. I am Shinomiya Kaguya. Yakuma Azuma said nothing more, simply waved his hand, and walked away. Shinomiya Kaguya furrowed her brows even tighter. This time, she was no longer thinking about benefits or recruiting Yakuma Azuma. Instead, she was genuinely curious about this man. At the same time, a strong sense of competitiveness surged within her. He dared to say that she couldn't give him what he wanted? For the first time in her life, Shinomiya Kaguya felt belittled, and it made her extremely uncomfortable. Hayasaka, I must make him submit beneath my skirt. Shinomiya Kaguya declared boldly. Hayasaka I had complicated feelings. She was thinking what Yakuma Azuma wanted. It seemed that Kaguya-sama truly couldn't give. Because what Yakuma Azuma wanted was the entire Hayasaka family, along with herself Hayasaka I. Unless Shinomiya Kaguya became the head of the Shinomiya family, otherwise, she really couldn't give Yakuma Azuma what he needed. Hayasaka, you're zoning out again. Shinomiya Kaguya's voice pulled Hayasaka I back to reality. I'm still listening, Kaguya-sama. So, what exactly are we going to do? Even though she had been lost in thought, Hayasaka I had still caught everything Kaguya said. That was the professional ability of a maid. Well, when it came to making Yakuma Azuma submit, Shinomiya Kaguya was completely clueless. In the end, she clapped her hands and made a decision. In any case, first, we have to bring him to Shuchen. A few days later. The Ryu finals. Shizu? Do your best. I will be cheering for you. Early in the morning, Hinitsuru I carried a breakfast she had made herself and ran to Yakuma Azuma's room. She was wearing a maid outfit. A black and white long dress, puffed sleeves, along with the signature maid headband. She looked extremely dangerous. Brat, what's with that outfit? Sora-ginko, who was following right behind, saw Hinitsuru I's maid outfit and immediately looked displeased. Humphrey. This is a specially tailored outfit for Shizu? A special uniform to serve Shizu? Midway. Yakuma Azuma instantly covered Hinitsuru I's mouth. If she kept talking like this, something was bound to happen sooner or later. One had to know, today was the Ryu finals, and reporters were everywhere in Hinitsuru Ryokan. Although the Hinitsuru family's main estate was a restricted area, there was still a chance of an accident at any time. And there was always the possibility of some reckless paparazzi breaking in. If Hinitsuru I's words were recorded, Yakuma Azuma did not want to be branded as Ryu-Ilikon for life. Even worse, he didn't want the FBI kicking down his door. FBI, smart boy, here, take this. Sora-ginko spoke in a flat tone. Then, she handed a sachet to Yakuma Azuma. Yakuma Azuma picked it up to examine it. It was a hand-embroidered sachet, with a snowflake pattern at the corner. He brought it up to his nose for a sniff. A faint herbal scent emanated from it. Having just woken up, Yakuma Azuma's mind was still a little groggy. But the moment he caught the scent, he instantly felt more awake. Inside are specially blended medicinal herbs. Wearing it will help keep you alert. Consider it a permitted tool. Don't get the wrong idea, I just made it casually. Anyway, you're not allowed to lose. Sora-ginko spoke while glancing to the side. A perfect son dear. Yakuma Azuma clenched the sachet that Sora-ginko had made. In shogi, certain small tools were allowed, such as air purifiers, to help players maintain focus. Many professional players also had their own personal habits. But before this, Yakuma Azuma had never used any kind of aid. Because he felt it was completely unnecessary. But now, after receiving this sachet, he somewhat understood the mindset of other players. These tools might not have much actual effect. But they were a symbol of trust, a form of spiritual support. Thank you, Ginko-senpai. Yakuma Azuma responded, then hung the sachet on his waist. After that, he began eating the morale-boosting breakfast that Hinitsuru I had prepared. Once he was fully buffed, Yakuma Azuma left the main house of the Hinitsuru family and headed toward the competition venue. Outside the tournament hall was swarmed with reporters. At this moment, Kawi Kenichi was being surrounded for interviews. Meanwhile, since Yakuma Azuma was coming from the main house, he managed to avoid the reporters entirely. Just like that, he walked straight to the competition venue without interruption. He sat down at the 7-shaku board. I'm the one waiting for my opponent first. TSK, isn't this the classic foreshadowing of a legendary reversal? He mumbled with amusement and shook his head with a soft chuckle. Honestly, not only was he fully buffed, but even if today was filled with death flags, there was no way Yakuma Azuma could lose. Level 9 shogi, a joke? After a short wait, Kawi Kenichi entered from outside, looking somewhat disheveled. Dealing with a swarm of enthusiastic reporters was no easy task. Yakuma Azuma gestured for him to take a seat. Kawi Kenichi sat down across the board and took a deep breath. Finally, I get to play against you again, Yukima-senpai. Your words in the past have always pushed me forward. Because of that, I must give it my all. I want Yukima-senpai to see how much I've changed under your guidance. I hope Yukima-senpai won't hold back and will fight with everything you've got. Kawi Kenichi spoke with enthusiasm after taking his seat. Yukima Azuma nodded slightly. I will respond with my full strength. After their exchange of fighting spirit, the Ryu Finals Genius 1 vs Potential Man officially began. Kawi Kenichi opened with Kakaji-U, following the most traditional Ikakaji-U, double bishop exchange. This time, Yukima Azuma also pushed his Kakaji-U forward, responding with a symmetrical formation. Ikakaji-U against Ikakaji-U. It was clear that Kawi Kenichi had improved tremendously. From the qualifiers, he had continuously broken through barriers. His perception of shogi had evolved significantly. At the same time, his momentum had grown stronger, his confidence unwavering as if piercing through heaven and earth. Perhaps in pure strength, Kawi Kenichi was still not at the level of a 9-dan player. But he had defeated multiple 9-dan professionals on his journey here. With his current form, even the Mjin present would be astonished. Nah, I'd win. That was what Kawi Kenichi thought. But in front of a Kawi Kenichi who had completely transformed. Yukima Azuma's answer was throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. I lost. Kawi Kenichi bowed his head and placed down his resignation piece. Are you kidding? If passion alone was enough to win, then Yukima Azuma wouldn't have had to grind his mastery so hard. LOL. Not long ago, Kenichi had been shouting about friendship, bonds, and the future. Charging forward with blazing determination. And then what? In just a single game. Every bit of shogi intuition he had accumulated through his uphill battle was turned to dust. After losing the first match, Kawi Kenichi became dazed. He had used Ikakaji-U to defeat a 9-dan player. Up until a few minutes ago, Kawi Kenichi truly believed his Ikakaji-U had reached the peak of shogi. But then, Yukima Azuma also played Ikakaji-U. And completely shattered his understanding of the formation. Every move he had calculated carefully. Yukima Azuma only needed a moment to find a more optimal solution. Halfway through the match, Kawi Kenichi started questioning the 3 fundamental mysteries of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even doing here? Chapter 186, Ryu, is this a disciple acceptance banquet or an engagement party? The truth has proven that the protagonist Sora cannot compete against a fraud. Originally, Kawi Kenichi 2-dan was still loudly proclaiming the power of friendship. But after just one game, Yukima Azuma completely shattered his passionate fighting spirit. At first, he had the strength of about 9-dan. But when his sense of the game was crushed, Kawi Kenichi's level immediately plummeted to around 4-dan. This is exactly the weakness of evolving in the middle of a match. If one reaches the peak and then suffers a blow, the faster one rises, the faster one falls. Without a solid foundation, there isn't even a cushion to break the fall. So, the next 3 games were no longer worth discussing. The first game still seemed somewhat exciting. But in the next 3 games, the audience only saw a one-sided match. There was not a single surprise. Yukima Azuma claimed this year's Ryu title. After the 4th game ended, Yukima Azuma looked at the dazed Kawi Kenichi. He couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Ah, well. You were the one who told me to give it my all. Now that I've gone all out, you're not happy anymore. Standing up. He walked over to Kawi Kenichi, and just like during the preliminary rounds, Yukima Azuma reached out and patted his shoulder lightly. Hang in there, you're really strong, the future belongs to you. Hearing this, Kawi Kenichi instinctively felt his passion ignite again. But his shattered sense of the game immediately doused him with a bucket of cold water. Kawi Kenichi suddenly calmed down. It's fine if I can't fire up again. But after calming down, Kawi Kenichi started to feel that something was off. This year, he was already 22. Meanwhile, Yukima Azuma seemed to be only 16? What the hell do you mean the future belongs to me? What future is even left? Kawi Kenichi's vision darkened. Yukima Azuma had no idea that Kawi Kenichi had finally seen through that encouragement. He stood up and walked out of the room. Just as he pulled the door open, Hinitsuru lunged in and hugged him tightly. Shizu? Congratulations on becoming Ryu. Cubed apostrophe. Sora Ginko stood behind her, clearly wanting to do something too, but she seemed a bit hesitant. At that moment, Kitaki Giga seized the opportunity. From behind, she gave Sora Ginko a hard push. As a result, Sora Ginko lost her balance. And also fell into Yukima Azuma's embrace. Yukima Azuma extended his other hand and caught Sora Ginko. After a soft groan, Sora Ginko buried her face into Yukima Azuma's chest. Azuma, congratulations on becoming Ryu. It's all thanks to Senpai's scented pouch. If not, I might have lost. A guy who had just won 4-0 casually remarked. Greater than comma after celebrating with hugs for a while, Kitaki-kaka reminded him, Azuma-kun, it's time for your interview. The prize money for the Rulu tournament was as high as 300 million yen. Most of it was covered by sponsors. And the biggest sponsor of this year's Rulu tournament was Momobami newspaper. So, the interview was an absolute must. Yakama Azuma thought for a moment, then held the hands of both Hinitsuru and Sora Ginkgo, walking together to the room that had been decorated as a press conference venue. When Yakama Azuma appeared, leading a little girl and a young girl, the camera flashes in the room immediately went off in rapid succession. Fortunately, Hinitsuru was the heir of the Hinitsuru family, and she was already accustomed to facing storms and turbulence. As for Sora Ginkgo, she was an idol in the women's shogi world and had long been familiar with interviews. Both of them showed no signs of nervousness under the flashing lights. They stepped onto the stage. The interview began. Congratulations to player Yakama Azuma-san for officially advancing to 8 dan, winning the Rulu title, and at the same time breaking the record for the youngest professional player to reach 8 dan as well as the youngest Rulu in history. You truly are an extraordinary genius. May I ask, after achieving such a great accomplishment, how do you feel right now? A reporter was the first to stand up. Summarizing the gathered information, they also used the opportunity to congratulate Yakama Azuma. At the same time, another familiar question was brought up. You've achieved such great success at a young age, how do you feel about it? Very emotional. Yakama Azuma replied calmly. The corners of the reporters' mouths twitched. Looking at him, he didn't seem emotional at all. He won the Rulu title, yet he didn't even shout in excitement once. Yakama 8 dan, what do you think is the key to achieving these accomplishments? Diligence to make up for my shortcomings, I think. Yakama Azuma's answer once again left the reporters speechless. You call that shortcomings? Seeing that the usual questions weren't yielding any interesting responses, a quick-witted reporter changed direction and turned toward the two people who had gone on stage with Yakama Azuma. And these two are. At this mention, Yakama Azuma was no longer sluggish. This is my senpai, Sora Ginkgo. Yakama Azuma smiled, holding Sora Ginkgo's hand as he introduced her. I'm sure everyone is familiar with her. After all, she's the legendary the Snow White of Nanaiwa. I was able to come this far in shogi thanks to the dedicated guidance of my mentors. I am deeply grateful to Master Kitaki-kaka and Senpai Kitaki-kaka. But the person I want to thank the most is Ginkgo Senpai. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be where I am today. Yakama Azuma's words made Sora Ginkgo's face flush red. That's too much. The reporters immediately caught on to the key point. They quickly aimed their cameras at Yakama Azuma and Sora Ginkgo, snapping away continuously. Especially their tightly clasped hands, those were captured in countless close-up shots. Superscripto, a young Ryu and the Snow White of Nanaiwa. Even without captions, this photo alone would draw an enormous amount of views. When the camera flashes finally calmed down a little, Yakama Azuma moved behind Hinitsuru. He gently pushed her forward, placing both hands on her shoulders. This is Hinitsuru, the person I made a promise to before entering the Rulu tournament. That if I became Rulu, I would take her as my disciple. The camera flashes flared up intensely once again. The Rulu's disciple. That phrase alone would surely be a sensational headline. Shizu? Hinitsuru's voice carried a hint of surprise and joy. She hadn't expected Yakama Azuma to announce her status as his disciple in this way. Her big, round eyes shimmered with excitement. Yakama Azuma grinned happily. What was so special about flaunting the Rulu title? Of course, the real flex was showing off a beautiful senpai and an adorable little disciple. The truth was, Yakama Azuma wasn't without a desire to boast. It's just that what he wanted to flaunt was a little different from the norm. After proudly showing off his senpai and his disciple, Yakama Azuma immediately wanted to slip away. But the reporters had no intention of letting him go. This was the youngest Ryu, and on top of that, he was very handsome. If they didn't squeeze out a few more pieces of news, they would be unworthy of their title as reporters. May I ask, what is Yakama Dan's next goal? Eternal Ryu. Yakama Azuma was already quite close to reaching the highest level of shogi skill. At most, he would need to play until the second round of Eternal Ryu. At that point, whether he proceeded to the third round or not would mostly depend on whether he had the time. Then, may I ask, does Yakama Dan have any further goals? The reporters pressed on. Although this time, the potential man of the Rulu tournament had fallen, there was still Imjin in the shogi world. For this young Rulu, if he had long-term goals, they would surely be the same as that Imjin's. Collecting all the eternal titles. That would inevitably lead to a showdown with Imjin. Wouldn't the buzz around this topic explode? Yakama Azuma pondered for a moment, Prime Minister of Japan. Reporters. Taking advantage of the reporters' stunned expressions, Yakama Azuma grabbed Sorogenko and Hinitsuru and bolted. Hinitsuru Estate. Early in the morning, upon waking up, Yakama Azuma immediately felt that the decor of the estate was somewhat odd. It had only been a day, but now looking around in front of the estate's main gate, red lanterns were hanging brightly. On both sides of the walls, deep red silk banners were draped. Inside the estate, drums and gongs were being played, creating an extremely festive atmosphere. Just at that moment, Hinitsuru Ecchi stepped out. Yakama Azuma quickly approached. Hinitsuru-san, what is all this? A disciple acceptance banquet. Hinitsuru Ecchi replied matter-of-factly. The corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched. Why the hell does this look like a wedding banquet? And not just any wedding, but a traditional Chinese-style one. Yakama-sensei, don't just stand there dazed, I is still waiting for you inside. Hinitsuru Ecchi said. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma simply assumed that the Hinitsuru family didn't fully understand Chinese culture. They must have thought that decorating this way made the occasion more festive. So, half believing, half doubting, he stepped into the Hinitsuru estate. The result: just as he entered the grand hall, Yakama Azuma immediately saw, right in the center of the hall, a little girl dressed in a bright red ceremonial outfit, with a neatly embroidered red bridal veil covering her head. Yakama Azuma, FBI, Yakama Azuma, FBI, FBI, Yakama Azuma, Chapter 187, Garasimifo is the best. Yakama household. Garasimifo was reading news about the Rulu tournament on her phone. Seeing her student win the Rulu title on the path of shogi, he had almost reached the pinnacle. From the bottom of her heart, Garasimifo felt happy for Yakama Azuma. Her educational philosophy was that educators should guide students on the path to utilizing their own talents. Because once upon a time, due to a moment of impulsiveness, she had abandoned her talent in figure skating. Garasimifo had always regretted it. And now, seeing her student fully realize his talent as a teacher, Garasimifo felt as if she had been saved. But, turning off her phone, Garasimifo stiffened, pausing for a moment before raising her hands to lightly pat her cheeks. Trying to use this method to dispel the strange thoughts in her head. Lately, she kept dreaming about Yakama Azuma. Garasimifo. Even if you want to get married, you absolutely cannot take a student as a romantic fantasy. The beautiful female teacher told herself in embarrassment. The impression this troublesome student left on her was truly too profound. Both saved and taken care of. A handsome young man who nearly fulfilled all of Garasimifos fantasies. Young, handsome, talented, rich, a great cook, skilled at taking care of others, thoughtful. Saying she wasn't moved would definitely be a lie. Ever since that drunken incident, Garasimifo had been avoiding Yakama Azuma. After that, he went to Iwate. Only then was Garasimifo able to breathe a sigh of relief. But now that the Rulu tournament had ended, Yakama Azuma was about to return. Living together like this, no matter how much she tried to avoid it, being caught was only a matter of time. Garasimifo even entertained the idea of moving out of the Yakama household. Originally, she had moved into the Yakama house to supervise Yakama Azuma and the other girls. Yet now, she, the supervisor, was about to fall into the trap herself. Lifting her head to look around the room. Wherever her gaze landed, everything began to feel chaotic again. After being tidied up neatly by her own student, Garasimifo had tried to maintain the order according to the standards Yakama Azuma had set. But after just a few days, everything became messy again. It seemed she had an innate talent for wrecking household chores. If she didn't touch anything, the tidiness might last a few more days. But once she intended to step in, everything collapsed. Like this, do I even resemble a teacher anymore? Garasimifo covered her face in embarrassment. Clack. The sound of the door opening came from the entrance downstairs. Garasimifo immediately sat up straight. Just like an elementary school student caught off guard by their parents unexpectedly returning home, having spent the whole day watching TV instead of doing homework. I'm home. Huh? No one's home? A young man's voice echoed from downstairs. Only then did Garasimifo remember that today, she was the only one at home. Kasumidoka Utaha had gone to the Fujikawa publishing house to prepare for the release of the final volume of the Metronome in Love. Yukino Shita Yukino, as busy as ever, was working at the Laplace Corporation office. As for Kato Megumi, who had suddenly moved into the Yakama household in the middle of summer break lately, she had returned home to help her older sister prepare for her wedding. Wasn't someone else missing? Forget it, if she couldn't remember, it probably wasn't important. Garasimifo stood up. Even though she really didn't want to face this troublesome student at all. But Yakama Azuma had just won the Rulu tournament and returned home full of excitement, yet there was no one at home to share his joy with him. Oh grave comma, just thinking about that feeling, Garasimifo couldn't ignore it. Especially when she knew very well the root of Azuma's problems. That boy had always been lonely since childhood. Taking 2 deep breaths, Garasimova pulled open the door and quickly stepped outside. As a result, the moment she stepped down the stairs, she immediately saw Azuma looking up at her expectantly. Degrees. Of course, he already knew that today, only Garasimova was at home. Negation. After the disciple ceremony ended, Azuma had informed the girls in the house about his return. They had all sent their congratulations to him via line. But, the girls had also mentioned that they were busy. They had their own lives, and Azuma could certainly understand that. All things considered, today, only Garasimova, who had been trying to avoid him, was left in the house. Based on what he knew about Garasimova, she definitely wouldn't leave him alone. So, the moment he stepped into the house, Azuma had deliberately called out. Then, he stood by the stairs and waited. Seeing Garasimova hurriedly coming down, Azuma couldn't help but smile. "Garasa-sensei, I'm home." Azuma's tone at this moment was just like a boyfriend returning home. Garasimova nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, then still replied, "Welcome home." The situation was completely different from what she had imagined. The boy in front of her didn't seem lonely at all. Even so, if repeat again, Garasimova would still have stepped out of her room and come downstairs. But now, facing Azuma, she really just wanted to turn around and run back to her room. "Sensei, have you had lunch yet?" Azuma asked. Garasimova glanced at the clock in the living room. Only then did she realize that it was already close to noon. "Not yet." She shook her head. "Then I'll cook." "Sensei, just wait in the living room for a bit." Saying that, Azuma headed towards the kitchen. Casually grabbing the apron hanging near the door, he put it on. Watching the young man reach behind his back to tie the apron strings, his tall figure, firm arms, and that cute apron, Garasimova unconsciously swallowed. You just got back, don't tire yourself out. I can just order 2 portions of takeout." When she made the suggestion, her tone wasn't firm at all. "It's fine, I didn't get tired on the way home. Besides, takeout isn't as good as my cooking, right?" Azuma tied the apron strings into a bow at the back, then turned around. He winked at Garasimova. Garasimova only let out a long murmur, but her body was very honest. She had obediently sat down at the dining table before she even realized it. There was no other choice. That boy's cooking was simply too good, like magic, tempting the soul. These past few days, she had been ordering takeout. Her longing for the taste of his cooking had reached the point where she could no longer hold back her drool. She was just hungry, not thirsty, believe her. Moreover, this scene was just too much like her fantasies. After getting married, the 2 of them would live in an apartment of their own. Both had their own jobs, and after returning home one after another, they would greet each other with "I'm home" and "Welcome home." Then, the husband would put on an apron and prepare a simple meal. Nothing too fancy, just ordinary home-cooked dishes. Then, the 2 would sit at the dining table, eating while sharing interesting stories about their day. This scene any single woman of marriageable age must have imagined it at least once. And now, a beautiful young man who far exceeded her expectations was standing right in front of her, wearing an apron. How could she possibly refuse? "Garasa-sensei, what are you thinking about?" Azuma's voice pulled Garasimova back to reality. Degrees. There were already 2 stir-fried dishes on the table. Azuma was scooping rice from the electric cooker. "Is this enough?" He held up a small bowl of rice for Garasimova to see. She hurriedly nodded. That's enough." Receiving the bowl of rice and chopsticks he handed over, Garasimova's heartbeat involuntarily sped up. Azuma also scooped a bowl of rice and began eating. He picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and put it into his mouth. As for Garasimova, the moment she took her first bite, her taste buds felt as if they were bathed in a refreshing rain after a long drought. After so many days of longing, she was finally satisfied. Her eyes gently closed, and a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. Taking several more bites of rice, Garasimova suddenly looked up at Azuma, only then remembering why she had come downstairs. She slapped her forehead, blaming herself for thinking about nonsense earlier. Then, she quickly spoke, "Congratulations on winning the Rulu title. It's truly amazing." After saying just 2 sentences, Garasimova realized she really wasn't good at complimenting others. Luckily, even though her praise was somewhat lacking, the atmosphere didn't become awkward. "Thank you, Garasa-sensei. It's all thanks to you for understanding and encouraging me before," Azuma said with a smile. Hearing this, Garasimova could only shake her head helplessly. "I didn't do anything. This is an achievement you earned yourself." Even though they had a teacher-student relationship, Garasamitha felt that she hadn't actually helped Yakama Azuma much. From beginning to end, his determination had never wavered, so he never really needed her encouragement. His goals were extremely clear, with no need for anyone to guide him. If there was anything she did that could be considered a great help, it was probably just signing his leave application. But Garasamitha never expected. Just as she shook her head, Yakama Azuma suddenly spoke seriously, "As long as Garasa-sensei is by my side, that alone is an immense help. Meeting Garasa-sensei is truly the greatest luck and joy in my life. Garasa-sensei is the #1 teacher in the world." These words, even though Garasamitha knew they were mostly meant to flatter her, she still couldn't help but feel moved. Chapter 188, Mifa-sensei, please take responsibility for me. After the meal, Garasamitha cleaned up the dishes and placed them into the dishwasher. Watching the dishwasher start up, with the dishes inside gradually being cleaned, she couldn't help but sigh, how convenient. For someone as bad at housework as she was, this was truly an incredibly user-friendly invention. Since Yakama Azuma had done the cooking, naturally, she should be the one to do the dishes. But in the past, there had been a precedent. Leaving dishwashing to Garasamitha was a task with extremely high risk. Not only was she prone to breaking dishes, but Garasamitha herself was also at risk of getting injured by the broken shards. She had meant to help, yet in the end, it turned into a complete mess, and Yakama Azuma had to step in to salvage the situation. Just recalling that scene was enough to make Garasamitha feel embarrassed. She wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Fortunately, now that there was a dishwasher, such embarrassing incidents probably wouldn't happen again. Speaking of which, this dishwasher was also made by Yakama Azuma. Meeting him must have been my luck. Garasamitha truly felt that way in her heart. Just as she let out a breath of relief, Garasa-sensei, let's go to your room. Yakama Azuma's voice suddenly came from behind. Hearing that, Garasamitha's body instantly froze, trembling unconsciously. Nani? Go to her room? That. Even if they were going to do it, they should at least wait until the boy graduated. Besides, her room wouldn't do, it would completely kill the mood. Garasamitha. What on earth are you thinking? Right now, if he mentions a room, it can only mean that kind of thing, right? Are you that desperate? A deafening explosion echoed in her mind. Garasamitha stiffly turned around. Why my room? She still held on to a sliver of hope maybe the kid just wanted a quiet place to study. If that was the case, they could just go to his room instead. Because Garasa-sensei's room is a mess, like the scene of a traffic accident. Last time, even though I helped Garasa-sensei clean up, it's already been a few days. The room must have turned into a disaster zone again. Just to be sure, I need to check. Yakama Azuma looked at Garasamitha with an expression that said, you know exactly what I mean. Negation. Garasamitha's last hope shattered. The thing she had tried so hard to hide was now being dragged into the daylight. Her entire being deflated like a salted fish, completely devoid of energy and dreams. Can we not go? Nua. Of course not. Under Yakama Azuma's firm stance, Garasamitha lowered her head and led the boy upstairs, stopping in front of her room. She took out the key and unlocked the door. Garasamitha grasped the doorknob, but she really didn't want to push it open. Seeing this, Yakama Azuma could already guess the state of the room inside. Without hesitation, he reached out and directly placed his hand over Garasamitha's fair, slender one. The soft moan, whether from her student suddenly holding her hand or from the impending doom of the door being opened, was unclear. The door creaked open. A slightly messy room came into view. Yakama Azuma was a little surprised. He had expected to see another disaster like last time. But Garasamitha's room was actually only a little messy this time. It seemed that, given Garasamitha's terrible housework skills, she must have worked really hard just to keep it at this level. Yakama Azuma stepped into the room and began tidying up. He sorted the books on the desk, placing the ones in use on the desk and returning the unused ones to the shelf. The clothes that had once occupied the chair were carefully hung up. This time, Garasamitha stood right beside him. Upon asking, he found out that all the clothes in the room were clean. As for the worn clothes, she would immediately throw them into the laundry basket and wash them right away. Watching Yakama Azuma help tidy up her room, Garasamitha felt somewhat conflicted. The previously chaotic room became neat and spotless in the blink of an eye. Looking at the orderly, clutter-free room, Garasamitha suddenly felt a bit of admiration. If only she could clean her room as well as he did. Sasuga Azuma, you're amazing. Wait a minute, Yakama Azuma was her student, she was the teacher. Realizing this, Garasamitha felt even more conflicted. All done. Yakama Azuma clapped his hands after finishing the cleanup. Now, Garasa-sensei can stay here more comfortably. Garasamitha pressed her lips together, struggling to utter a simple word of gratitude. Thank you, Azuma-kun. Calling him a delinquent student at this moment would be too much. But calling him Yakima felt too distant. She didn't want to be distant from Yakima Azuma. It's nothing. More importantly, from now on, I'll just call you Mifa-sensei, okay? That's fine. If Mifa-sensei's room ever gets messy again, just call me to help. And no, it's fine, that would trouble you too much. I can just hire a cleaning service. Mifa-sensei has never hired a cleaning service before, probably because you don't want strangers in your room, right? In that case, just leave it to me. Garasu slightly parted her lips. Once again, her thoughts had been completely seen through. Indeed, the reason she never hired a cleaning service before was exactly that. She didn't want strangers entering her room. There were too many things in Garasu room that she didn't want others to see. For example, the trophies and medals displayed in the glass cabinet in the corner. But could she really keep relying on a student like this? Garasu truly felt uneasy. Moreover, you don't plan to help me for the rest of your life, do you? Garasu mumbled. No matter how optimistically she thought about it, if throughout high school, she had been living at Yakima's house. And in 2 more years when Yakima Azuma graduated, there would be no more reason for their paths to cross. By then, Yakima Azuma would go to university and live his own life. Maybe he'd marry a genius novelist or a blonde-haired noble lady. When that time came, she should know her place and quietly step away. And when that happened, she, who had been taken care of by Yakima Azuma for so long, would finally have to end everything. Garasu felt like she would die of sorrow. So, it was better to reject him from the beginning. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. There was no way Yakima Azuma could have heard that. And yet why not? Of course, I can. Yakima Azuma tilted his head, looking genuinely puzzled. Garasu eyes widened in shock. She never expected her tiny mumble to be heard by Yakima Azuma. Even more so, she never expected him to casually respond with "of course, I can." At that moment, Garasu heart pounded faster and faster. Okie dokie. Don't say things like that so casually. She turned her head away. After you graduate, you'll have your own life. I'm just your high school teacher, nothing more. Hearing that, Yakima Azuma immediately stepped forward. Seeing the young man approaching with such momentum, Garasu instinctively stepped back. In the end, she found herself leaning against the wall of the room. Meanwhile, Yakima Azuma smoothly lifted one hand and pressed it against the wall beside her, cutting off her escape. That's right, this was the legendary Cave Dawn. Being subjected to a Cave Dawn, Garasu mind was thrown into complete chaos, to the point where it no longer made any coherent sense. Could it be that Mifa-sensei doesn't plan to take responsibility? Yakima Azuma's words left Garasu utterly stunned. Take responsibility? Degrees? What did she have to take responsibility for? Could it be Garasu immediately recalled that drunken night? Could it be that, aside from those joyful life moments during the time when she had lost consciousness from drinking herself senseless, she had also carried out the premium content? The premium content that an adult must absolutely take responsibility for? Just the thought of that possibility, Garasu was so embarrassed that she wanted to strangle herself to death on the spot. She was such a beast. He was still just a high school student. How could she let herself be seduced by a young man's mesmerizing face and end up doing that? But if she had actually done it, then she would definitely have to take responsibility. She would wait until he graduated, and then she would marry him. Garasu started worrying about whether she could become a proper wife. After all, Yakima Azuma was too exceptional. Even if she couldn't support him in the future, at the very least, as his wife, she mustn't become a burden. While Garasu was still lost in her chaotic thoughts before, when Mifa-sensei asked about my past, you said something, didn't you? You weren't listening as a teacher, but as Garasu. Even after I graduate, Garasu will still be Garasu. At that point, you may no longer be Mifa-sensei. But I could still call you Mifu, or Mifa-ne. If that's the case, spending our whole lives together wouldn't be strange at all. Could it be that Mifa-sensei doesn't intend to keep her promise? Mifa-sensei, please take responsibility for me. Yakima Azuma tilted his head, looking at her with puppy dog eyes, his expression utterly innocent and harmless. Garasu slowly widened her eyes. So this was what he meant by taking responsibility? Then what about their firstborn child? She had even thought of a name already. Chapter 189, voluntarily choosing the wrong answer. Mifa-sensei, please take responsibility for me. Yakima Azuma's words still echoed in her ears. Garasu, both embarrassed and angry, immediately reached out to grab the boy's ear. Yakima Azuma swiftly dodged to the side. Having been caved on Ed against the wall, unable to move even a bit, Garasu could finally move again. She immediately chased after Yakima Azuma. Today, She was determined to teach this delinquent student a serious lesson. What was that about taking responsibility for me? Making her think all sorts of ridiculous things? Give back her Yumiko. If they had a daughter, that would be her name. After chasing Yakama Azuma for a while in the end, since the room size obviously couldn't compare to a sports field, even with his clear physical advantage, Yakama Azuma was still caught by Garasimifo. The two tumbled onto the freshly tidied bed. The pristine, smooth white bed sheets, originally without a single wrinkle, were now creased beneath them. Garasimifo pressed down on Yakama Azuma, grabbing both of his cheeks with her hands and kneading them for a while. After satisfying her desire for revenge, she finally calmed down. And once she calmed down, only then did Garasimifo realize that something about their position was off. To be precise, it could even be described as inappropriate. A cowgirl position. Her cheeks, already flushed from the exertion, turned an even deeper shade of red. She was just about to get up, pretend nothing had happened, and adjust her posture. But things never go as smoothly as one hopes. Yakama Azuma suddenly rolled over. Their positions immediately reversed. Looking up at the young man now pinning her down, Garasimifo became truly wide awake. And no, at least wait until after you graduate. She let out a soft whimper. She had taken things too far just now. Garasimifo understood that high school boys couldn't easily control their desires. But if something really did happen, Garasimifo would blame herself for the rest of her life. Then, does Mifo-sensei want to take responsibility? Yakama Azuma heard Garasimifo's whisper but didn't answer. He simply gazed seriously into her beautiful eyes. His breathing was slightly heavy. After asking that question, even Yakama Azuma himself realized the issue. Ever since he made his harem declaration, his desires had gradually intensified. Yakama Azuma did not want to let go of any important people around him. Garasimifo said they would part ways after graduation. This was something Yakama Azuma found difficult to accept. So he deliberately said ambiguous words to lead Garasimifo into foolish thoughts. Right now, Yakama Azuma was behaving like a yandere. Using every means possible to keep the person he loved by his side. They could have their own lives, but they could never leave Yakama Azuma. This excessive desire was clearly somewhat twisted. But Yakama Azuma refused to restrain himself. Garasimifo and Yakama Azuma stared at each other. There were emotions in the boy's eyes that she couldn't comprehend. Though she didn't fully understand them, Garasimifo knew that Yakama Azuma was afraid of losing her. This thought was as stubborn as a child's. Normally, this teenager spoke and acted so maturely, completely unfitting for his age. Yet this slightly childish stubbornness, while seeming out of place, carried a strange harmony. Garasimifo recalled the first day she visited Yakama's home. It seemed she really had made such a promise. That, as Garasimifo, she would listen to Yakama Azuma's past. That she would learn about him not as a teacher. Perhaps she truly had a responsibility to bear. Garasimifo knew very well that this thought was completely wrong. A stubborn student, she shouldn't be stubborn along with him. In the future, Yakama Azuma would surely have his own family. Leaving aside the question of whether she would ever get married. But when Yakama Azuma started his own family, what role would she have in his life? These were issues that could not be avoided. Yet, when she looked into Yakama Azuma's eyes, Garasimifo found herself wavering before this incorrect answer. It seems something like what you said has happened before. Garasimifo pretended to be lost in thought. A moment later, she nodded and spoke. All right, I understand now. As a teacher, of course, I can't break a promise. I will take responsibility. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma immediately smiled. Thank you, Mifo-sensei. You hurry and get up already. Oh, my bad. Please forgive me, Mifo-sensei. It's fine. Yakama Azuma quickly sprang up. The weight pressing on her body vanished, and Garasimifo immediately sat up, lowering her head to adjust her collar. At this moment, she didn't dare to look at Yakama Azuma. In a moment of impulse, she had agreed to take on a strange responsibility. Though she didn't regret it, such an ambiguous promise still left Garasimifo so embarrassed that she couldn't face anyone. Well then, I'll head out for now. Shirotamaru and Hogiokamaru haven't been fed yet. Yakama Azuma found an excuse to slip away. It wasn't until the room's door closed that Garasimifo slowly lifted her head. She raised a hand and touched her cheek. So warm. She didn't need a mirror to guess how red her face had become. Her fingers slid downward. Garasimifo touched the corner of her lips. Was she smiling? And not just any smile, a genuinely happy one. Realizing this, Garasimifo suddenly became aware of something. It felt as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. Her previous thoughts weren't wrong. If she had agreed to let Yakama Azuma help clean the room being taken care of like this, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken when the time to part came. But if she thought about it carefully, even if he hadn't helped clean the room, could she truly part with Yakama Azuma so easily? Gerasimova realized she had long been drawn in. From the day she visited his home, from the moment she began learning about Yukima Azuma's past as simply Gerasimova bit by bit, she had sunk deeper. What happened today, whether it had happened or not, was merely a difference in how deep she had sunk, not in the essence of the matter. On the contrary, after choosing this wrong answer, she felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Because deep down, she did not want to part with Yukima Azuma. For the first time, Gerasimova had a clear understanding of her own feelings. Thinking of this, she covered her face with her hands. Yukino, I'm so sorry. Guild +1. After the RU finals ended, summer vacation had practically come to a close. Only a few days remained before the new school term began. Azuma. Help. Lend me your homework to copy. On the last day of summer break, Ayuri rushed to Yukima Azuma's house, shouting the desperate plea of a lazy student. She had spent the entire vacation either lazy or binge-watching anime. Her summer homework had long been tossed to the back of her mind. It wasn't until Sayuri reminded her that the new school term was about to begin that Ayuri suddenly remembered. Yukima Azuma's mouth twitched slightly. Sasuga aho baka Ayuri. Her guts were impressive. Or rather, perhaps she hadn't considered who else was living in this house. Just as Ayuri was about to say something before she could even open her mouth, Gerasimova like the storm that is approaching. Sawamura-san. Summer homework must be done by yourself. It's an important part of improving your academic performance. Your last semester's exam scores barely passed. You were just a step away from being sent to remedial classes. Kuong 190, Ayuri lazy on the bed. Ayuri-san, can I interview you for a bit? What were you thinking, coming all the way to the homeroom teacher's rented apartment just to borrow homework for copying? Yukima Azuma sat next to Ayuri, pretending to be a reporter as he curiously asked. Meanwhile, Ayuri looked completely dejected, rushing to finish her homework. I forgot. Ayuri complained. During the past few days staying at Yukima's house, Gerasimova had been busy with an advanced teacher training course at Shuchen. So, Ayuri completely forgot that Gerasimova was also renting a place at Yukima's. And just like that, she walked straight into the trap. She was caught red-handed by her homeroom teacher. Copying homework was out of the question. Ayuri had no choice but to do it herself as best as she could. Whenever she didn't understand something, she asked Yukima Azuma. Might as well treat it as a supplementary study session. To be fair, Gerasimova wasn't wrong. For a student like Ayuri, who had been struggling and barely passed the semester exams, summer homework was something she had to take seriously. Otherwise, when the next semester started, there was a high chance she wouldn't be able to keep up with the lessons. And when the final exams came around, she would end up cramming in tears again. Watching Ayuri struggling to solve a math problem, Yukima Azuma reached out and gently patted her signature blonde hair. It's fine. A little airheadedness is cute too. After getting her comforting head pats, Ayuri felt a bit better. And her reaction wasn't anything special. After all, the two had already shared much more intimate moments before. These little physical gestures, as long as no one else was around, even a tsundere like Ayuri could accept them normally. After receiving her comforting head pats, Ayuri suddenly remembered something. She put down her pen and took an envelope out of her bag. Azuma, I saw that the mailbox outside was open earlier. I thought it was just newspapers or something, so I glanced inside. But it turned out to be a letter. So I grabbed it on my way in, but I forgot to give it to you until now. Yukima Azuma took the envelope and flipped it over for a closer look. There was no sender's name. But on the recipient's side, Yukima Azuma was neatly written. The handwriting was graceful and pleasant to the eyes. Staring at the envelope, Yukima Azuma felt a bit puzzled. Who would send him a letter? In this day and age, someone's still writing letters instead of just texting online. That's pretty rare. Ayuri also chimed in, curiously staring at the envelope in Yukima Azuma's hand. Yukima Azuma opened the envelope along the sealed edge. Inside, there were 2 sheets of letter paper. Unfolding them, he saw a handwritten letter. Dear Onyai-chan-sama, I hope this letter reaches you safely. Just reading the first line, Yukima Azuma immediately knew who the sender was. Even though for him, only a little over a month had passed. For the girl who wrote this letter, it had been a long 3 years. Yukima Azuma gently ran his fingers over the letter paper. He wondered what she had felt when she wrote this letter. Lowering his gaze, he continued reading. As promised, I have patiently waited for 3 years. Now that the 3-year period is over, I am sending you this letter. Even though you said we would meet again after 3 years, I can't help but feel a little anxious. After all, the way we met was already so strange. I have arrived in Tokyo and have heard a lot about you. I wonder if Onyai-chan still remembers this little sister of yours? We will be seeing each other soon. If Onyai-chan still remembers me, I will happily give you a hug filled with longing. If Onyai-chan has forgotten me, that's okay too. I will pretend we never met and let us have a new encounter from the beginning. Dear Onyai-chan, I hope this letter reaches you safely. I did not leave my name, but my longing and anticipation are completely real. These were the most important lines in the letter. Aside from that, there were many small things the girl wanted to share. Every stroke of her handwriting carried deep longing. Yakama Azuma carefully folded the letter and placed it back into the envelope. Sasuga Yuki. Even though they had made a promise for 3 years, more than 3 years had already passed. Yet she still worried that time wasn't enough, so she didn't rush to find him immediately. Instead, she sent a letter first, preparing for a reunion where they would pretend to be strangers. If Yakama Azuma recognized Yuki, then that would be wonderful. But if something unexpected had happened, causing Yakama Azuma to lose his memories of Yuki, she could temporarily use a new identity to get to know him again. This approach was meant to minimize any trouble for Yakama Azuma as much as possible. After putting away the envelope, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but sigh. Sasuga Miyamoto. She's already in Tokyo? Saying they would meet again soon. Just when would that be? A sense of anticipation rose within Yakama Azuma. Seeing his expression, Ayuri revealed a doubtful look. Azuma, was that letter from someone you know? Ayuri considered herself to have asked in a very subtle way. It's from my little sister. Yakama Azuma replied. Hearing that, Ayuri blinked her emerald green eyes. Degrees. Little sister? Azuma has a little sister? Since she didn't know much about Yakama Azuma's family background, she only knew that he had moved from Chiba to Tokyo and had been living alone ever since. So, Ayuri wasn't sure whether Yakama Azuma had any siblings. But thinking about it, it wasn't that surprising. Even if they weren't biological siblings, they could be cousins within the family. Ayuri herself had a few like that. It wasn't anything strange. She even had an older sister with pure British blood. Ayuri simply assumed that the letter was from a cousin of Yakama Azuma. So it's Imuto-san. Did she write about something important? Closing parenthesis, her sharp eyes twinkled with curiosity. In the future, she would become Yakama Azuma's wife. Building a good relationship with his little sister wouldn't hurt. Hearing Ayuri call Yuki Imuto-san, Yakama Azuma's expression turned a bit complicated. He had a strong feeling that Yuki would never acknowledge Ayuri as her sister-in-law. Not really. She just wrote to tell me she's arrived in Tokyo. Yakama Azuma casually brushed the topic aside. Hearing that, Ayuri let out a small "oh." So, it wasn't anything troublesome. That meant the most important thing right now was still her homework. Otherwise, when school started tomorrow, the one needing help wouldn't be the Imuto-san but herself, Ayuri. Q_P Azuma, how do I do this? Looking back at her workbook, Ayuri gave up on thinking and chose to rely on Yakama Azuma instead. Yakama Azuma chuckled, grabbed a pen and paper, and started explaining the problem to her. The next day, summer vacation had officially ended. The weather still carried a trace of summer heat, but the stifling humidity was gone. In the early morning and evening, when the wind blew, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt would make one shiver from the cold. Garasamitha had woken up early, dressed in her elegant small blazer, and headed to Toei Agasaki Academy. As a teacher, there was much to prepare on this first day of the new term. Last night, Ayuri had stayed over at Yakama's place. When Yakama Azuma returned from his morning run, she was still curled up in bed, refusing to get up. After all, she had stayed up late catching up on her summer homework. Once Yakama Azuma finished washing his face, he stood in front of Ayuri's door, took out a key, and unlocked it. Come to think of it, Yakama Azuma now had a total of 4 room keys. After returning from Hokkaido, Ayuri had given him her room key. Kato Megumi had handed hers over as soon as she moved in with Yakama. As for Kasamijoka Utaha, she had given him hers even earlier, right on the day they returned from the book signing event. The last one to hand over a key was Garasamitho. A few days ago, after a conversation with Yakama Azuma, for the sake of convenience in cleaning, she had also given him her key. Even though Yakama Azuma had explicitly stated during the rental agreement that he wouldn't keep copies of his tenant's keys, at this point, except for Yukino Shita Yukino, nearly all spare keys were in Yakama Azuma's possession. As for Yukino, she would probably hand hers over soon as well. Upon entering the room, Yakama Azuma saw Ayuri, whom he had already tried waking up once before his run. She was sprawled across the bed, limbs spread out in the shape of a giant character. A trace of transparent drool still lingered at the corner of her mouth. Yakama Azuma approached the bed and poked her cheek. Let me sleep a little longer. Grave accent, Ayuri mumbled in a daze. If you don't get up now, you'll be late. You wouldn't want to be tardy on the very first day of school, would you? Yakama Azuma tried to wake her up by invoking her perfect Ujusama image at Toei Agasaki Academy. But Ariri simply turned over. She had absolutely no intention of getting up. A Jawa-sama image? Who cared about that? Sleeping was way more important. The corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched. It seemed like gentle methods weren't going to work on this Ahobaka girl. Just as Ariri flipped over, Yakama Azuma raised his hand and delivered a smack to her rear. Slap. A crisp sound rang out, and Ariri let out an aggrieved whimper. She stirred slightly. But instead of getting up, she raised her hips even higher. Seeing this, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but laugh. This otaku girl. Had she awakened already? During their previous segs, Ariri had applied every jin technique she knew to their play. Had she gotten addicted? It seemed that even when given a choice between waking up and waking up, Ariri still stubbornly refused to leave the bed. So Yakama Azuma extended his sinful hands toward her waist. And then ha 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 ha. Stop. I can't breathe. I'm up. Stop tickling me. I'm getting up now. Just stop already. Maru Chapter 191, Inter-Academy Student Exchange Program. Sitting at the dining table. While biting into a bun, Ariri resentfully glared at Yakama Azuma. What's wrong? Yakama Azuma asked with an innocent expression. Ariri pouted. Who wakes up a girl like that? Hearing that, Yakama Azuma shrugged. Who's telling you not to wake up? Ariri gritted her teeth, revealing her small canine tooth. Can't you use another way to wake me up? For example, a morning kiss or something. Ariri didn't say it out loud, but that's what she was thinking. After all, the two of them had already done that. Using a morning kiss to wake each other up, wasn't that a perfectly normal thing? Hearing her complaint, Yakama Azuma unconsciously recalled the posture Ariri had unknowingly made after he smacked her butt. Oh, so that's the way she wants to be woken up? Yakama Azuma misunderstood. Exercising a little after waking up is indeed very good, but there's not enough time. You'll definitely be late for school. Ariri exercise what? Ariri was dumbfounded for a second but quickly understood what Yakama Azuma was implying. After all, she was Kashiwagi Iri-sensei. If only she could understand math problems this fast, that would be great. Ariri's complexion, naturally fairer than most, instantly turned red. Who said that kind of way? Azuma, aho, baka, hentai. Having just finished brushing her teeth and washing her face, Kasumijoka Utaha returned just in time to hear Ariri shouting something that included the word hentai. She suspiciously looked at Yakama Azuma. Yakama Azuma innocently shrugged. Today, he hadn't done anything hentai at all. After breakfast, the three of them went out together to the train station. Getting off at the station near the school, they headed toward Toyogasaki. Around them, quite a few students in Toyogasaki uniforms cast glances in their direction. Currently, Toyogasaki Private Academy had three widely recognized beauties. Kasumijoka Utaha, Sawamura Ariri, and Ella. And now, beside Yakama Azuma were two out of those three Toyogasaki beauties. Naturally, they attracted attention. However, the boys weren't too jealous. Not to mention Yakama Azuma's appearance. The three of them were also members of the same club. After the resounding success of White Album, Toyogasaki Academy had even promoted their game development club at one point. After all, it was a club from their school. If the club succeeded, the school also gained recognition. Many people knew about this. So, seeing members of the same club walking together was only natural. Since it wasn't a new school year, this time, there was no opening ceremony, nor was there a need to gather in the main hall. Upon entering the school, Kasumijoka Utaha immediately separated from the two of them to head to her third-year class. Meanwhile, Yakama Azuma and Ariri went straight back to Class 1E. As soon as he sat down, Yakama Azuma caught a pleasant scent of tuberose flowers. He looked in the direction of the fragrance. Kato Megumi was approaching. Good morning, Megumi. Yakama Azuma greeted Kato Megumi. Kato Megumi lowered her hand. I didn't expect Azuma-san to notice. I was planning to cover your eyes and have you guess who I was. Even as she said that, a beautiful smile still bloomed on Kato Megumi's lovely face. Huh? It looks like no one is here. I must be seeing things, how strange. Yakama Azuma turned his head away. Kato Megumi giggled. Immediately after, a pair of soft hands covered his eyes. Guess who I am? It's Megumi. You guessed right. Good morning, Azuma-san. The two of them smiled at each other. You two sure are close. Ella, the Russian girl sitting next to Yakama Azuma, twitched the corner of her lips at the scene before her. It's only morning, and she's already being force-fed dog food. That said, to be honest, this kind of interaction was a bit childish. But it also seemed quite fun. Only very close friends could do such innocent things together. And as a foreign exchange student, Ala naturally didn't have such friends. Her words carried a hint of jealousy. Pay attention to me too. In Russian, negation, Kato Megumi blinked her shiny eyes. She didn't understand Russian. But for some reason, she could still sense Ala's intent. She tilted her head and looked at Yakama Azuma. Her gaze seemed to ask, is she also part of your harem? Under that stare, Yakama Azuma felt a little flustered. Although he had said something like, you are all my wings. To Kato Megumi. In reality, after declaring the harem, he felt even more guilty. Everyone, return to your seats. The morning self-study session is about to begin. Garasimov entered the classroom and tapped the blackboard. The students, who had been chatting excitedly because of the new semester, immediately returned to their seats obediently. Garasimov still maintained her authority as a teacher. After ensuring everyone was seated, she subconsciously glanced at Yakama Azuma. Seeing the boy attending class obediently and even looking quite well behaved, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while also feeling a subtle emotion rising in her heart. Clearing her throat softly, Garasimov shook off her distracting thoughts and seriously assumed her role as a teacher. Summer vacation is over. Starting today, the new semester officially begins, so everyone should focus again. The academic workload for the next half year will be heavier, and the exams will be even more difficult. You must study hard. After the morning classes end, the subject representatives will collect your summer homework. After announcing the usual matters, Garasimov took out a few forms from her document folder. One more thing. You all may have heard about the student exchange program when applying to Toei Agasaki Academy, but you may not fully understand it yet. The so-called student exchange program means that in the second semester of each year, students can apply for an exchange. The three private academies Toei Agasaki, Shuchen, and Hayaka conduct academic exchanges with each other. If you wish to participate, you can fill out an application form. As long as the target academy accepts you, you can become an exchange student. At this point, Garasimov paused slightly. Then, her expression became more serious. Although I shouldn't say this, as your homeroom teacher, I must take responsibility for you all. Shuchen Private Academy is a true aristocratic school, where more than 90% of the students come from prestigious families. These words were already phrased very modestly. In reality, nearly 99% of Shuchen students were from the upper class. If they weren't the sons or daughters of conglomerates, then they were the grandchildren of politicians. Unlike Toei Agasaki Academy, which places more emphasis on academic performance, Shuchen evaluates a student's family background as well. Aside from a small number of exceptionally talented students admitted as part of an image strategy, most of Shuchen's high school students had been studying there since middle school. The school even had the concept of Junin and Kanin, pure and mixed. Junin referred to students who had passed the entrance evaluation, entered from middle school, and progressed straight to high school. Because of this distinction, the atmosphere of exclusivity in Shuchen was easy to imagine. However, compared to another academy, this situation was actually considered mild. When mentioning that other school, Garasimov's expression turned even worse. As for Hayaka Private Academy, I do not encourage any of you to go there for an exchange. You may have heard of Hayaka's nickname, the Gambling Hell. This school is completely different from a normal academy. Gambling is legalized within the school, studying is secondary, and only gambling truly matters. Stepping into that place, losing everything is just an ordinary occurrence. At this point, Garasimov stopped speaking. Logically speaking, as a homeroom teacher, she shouldn't have said such things. After all, the three private academies had a close relationship with each other. But she had to take responsibility for her students. Gambling was just like drugs, it was something that should never be touched. If anyone is interested in participating in the exchange program, you can come up after class to take an application form. Once you've filled it out, submit it to me in the office, and I will forward it to the school board for review. That concludes the information about the student exchange system. If there's nothing else, everyone, proceed with self-study. After speaking, Garasimov left the classroom, leaving the students to discuss among themselves. As soon as she left, whispers quickly spread throughout Class 1E. Hey! Yukuma-san, is there really a high school that prioritizes gambling above everything else? Ala couldn't contain her curiosity and turned to ask Yakama Azuma with a doubtful expression. He nodded slightly. It was understandable that Ala, an exchange student from Russia, would find this incomprehensible. Even Yakama Azuma, who had memories related to Hayaka, had found the system absolutely absurd when he first heard about it. Hayaka Private Academy is backed by the Momobami conglomerate. Every year, they don't actively recruit students, instead, students must apply on their own. Inside the school, gambling is legalized and is practically the top priority. Moreover, They have some extremely ridiculous rules. Yukima Azuma gave a brief summary of Hyako. Upon hearing this, Ala's expression turned slightly strange. It was truly absurd. Kujo-san, it's best that you don't go to Hyako. Yukima Azuma kindly warned. Chapter 192, Shuchin Academy's Exchange Invitation. Kujo-san, it's best if you don't come to Hyako. Once again, he sincerely offered his advice. Hyako was called the gambling hell, not just because gambling was considered supreme within the academy, but also because this place had rules tied to gambling that were extremely cruel. For example, the house pits system. Where there was gambling, there would inevitably be those who lost to the point of bankruptcy, unable to repay their debts. The wagers in Hyako mainly took place between students or between students and a student council. Once someone was deeply in debt and failed to repay on time, that debt would be transferred to the student council. The Hyako student council would pay off the debt on behalf of the debtor. And once the student council took over the debt, that student would become a pet. In Hyako, pets were forced to wear humiliating tags, either in the shape of a dog or a cat. And from that moment on, they lost all their rights as a human being. The student council could decide the pet's entire future, including marriage, bodily autonomy, etc. Furthermore, because the entire academy was immersed in gambling, those who kept winning no longer found satisfaction in mere monetary wagers. Betting oneself, one's freedom, or even one's life, everything could be accepted as long as both parties agreed. This was the reason why Hyako was called the gambling hell. And in this hell, lacking ambition was actually a good thing. The worst thing was being someone with a strong competitive spirit and a perfectionist mindset. As long as someone possessed these two traits, no matter how intelligent they were, in this abyss of gambling, there was only one possible outcome. Ala and Hyako were completely incompatible. Hearing the serious warning from Yukima Azuma, Ala, who was sitting next to him, slightly nodded. I won't go to places like that. She had only asked about Hyako out of curiosity. When it came to gambling, Ala always kept her distance. The morning classes passed quickly. After the bell rang, signaling the end of the period, no one came to the podium to take the application form. A normal high school student, upon hearing about Shuchin and Hyako, might feel a fleeting sense of interest due to their pride. But the students who were able to pass the entrance exam for Toei Agasaki Private Academy, no matter how low their ranking, were not actually foolish. What's the first class? Yukima Azuma leaned back in his chair and turned to ask Kato Megumi, who was sitting behind him. The new semester's schedule had changed. And, of course, Yukima Azuma had no motivation to check the new schedule himself. At this moment, his only option was to ask Dorigumi. Literature, then chemistry, math, and the last period is cooking class. Kato Megumi took out the schedule she had copied into her pencil case and handed it to Yukima Azuma. Eh? We have cooking today? But I already brought a bendo. Kita Ikuyo, who had just come over after class, frowned upon hearing this. Cooking class was held once a week, usually as the last period of the morning. Toei Agasaki Academy provided the ingredients, so students didn't need to bring their own. And the finished dish couldn't just be thrown away. Normally, it became the students' lunch for the day. Kita-chan, what did you bring? Airi asked curiously. Fried chicken sandwiches. Kita Ikuyo answered as she returned to her seat and took out her bento. Opening the lid, inside were 4 slices of sandwiches that looked absolutely delicious. In between, golden brown pieces of fried chicken could be seen. Has everyone had breakfast yet? Help me finish this. Kita Ikuyo held out her bento, offering it to the others. Airi had eaten steamed buns at Yukima's house this morning. Ala and Kato Megumi had also eaten breakfast at their own homes. In the end, Kita Ikuyo could only turn to Yukima Azuma for help. Are you trying to make me explode from eating too much? Seeing Kita Ikuyo's pleading eyes, Yukima Azuma pointed at himself, looking utterly shocked. Degrees, that expression made the girls burst into laughter. In the end, Yukima Azuma still took a bite. Then, he grabbed 2 more sandwiches. Yukima Azuma walked toward his unfortunate friends. Satu, Kunimai, have you guys had breakfast yet? Hearing that, Kunimayama and Satukazuma simultaneously shook their heads. Clearly, these two were the type to sleep in until the very last minute. Where would they find time for breakfast? Staring at the fried chicken sandwich in Yukima Azuma's hand after the morning classes, the 2 male students were already a bit hungry, and now they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Want some? Yukima Azuma grinned mischievously. Negation. The 2 of them obviously knew Yukima Azuma had no good intentions, but they couldn't resist the temptation and nodded. If so, you guys know how to call me properly, right? Yukima Azuma slowly lured them in. In your dreams. Satukazuma pointed at Yukima Azuma. Do you think we'd throw away our pride just for a sandwich? Kunimayama also in agreement. Yukima Azuma said nothing, only slightly lifted a corner of the bread. The filling in Kita Ikuyo's sandwich was incredibly generous. Just one glance inside was enough to make it even more tempting. Kita-san made it. Honored father. Yukima Azuma smiled in satisfaction and handed them the sandwiches. Satisfying. Watching those two take a huge bite in a hurry was truly a delight. As soon as the sandwich went down, Yukima Azuma added, "That'll be 500 yen in total." Nani? Satokazuma's eyes widened. With his mouth still full of sandwich, his voice was a bit muffled. They had already called him honored father. Yet he was still charging them. "The sandwich belongs to Kita-san. If it were mine, of course, I would have treated you both." Yukima Azuma shrugged. Only now did Kunimayama and Satokazuma realize they had been thoroughly tricked. They didn't have to call him that at all. The two of them dug into their wallets, each pulling out a 500 yen coin and handing it to Yukima Azuma. After receiving the money, Yukima Azuma was about to return to the girls. But at that moment, Garasamitha pushed the classroom door open and peeked inside. "Yukima Azuma, come to the office." As soon as she spotted him, Garasamitha called him out directly. Yukima Azuma blinked. "Huh?" Waiting until Garasamitha left, Yukima Azuma returned to the girls. He handed the 1,000 yen he had just received, along with another 1,000 yen from his own wallet, to Kita Ikuyo. No, Yukima-san helped me out, so how could I accept money?" Kita Ikuyo quickly refused. "It's fine, business is business. The sandwich was delicious, it deserves to be paid for." Yukima Azuma stuffed the money into Kita Ikuyo's hands. At the same time, he grabbed the last sandwich. Before leaving, he turned back and asked, "Do you guys want anything to drink? I can grab something on my way back." There was a vending machine right next to the teacher's office. "I'd like black tea, thanks, Azuma-san." Kamikato Megumi raised her hand, looking like a well-behaved student. "I'll take green tea," Kita Ikuyo said, and also handed a 500 yen coin back to Yukima Azuma. Ariri seemed like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Yukima Azuma smiled and nodded. Got it, lemon tea." Finally, Yukima Azuma looked at Ella. Ella was slightly startled, clearly not expecting Yukima Azuma to ask her as well. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should respond. If she answered and Yukima Azuma ended up saying he wasn't actually going to buy it, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? How about red bean soup? Without waiting for Ella to respond, Yukima Azuma asked on his own. Ella often drank red bean soup. If she really had to choose, the answer could only be that. She nodded slightly. "Thanks." "How wonderful." Russian, as usual, her words carried 2 layers of meaning. Yukima Azuma chuckled, grabbed his sandwich, and left the classroom, heading toward the teacher's office. He knocked on the door, then stepped inside. "Here again so early in the morning?" A teacher familiar with Yukima Azuma teased him. "No choice, Garasa-sensei spoils me too much." Yukima Azuma ran a hand through his hair, feigning helplessness. Hearing that, the surrounding teachers burst into laughter. Garasamitha quickly walked over and pulled him to her desk. This brat really didn't know when to stop talking. It sounded like a normal teacher-student relationship. But she felt a little guilty. O_O grave comma. As soon as they both sat down, Garasamitha was about to say something. Yukima Azuma had already brought the sandwich in his hand right in front of her. "Garasa-sensei, you haven't had breakfast, have you?" This morning, Garasamitha had left the house early and didn't have time to eat at Yukima's place. And with the busy morning class filled with student exchange program documents, she probably hadn't had the chance to go down to the cafeteria either. Yukima Azuma's guess was spot on. Garasamitha stared at the sandwich in front of her, unconsciously swallowing her saliva. Her stomach wasn't shy either, letting out a loud growl. Guru. Hearing that sound, Garasamitha's face turned red. But thinking about it, Yukima Azuma had already seen far more embarrassing things. So this time, she didn't feel all that flustered. "Kuum." She let out a small cough to cover her embarrassment, then reached out and took the sandwich from him. She hadn't even noticed she had skipped breakfast. But Yukima Azuma did. That kind of attentiveness felt like a warm stream flowing into her heart. It made her feel at ease. "I called you here for this, take a look first." Garasamitha handed Yukima Azuma a paper designed like an invitation letter. He took it and quickly scanned through it. The content was simple. It was an invitation from Shuchin Academy, inviting Yukima Azuma to participate in a student exchange program at Shuchin. The tone was formal, and the invitation was even handwritten. It was unclear whether Shuchin simply valued appearances, or if they particularly valued him. By the time Garasamitha finished her sandwich, Yukima Azuma had already looked up. "This is an invitation for the student exchange program from Shuchin. What do you think?" Garasamitha asked. Chapter 193, Ala decides to give up the student exchange invitation from Shuchin Academy. Gerasimitha was somewhat curious about Yakama Azuma's thoughts. Would he want to go to Shuchin for the exchange program? Normally, she didn't encourage students in her class to participate in exchange programs. But if it was Yakama Azuma, Gerasimitha felt there was no issue at all. Even though she always called him a troublesome student. Yakama Azuma was actually the one she trusted the most. The boy she had summoned to the office on the very first day of school possessed a maturity and capability far beyond his peers. Even if he went to Shuchin Academy, a place filled with noble heirs, Gerasimitha believed that Yakama Azuma would still shine the brightest. Moreover, this invitation was from Shuchin, not Hyako. There was nothing to worry about. Yakama Azuma stared at the invitation letter, deep in thought. Should he go to Shuchin? It wasn't impossible. Going to Shuchin would be beneficial for expanding connections and scouting talents. This invitation was undoubtedly sent by Shinomiya Kaguya. If he went to Shuchin, most of his time would be spent strategizing against Shinomiya Kaguya. But that wasn't necessarily a disadvantage. Becoming closer with Shinomiya Kaguya would make it easier for her to entrust Hayasaka Ai to him. Although they were technically in a master-servant relationship, in reality, the bond between Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka Ai was stronger than that of real sisters. If Shinomiya Kaguya couldn't feel at ease entrusting Hayasaka Ai to him, no matter how he managed to take her away, Hayasaka Ai would never truly be at peace. As Yakama Azuma was still contemplating, Gerasimitha spoke up, "Go. It's only for one semester, a few months will pass in the blink of an eye." Since Yakama Azuma didn't reject it immediately, Gerasimitha understood his answer. Going to Shuchin would definitely bring benefits to him. His hesitation was mostly because he didn't want to reduce his time with those girls. But they had all moved into his house already. Even if they had less time together at school, they could just make up for it at home. Gerasimitha thought the same. And as a teacher, if something was good for her student, she had to encourage him to do it. Sensei is right. Yakama Azuma smiled, picked up the pen on the desk, and signed his name on the invitation letter. After all, it was just one semester. Going to Shuchin to take a look wouldn't be a bad idea. Gerasimitha put away the invitation letter, which would then be sent to the school administration. Alright, you have 3 days to prepare for the exchange program. Tomorrow, Shuchin will likely send over the uniform. By Thursday, you can officially go there to register. At that time, someone will guide you. The first day at Shuchin won't have any classes, just an orientation. When the time comes, just follow the assigned guide. Gerasimitha instructed. Yakama Azuma nodded. After returning to class, he told the girls about his invitation to Shuchin. Knowing that next semester Yakama Azuma wouldn't be by their side, whether it was Ariri, Kato Megumi, or Ala, all of them felt a little disappointed. But Ariri and Kato Megumi shared the same thoughts as Gerasimitha. Even if they couldn't meet at school, they could just go to Yakama's house after school, the same for weekends. The morning passed quickly. Before long, it was already the last period. The entire 1E class headed to the cooking practice room. On the way, the students had already formed their groups in advance. Grouping in cooking class was decided by the students themselves. Kunimayama and Satukazuma didn't seek out Yakama Azuma. After one semester, they were already used to it. Yakama Azuma always teamed up with Kato Megumi in cooking class. If there were additional members, they were always girls surrounding him. Even though they sometimes shouted, "Ryaju should just explode." Kunimayama and Satukazuma never actually interfered. "Megumi, team up with me for this cooking class?" Yakama Azuma smiled as he invited her. It was already an unspoken rule. But Yakama Azuma always made sure to ask first. Because Kato Megumi had once said that since childhood, she had never been invited to form a group. So every time, Yakama Azuma would extend the invitation, making up for all those times Kato Megumi had never received one. I agree. Thank you for inviting me, Azuma-san. Kato Megumi replied gently, radiating a bright and cheerful aura. Ever since she met Yakama Azuma, the once quiet girl had started smiling more often. But if Yakama Azuma participated in the student exchange program, cooking classes like these might feel a little lonely. As Kato Megumi was thinking this is unfair. Two top-tier chefs teaming up is an imbalance in resource distribution. Ariri ran over. Unless you let me join too. Can I join as well? I promise I won't get in the way. Ala also asked. Just as Kita Ikuyo arrived, the group had already been formed. Today's cooking class required groups of 4. Kita-chan. It's fine, it's fine. I'll find someone else. Kita Ikuyo cheerfully waved her hand, genuinely unbothered. After all, she got along well with the entire class. As the super extrovert of 1E, she was like the class's little son. Sure enough, the moment she stepped away, another girl approached to invite her to a group. Seeing this, Ariri let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi looked at the new additions to their group, her tuberose-colored eyes blinking. It seemed like she didn't need to worry about feeling lonely after all. Come to think of it, it made sense. Even after entering high school, her presence remained subtle. But because of Azuma-san, she was no longer just a background character. Sawamura-san was a close friend she could live with. Kita-san was someone she chatted with daily. Even Kuja-san, whom she had met not long ago, could be considered a friend. Even if Yukima Azuma wasn't at school, the impact he left behind ensured that Kato Megumi wouldn't have to endure anything alone. Thinking this, Megumi smiled softly. The cooking teacher was a middle-aged woman. Rumor had it that she was a special instructor hired by Toei Agasaki Academy. She held an advanced chef certification along with a teaching license. She had once been a chef for Japan's national banquets. This semester, we will be learning about Keisuke Ryori, note, Keisuke cuisine. Unlike ordinary schools that simply read from a cookbook, then rushed students through making something simple like curry, Toei Agasaki Academy's cooking course truly taught etiquette in cuisine and the art of hospitality. The dishes focused mainly on Keisuke Ryori, a high-class culinary style originating from the tea ceremony. What is known as Keisuke Ryori was once called Kei and Ryori, a banquet-style meal. The term Keisuke literally means breast pocket stone. These kanji were thought to be incorporated by Sen no Riki to symbolize the frugal meal served in the austere style of the Japanese tea ceremony. A typical Keisuke menu follows the Ikiju Sansai or Ikiju Nisai format: 1 soup with 3 side dishes, or 1 soup with 2 side dishes. Keisuke Ryori places extreme importance on refinement, from the choice of tableware to the arrangement of the dishes, all requiring meticulous attention to detail. Of course, one lesson couldn't possibly cover everything. For the first session of the semester, the focus would be on Ajimino and Mimino fried and simmered dishes. Yukima Azuma selected ingredients from the refrigerator he planned to make tempura, oden, and miso soup. Megumi, pass me that for a second. Here you go. Is that done yet? Just a little more. Hand me. I already got it. It's right by your hand, Azuma-san. Once they started cooking, the conversation between Yukima Azuma and Kato Megumi felt almost like a coded exchange. Ella, standing beside them, was slightly astonished. How could Kato Megumi instantly understand what that meant? These two were way too in sync. Watching them work together so seamlessly, Ella felt an invisible yet undeniable wall between her and them. As an exceptional student, Ella's cooking skills were by no means inferior. At first, she had planned to showcase her talent. But now, she found herself with no opportunity to step in at all. After standing there for a while, she eventually sat down next to Eri, who was lazily munching on potato chips. Have they always been like this? Ella asked, her tone difficult to describe. Eri, still chewing on a chip, shrugged. Well, all of last semester's cooking classes were just like this. She, too, had once tried to join in. But eventually, she gave up. Because their synchronization was downright terrifying. Eri held out the open bag of chips to Ella. Ella silently took one and joined Eri in eating in the corner. Yukima Azuma adjusted the broth for the oden before adding the ingredients to simmer. Then, he prepared to make tempura. But he soon realized that some ingredients were missing. Turning around, he spotted Eri and Ella sitting behind him, munching on something. Apostrophe grave accent, that was for the tempura batter, you too. Yukima Azuma laughed. Eh? No wonder there were potato chips on the table. Eri scratched her head, grinning sheepishly. Eri, greater than Ella, degrees. She had been wondering where Eri got the chips from. I'll go grab another bag. She stood up, about to head to the ingredients room. No need, I already brought another one. A gentle voice suddenly rang out, startling Ella. Turning around, she saw Kato Megumi, who had somehow slipped away unnoticed. Now, she was holding a fresh bag of potato chips, just returning from the ingredients room. With her usual attentiveness, Kato Megumi had anticipated this happening the moment she saw potato chips on the ingredient list. So, she had kept an eye out. When she saw Eri take the chips, she hadn't stopped her. She simply went to get another bag. Watching this scene unfold, Ella gave up completely. Forget it. She might as well just act like a salted fish and wait to be fed. The tempura pieces were dipped in batter and dropped into the hot oil. A sizzling sound filled the air as an irresistible aroma spread throughout the room. Even in the cooking classroom, where various dishes were being prepared, this fragrance stood out unmistakably. Students at the surrounding tables turned their heads, swallowing unconsciously. They couldn't take it anymore. Every time they had cooking class, they were tormented like this. Was Yukima Azuma's cooking skill even fair? The cooking teacher sat at the podium, inhaling the scent, and clicked her tongue in admiration. Since last semester, she had noticed that there was a student in this class whose cooking skills rivaled those of top-tier chefs. She herself had once been praised as a natural-born culinary genius by her master. By the time she was in high school, she had already undergone 10 years of training. And yet, back then, the dishes she made could only just barely be considered delicious. It wasn't until she earned her chef certification that she was already past 40. Chapter 194, Bringing the Hinitsuru family aboard Laplace's pirate ship. Sensei, how about you have some too? Yakuma Azuma felt a bit unnatural being stared at by the cooking teacher, so he spoke up. The cooking teacher, a woman who had entered middle age and was once hailed as a culinary genius but had since hit a wall in her progress, felt a little embarrassed upon hearing that. After waving her hand to signal that it wasn't necessary, she withdrew her gaze. Even so, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This student named Yakuma Azuma at the beginning of his studies, his cooking skills were still slightly below the level of a professional chef. But after just half a semester, his culinary skills had made a breakthrough. And now, this student had surpassed even her and was still advancing forward. Even though she had once been a royal chef of Japan, a highly renowned figure in the country's culinary world, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Indeed, people could not be measured equally. The cooking teacher raised her head and looked at the ceiling. Perhaps in another 10 years, this student would reach an entirely new level. By then, all she could do would be to watch from behind. 10 years later, how old would he be? Not even 30. Meanwhile, Yakuma Azuma, who was plating his dish, had no idea what his instructor was thinking. But if he did, he would probably just give an awkward laugh. Because in reality, it had only taken him a year to reach this level. Notification: your cooking skill has reached the maximum level, cooking, level 7, cooking, level 8, so when it came to talent, it was really unreliable. It still all came down to grinding. Hard work could make up for shortcomings. Grinding is eternal grind, and grind some more. It's done, come and eat. Yakuma Azuma waved over the 2 salted fish. If they weren't causing trouble, they were helping out. Ariri had long been overwhelmed by the enticing aroma. Hearing that the food was ready, she immediately pulled up a chair and sat down. Ella, too, caught the distinct fragrance of the dish. At that moment, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Itadakimasu. With that, Ariri picked up a piece of odon and put it into her mouth. Immediately, she narrowed her eyes, her face brimming with delight. Oh, seeing Ariri's exaggerated expression, Ella couldn't help but think, could it really be that delicious? No matter how good it is, it can't possibly make someone show a reaction like that. With that thought, she picked up a piece of crispy fried shrimp tempura and took a bite. The crispy shell crackled, while the shrimp inside was fresh and juicy. A perfect explosion of flavor and texture burst across her tongue. Ella, who was always known for her cold and aloof demeanor, at this moment, the icy mask she wore completely melted away. She unconsciously narrowed her eyes, placing her left hand lightly on her cheek in a classic hara-hara pose. Yummy. This is beyond imagination. Apostrophe, comma, it was the first time in her life she had tasted a dish crafted with such an extraordinary level of skill. Her reaction was even more intense than Ariri's. Too good. If I can't eat this again in the future, life will be miserable. Russian, I love it. I really love it. How can someone be this amazing? Russian. Luckily, when rambling, Ella had the habit of speaking in Russian. Otherwise, the reputation she had carefully built at school would have completely collapsed. The next day, Yakuma Azuma requested a leave of absence. Garasimov sighed helplessly. Clearly, there were only 2 days left before the transfer to Shuchen. And yet, he was still taking a day off. However, she knew that Yakuma Azuma had important matters to handle, so she naturally approved his request. On the way, she also stopped by Toei Agasaki to pick up the custom-made Shuchen uniform for him. Meanwhile, after taking his leave, Yakuma Azuma immediately headed to Laplace Corporation. Currently, Laplace's smart furniture has officially hit the market. And just as expected. Even though its futuristic technology and humanized, personalized designs have garnered immense attention and praise, for a product line like furniture, something that people don't replace frequently, no matter how high the quality, the initial phase would bring in compliments rather than a flood of orders. The best-selling product so far is the fully automatic smart washing machine. Compared to the semi-automatic washing machines currently available, a fully automatic washing machine has significant appeal. In short, the future looks promising, but brand building takes time. The reason Yakuma Azuma took a leave of absence today to visit Laplace Corporation was good morning, Hinitsuru-san. Yakuma Azuma greeted Hinitsuru Akina. Hinitsuru Akina smiled and nodded. As it turns out, no matter how rarely a woman smiles, when she meets someone she genuinely cherishes, she will still show a radiant smile. How has Ai-chan been doing lately? Thank you for your concern, Yakuma-sensei. She's doing well, but she keeps saying she misses her Shizu very much. The corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched slightly. That was a difficult statement to respond to. After the summer vacation, Hinitsuru I had been taken back to the Hinitsuru household from Yakama's place. After all, she was still an elementary school student. She needed to focus on her studies. Even though she had been taken back, Yakama Azuma still vividly remembered the scene from the apprenticeship ceremony that day. It was terrifying. Even though Hinitsuru Akina had emphasized multiple times that the red kimono embroidered with gold thread I wore was merely ceremonial attire for the apprenticeship ritual. Ahem. Yakama Azuma coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. Hinitsuru-san mentioned there was something to discuss today? Hearing him bring up the main topic, Hinitsuru Akina withdrew her smile. The head of the Hinitsuru family took a folder out of her handbag. First, take a look at this. Yakama Azuma accepted the document and flipped it open. It was a report on the Hinitsuru family's ryokan system. Inside were detailed records of the number and locations of Hinitsuru ryokans across Japan, as well as overseas branches. Along with that was data on the guest traffic at these ryokans. This could be considered core information of the Hinitsuru family. By all logic, he shouldn't have been allowed to see these documents. After carefully reading through everything, Yakama Azuma slid the folder back toward Hinitsuru Akina. He couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of Japan's #1 ryokan chain. Previously, he had tried estimating the number of ryokans the Hinitsuru family owned. He had even intentionally set his estimates as high as possible. Yet, the actual numbers still exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the guest traffic was astonishing. One had to remember that Japan's tourism industry was not at its peak right now. Yet, Hinitsuru ryokans were still able to maintain such a large influx of guests. They didn't rely on favorable market conditions, just their rock-solid reputation. What do you think? Hinitsuru Akina asked. Yakama Azuma didn't exaggerate in the slightest. Very impressive. The Hinitsuru name truly lives up to its reputation. Facing his sincere praise, Hinitsuru Akina simply smiled. Laplace Corporation is currently focusing on the furniture industry, correct? Have you ever considered collaborating with Hinitsuru Ryokan? As she spoke, Hinitsuru Akina carefully observed his reaction. Yakama Azuma nodded calmly. Of course, he had considered it. If Laplace could collaborate with Hinitsuru Ryokan, allowing their hotels to feature Laplace Corporation's furniture, it would be the best real-world advertisement. Hinitsuru Ryokan would become a living, breathing showcase for the Laplace brand. However, even though he had thought about it, but, at its current scale, Laplace Corporation isn't yet in a position to form an equal partnership with Hinitsuru Ryokan. It may take more time, but Laplace Corporation won't stop at just furniture. That's why I haven't approached Hinitsuru-san yet. I didn't expect Hinitsuru-san to come looking for me first. Yakama Azuma spoke his thoughts candidly. Even though he was Hinitsuru I's shizu, business was business. He couldn't mix the two. Teaching Hinitsuru I was one thing, but collaborating with the Hinitsuru family was an entirely different matter. At this stage, if he wanted to partner with the Hinitsuru family, there were only two possibilities. 1. Hinitsuru Ryokan would have to make concessions out of goodwill. 2. Laplace Corporation would have to pay an equivalent price. Before next year, Laplace Corporation still had more pressing financial priorities. Hearing Yakama Azuma's words, Hinitsuru Akina couldn't help but feel astonished once again. Was this young man in front of her really just in his teens? Could it be that her daughter had a better eye for people than she herself did? After taking a moment to sigh inwardly, Hinitsuru Akina didn't beat around the bush anymore. I want to purchase a batch of furniture from Laplace Corporation to replace those in Hinitsuru Ryokan's branches nationwide. President Yakama, name your price. Note, Akina changed the way she addressed them when discussing work. With that statement, she pushed the decision entirely into Yakama Azuma's hands. Would he bring the Hinitsuru family onto Laplace Corporation's ship or not? If he didn't plan to, he could simply offer a low price. Even so, Hinitsuru Akina would still help with promotion, considering it a goodwill investment in Yakama Azuma. But if he wanted to pull them in... Yukino, I need you for a moment. Yakama Azuma picked up the office phone and used the internal line to call Yukino's office. Not long after Shita Yukino entered, carrying a contract. This is the director of Laplace Corporation's Japan branch, Shita Yukino. And this is Hinitsuru Akina of Hinitsuru Ryokan. Yukino, hand the contract directly to Hinitsuru-san. Yukino shook hands with Hinitsuru Akina. Then, she handed over the contract in her hands. Hinitsuru Akina took it and began reviewing it. It was a pre-prepared contract. A transaction between Laplace Corporation and the Hinitsuru family. A straightforward sales agreement. The Hinitsuru family would invest a large sum of money. In return, they would acquire a significant amount of furniture from Laplace Corporation along with a portion of shares. After reading the contract, Hinitsuru Akina signed it without hesitation, feeling a surge of admiration. It seemed that from the moment she mentioned visiting Laplace Corporation, this young man had already predicted why she was coming. He had even foreseen how things would unfold. As for refusing, the thought never crossed her mind. She held great confidence in Yakima Azuma's future and that of Laplace Corporation. This was a high-potential stock that countless people wanted to invest in but had no way in. There was no reason to refuse. Ever since Laplace Corporation had risen in strength, many had come carrying money, hoping to buy shares in the company. But up to this point, aside from the majority stake still firmly in Yakima Azuma's hands, only 3 small portions had been transferred. 1, promised early on, was given to Hayasaka Nao. 1 was given to Eri, when the Sawamura family joined. And the last portion was the one just sold to the Hinetsuru family. With this contract signed, Hinetsuru Akina would naturally commit her full support to Yakima Azuma. In terms of scale, there was still a gap between their businesses. But as for who stood to benefit more, it was too early to say. After signing the contract as an ally, Hinetsuru Akina made a suggestion. President Yakima, have you ever interacted with the person in charge of Hyakubami Daily? Chapter 195, Jabami Yumiko is indeed a kind-hearted beauty now, as an ally of Laplace. The head of the Hinetsuru family, Hinetsuru Akina, made a sincere proposal. President Yakima, have you ever been in contact with the person in charge of Hyakubami Daily? Hearing this, Yakima Azuma shook his head. At this moment, Yukino Shita Yukino, who was beside him, spoke up. I tried to reach out, but the conversation didn't go very smoothly, and the negotiation conditions were not favorable. Right now, the most important thing for Laplace is to establish a reputation and credibility. A good reputation and brand recognition are far more important than pure sales. And the best way to expand fame and enhance credibility is, of course, through promotion. Although the internet is widespread nowadays, and people's channels for receiving information are gradually shifting from traditional media to new media, traditional media have not yet completely declined at this moment. It remains a dominant platform for public communication. Moreover, for the furniture industry, a relatively traditional industry, traditional media have an even higher level of credibility. Therefore, reaching out to these media outlets for promotion is naturally one of Laplace's top priorities. Among them, Hyakubami Daily is the most ideal partner. It has a good reputation and a large scale. Furthermore, Hyakubami Daily's online media platform is also the most well-developed among traditional media outlets. Unfortunately, as Yukino said, the negotiation was unsuccessful. Behind Hyakubami Daily stands the Hyakubami Zaibatsu, one of the 4 major financial conglomerates of Japan. Its scale is on par with the Shinomiya Zaibatsu. It is unrealistic for Laplace Corporation to sway Hyakubami Daily with money. As for collaboration, the same principle applies. It is asymmetrical. As a mouthpiece, Hyakubami Daily's top priority is, in essence, serving the Hyakubami Zaibatsu. Other forms of cooperation or profits are secondary. Therefore, the chances of collaboration are very low. However, Hinetsuru Akina took the initiative to bring up this matter. Moreover, her words were directed toward the person in charge of Hyakubami Daily. The person in charge of Hyakubami Daily is a very interesting individual. I think if President Yakima meets her, there might be some progress. Want to give it a try? I can act as a bridge and arrange a meeting for the 2 of you. Hearing this, Yakima Azuma nodded. If Hinetsuru-san says so, then let's give it a try. After finalizing this matter, Hinetsuru Akina immediately left. Later, she informed Yakima Azuma that the meeting would take place tomorrow at a cafe in the Chiyoda district. Before the meeting, do we have any information on the other party? Yakima Azuma looked toward Yukino Shita Yukino. Yukino nodded, went into her office to retrieve a file, and handed it to Yakima Azuma. Opening the file, the moment he saw the name on the first line, Yakima Azuma quietly closed it again. In fact, upon hearing the name Hyakubami, he had already made some guesses. Among the 4 major financial conglomerates, the Hyakubami Zaibatsu is a rather unique case. Unlike the Shinomiya Zaibatsu or other families, where power is concentrated in a clearly defined lineage, Hyakubami does not refer to a single surname, but rather a collection of multiple family lines. Although the Shinomiya family also has branches, such as the Shijo family, the main power still belongs to the Shinomiya family. However, the Hyakubami Agitsuku is composed of multiple subfamilies. Among them, the strongest family Momobami only holds the head position temporarily. Besides Momobami, there are also Jabami, Mushibami, Inbami, Donabami, Yabami, Warakubami, Hanbami, Kamabami, and so on. These families together form Hyakubami. There is no clear hierarchy between the families. Only differences in strength among those who bear the name. The position of head constantly changes with each generation. It's like a venomous crucible, where those of the same bloodline slaughter each other to grow stronger. Yet, this slaughter is maintained in a delicate balance, allowing Hyakubami to maintain its standing. Almost everyone who bears the name Hyakubami and title is a lunatic. After all, in a family where the strong trample the weak to survive, one cannot live without madness. And naturally, Hyakubami Daily belongs to Hyakubami. The one in charge of this newspaper bears the surname, Jabami. Full name, Jabami Yumko. This person, even within the entirety of Hyakubami, is one of the most troublesome individuals. However, if the opponent is her, Yakuma Azuma actually had some confidence that he could succeed in the negotiation. The next day, Chiyoda. Since it was still early, Yakuma Azuma did not rush to the cafe to wait but instead strolled through the streets. Located in the center of Tokyo, the northwest of Chiyoda housed the old imperial palace, while the southeast led to Ginza. Most of the streets were adorned with dazzling neon signs. Even during the daytime, the luxurious and magnificent atmosphere was palpable. But in contrast to this opulence, Chiyoda also carried a strong sense of nature. There were many parks and well-preserved green spaces here. After all, the area was formed by the accumulation of the Arakawa and Dedagawa rivers. The famous Chidori no Mori Park was also located in this area. Yakuma Azuma gazed at the distant rows of trees, contemplating strategies for the upcoming meeting. At that moment a faint sobbing sound came from nearby. That sound caught Yakuma Azuma's attention. Turning his eyes toward the source, it was a little girl in a school uniform. She stood before a pedestrian crossing, lowering her head and rubbing her eyes. How should he put it? It felt as if just approaching her would trigger a side quest. But since it didn't seem to be anything troublesome, Yakuma Azuma stepped forward. However, someone had already accepted the quest before him. Are you having trouble with something? A young girl with long black hair and red eyes gently asked. Yakuma Azuma's steps halted. The young girl noticed his presence, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled at him. The crosswalk. The little girl stammered. Both of them immediately understood. Perhaps she was unable to cross the street by herself. It wasn't unusual, judging by her appearance, she was likely just an elementary school student. Some elementary school students could travel across several prefectures alone to seek out a master. But some elementary school students couldn't even cross the street by themselves. Why not ask the onsen next to you? I'm sure she'd be happy to help you cross. Yakuma Azuma smiled. Really? The little girl looked up at the black-haired girl. The young girl nodded. When the traffic light turned green, the three of them crossed the street together. But even after reaching the other side, the little girl still hadn't let go of the young girl's hand. There are still lots of crosswalks before my school. Her eyes still shimmered with tears. The young girl patted her head. There's no helping it, huh? Thus, the three of them continued along the street. With someone by her side, the little girl no longer cried and became much more lively. This time is fine. But how did you get to school before? The young girl looked at her and asked. Clearly, she was considering how the little girl would get to school in the future. Upon hearing this question, the little girl's eyes welled up again. Before, I held Papa and Mama's hands. But now that I'm in a higher grade, the teachers said I'm not allowed to do that anymore. Ooh. At this, she suddenly burst into tears. This issue was clearly beyond the young girl's expertise. She was momentarily at a loss. Yakuma Azuma guessed that, back in elementary school, this young girl was probably the type who could travel across several prefectures on her own. He took out a tissue from his pocket. Stepping forward, he helped lighten the young girl's burden. Even if you don't go to school in a group anymore, that doesn't mean you have to go alone. You can arrange to walk with your friends instead. While wiping the little girl's tears, Yakuma Azuma offered a solution. That's allowed? The little girl stopped crying. Just then, on the other side of the street, another little girl waved at her. That was likely her friend. Thank you, kind on-san and smart on-san. Bye-bye carrot. The little girl waved at both of them. Then she crossed the street and ran toward her friend. The two watched her go, both smiling. Shortly after, the young girl glanced at her phone. Oh no, I'm going to be late, she said, about to wave goodbye to Yakuma Azuma. But he reached out and stopped her. Jabami-san, there's no need to go to the cafe anymore. Let's just talk while we walk. Upon hearing this, Jabami Yumko first widened her eyes at him but soon let out a laugh. So it's Yakuma-san, what a coincidence. Her smile was soft and sweet. It made people feel at ease. And so, the two continued walking down the street. Jabami-san is truly a kind-hearted beauty. You're making me shy with that compliment. Yakuma-san is the one who's really cool and stylish. Jabami-san must be in high school now, right? Which school are you attending? I'm currently a first year at Fellas Girls Academy. What a coincidence. Eh? Does Yakuma-san have a friend at Fellas? To be precise. Not a single one. So you were just messing with me? Chapter 196, Want to place a bet? Yakuma Azuma and Jabami Yumko strolled along the streets of Chiyoda. They were supposed to meet to discuss a business collaboration. However, since they ran into each other by chance, throughout their conversation, they didn't touch on business matters at all. Instead, their discussion revolved around school life and getting to know each other better. Jabami Yumko truly had no idea who Yakuma Azuma was. So when they met by coincidence, she had no awareness of his identity. Helping out a random elementary school girl was simply an act of kindness on her part. Now, standing before Yakuma Azuma, this gentle and compassionate girl, she was not pretending. Jabami Yumko genuinely had such a personality. However, if a girl was purely kind and gentle, she would have long been devoured, not even leaving a single bone behind, in Hyakubami. Yet, Jabami Yumko, despite losing her parents, becoming the representative of the Jabami family even before high school, she still managed to secure the position of chief editor of Hyakubami Daily. Holding the crucial throat of the Hyakubami conglomerate in her hands. Clearly, beneath that gentle exterior, this girl possessed something special, something capable of swallowing others whole in the Hyakubami bloodline. Come to think of it, weren't we supposed to meet today to discuss a business partnership? In the middle of their conversation, Yakuma Azuma shifted the topic. Jabami-san, what do you think? Hearing this, Jabami Yumko merely gave an apologetic smile. Regarding the collaboration, I've already discussed it with the representative of Yakuma-san's company online beforehand. As for the conditions, Hyakubami Daily cannot make any concessions. I apologize. If Yakuma-san is still interested, please consider Hyakubami Daily's terms. Her tone was humble, yet her words conveyed an uncompromising stance. When it came to serious matters, this girl held firm to her position. Unburdened by any personal relationships. Yakuma Azuma had already anticipated this response. So he didn't react much. Gazing into the distance, Yakuma Azuma suddenly spoke. Jabami-san, do you want to place a bet? Jabami Yumko, mid-step, momentarily paused. She tilted her head to look at Yakuma Azuma. Her originally gentle, crimson-red eyes seemed to ignite with a fire from the abyss. A single word had triggered Yumko's hidden nature. This gentle, kind-hearted girl deep down couldn't resist hearing the word bet. Because she was addicted to gambling beyond control. So addicted that, even knowing full well this was a trap set by Yakuma Azuma, she would still walk into it without hesitation, just to savor the thrill it offered. Eh? Really? What's the bet? How much are we wagering? My apologies, I got a bit ahead of myself. Mid-sentence, her eager voice suddenly halted. Jabami Yumko realized she had gotten too excited. Her small pink tongue lightly licked the corner of her lips. She gazed at Yakuma Azuma with eyes full of anticipation. I don't usually carry cards or dice with me. And honestly, I'm not that skilled either. In that case, let's bet on something simple and easy to observe, like. As he spoke, Yakuma Azuma raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Jabami Yumko followed the direction of his finger. Over there, in a lush green park, stood a large tree. Perched on its vibrant branches were 2 sparrows. Let's bet on how many seconds it will take for those 2 sparrows to fly away. Whoever guesses closest wins. How about it? Yakuma Azuma tilted his head at Jabami Yumko. A wager that seemingly involved no skill whatsoever, relying purely on luck. And yet, Jabami Yumko could hardly contain herself. She immediately nodded with excitement. Alright. This sounds fun. So, what's at stake? Yakuma Azuma drew out his voice. If I win, I hope Jabami-san will grant me a small wish. You know, Laplace Corporation needs Hyakubami Daily's publicity to build its reputation. But if you win, Laplace Corporation will pay 10 times the price that Hyakubami Daily has offered to secure the partnership. What do you say? At first glance, this condition seemed highly favorable for Jabami Yumko. A bet with a 1-10 payout in her favor. Yet, Jabami Yumko pursed her lips and stared at Yakuma Azuma for a few seconds. Even so, in the end, she still nodded. Alright, let's go with Yakuma-san's conditions. The bet was sealed. Neither of them signed any documents. It was merely a verbal agreement. There were not even any witnesses. Such a bet had no legal validity. But it was still established. Yakuma Azuma believed that Jabami Yumko would abide by the conditions of the bet absolutely. As for what Jabami Yumko was thinking, Yakuma Azuma didn't know, but perhaps this girl just wanted to enjoy the thrill of the bet first. Jabami-san, how many seconds do you guess? Yakuma Azuma pulled out his phone and opened the stopwatch app. Jabami Yumko looked at the distant tree branch, simultaneously glancing at the road beside it. 15 seconds. Yukima Azuma nodded and pressed the start button. Then, he bent down and picked up a small pebble from the ground. Then I'll guess 5 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, Yukima Azuma made a throwing motion like a baseball pitcher. A faint clicking sound echoed. The pebble was launched, tracing an arc through the air, heading toward the tree branch. The distance from where they stood to the park was quite far. Even being able to clearly see the two sparrows perched on the branch from this position was thanks to their sharp eyesight. Yet, the pebble still managed to travel that great distance. Just as the 5-second countdown reached 0, the pebble, without a single deviation, struck the tree branch. A sudden impact, naturally startling the birds perched on the branch. The two sparrows immediately spread their wings, soaring through the layers of green leaves into the sky. Yukima Azuma pressed the stop button on the stopwatch and smiled at Jabami Yumiko. Seeing herself lose because of a simple action by the boy, Jabami Yumiko did not appear the least bit angry. Her small lips parted slightly, momentarily stunned, then she broke into a delighted grin. Yukima-san is truly impressive. I lost. As soon as she finished speaking, the timer had reached approximately 15 seconds. A large truck rumbled past the park. With its enormous size, it stirred up a small cloud of dust. Had Yukima Azuma not acted, the two birds would likely have been startled by the noise of the truck and taken flight at that exact moment instead. Jabami-san, you're not going to complain even a little? Yukima Azuma blinked, asking with amusement. Jabami Yumiko's smile only grew brighter. Why would I complain? She said. I should be thanking Yukima-san instead. She glanced at the tree branch where the sparrows had flown away, her crimson eyes slightly unfocused. What a thrilling bet. In just a blink of an eye, Yukima-san set up such a brilliant trap. In a seemingly random situation, you managed to use a technique beyond an ordinary person's imagination to overturn me, a method of cheating even I didn't think of a bet where I staked my entire existence, yet it ended in just 5 seconds. Ah. Truly wonderful. Yukima-san, please, take your winnings. What is this small wish of yours? Since I lost the bet, I'll accept anything. Whether it's my wealth, my body, or even my very personality, it can all belong to you. Jabami Yumiko's voice grew more excited with each word. Her pale skin gradually took on an unusual flush. Her slender fingers absent-mindedly traced her cheek before slipping between her soft lips. It was almost impossible to believe that the girl now brimming with feverish ecstasy, on the verge of madness, was the same gentle and lovely girl from moments ago. Yukima Azuma watched her, the corners of his lips curving slightly upward. As expected, this girl was truly insane. As for the bet, Yukima Azuma's words had already contained a trap. He had said he wanted Jabami Yumiko to grant him a small wish. And he had subtly implied that this wish was for his unconditional cooperation with Hyakubami daily. But in reality, the two matters were not directly related at all. A normal person would naturally assume that Yukima Azuma's wish was free collaboration. But in truth, he had never explicitly stated what his wish actually was. This was undoubtedly a form of cheating. Yet Jabami Yumiko had seen through the trap. Even more than that, despite the unfair odds, she had stepped into the bet without hesitation. Even knowing it was a rigged game, she still enjoyed it. Or rather, it was precisely because the stakes were so high that the thrill of it excited her even more. And the way Yukima Azuma had secured his victory? Undeniably a form of cheating. The bet had no explicit rule against interfering with the sparrows. Thus, his act of throwing a stone was technically valid. But the unreasonable part lay within how he threw it. With his physical strength rated at 7, he should have been completely incapable of throwing a pebble all the way to the tree branch. The distance was far too great. It was the middle of summer, and Yukima Azuma was wearing a short-sleeved white shirt. Jabami Yumiko could clearly see the muscles on his arms. While he looked strong, he was nowhere near the level of a professional pitcher. From this, she could deduce that he shouldn't have been able to cross that distance to interfere with the bet. And if he had run closer, there was no way he could have acted faster than 15 seconds. This was where the real cheating took place. Yukima Azuma had employed a slight supernatural technique. After his cooking skills had reached level 8, he had acquired even more formidable supernatural abilities. Now, not only could he see the structure of living organisms, he could even alter their composition slightly through external force. Just like when he threw the stone. By applying precise pressure, he had subtly modified the structure of his arm. The effect was as if he had gained extra joints, turning his arm into something like a whip. Thanks to this adjustment, Yukima Azuma had successfully cheated his way to victory. Note: I only watched Kakegurui when SS1 came out a long time ago, and I haven't watched SS2 either. I just remember a few things. Gambling school. Yumiko look insane, but that is why she hot. Ayami Sari-sama's voice is the best. Chapter 197, Jabami Yumiko, become my possession, cheating in betting, and even cheating in the middle of a match. If an ordinary person encountered such a gamble, most would be furious enough to flip the table and start a fight. But Jabami Yumko found immense joy in it. There were many gamblers in the world, but most of them indulged in gambling solely for the thrill of victory. If they lost, they wouldn't be able to smile. But Jabami Yumko was different. She enjoyed everything, whether winning or losing. Whether she was collecting a pile of winnings into her hands or taking a wrong step and losing everything she had, she found it all as sweet as honey. Yakuma-san, please accept your spoils of war. The young girl earnestly gazed at Yakuma Azuma, waiting for him to name the price she had to pay. A wish with no limits whatsoever. And more importantly, the one who had to fulfill that wish was an enchanting young girl like Jabami Yumko. Yakuma Azuma's gaze swept over the alluring figure of the young girl. Jabami Yumko possessed an exceptionally perfect physique. A simple women's suit, when worn by her, exuded an extraordinary allure. Sensing Yakuma Azuma's gaze, Jabami Yumko became even more excited. Not necessarily because she was particularly interested in that sort of thing. But rather, if such a thing became something to be wagered and risked, then its significance would create an intense thrill. Looking at this girl with a slightly skewed ideology, the corner of Yakuma Azuma's mouth twitched slightly. How bizarre. But if he were to judge her preferences now, it would be no different from benefiting while pretending to be virtuous. He raised his hand, gently pinching Jabami Yumko's cheek. Her face had just the right amount of flesh, making it extremely pleasant to the touch. Though, the temperature was a little high. Being pinched, Jabami Yumko did not resist but instead looked up at Yakuma Azuma with eager anticipation. Then, my wish is, Jabami Yumko, become my possession. Yakuma Azuma was never the type to be noble and selfless. So at this moment, there was no way he would show leniency toward the girl. Yes, master, I understand. Jabami Yumko immediately slipped into the role of an object belonging to him. And once Jabami Yumko belonged to Yakuma Azuma, everything she owned, including Hyakubami Daily and countless other businesses, would naturally belong to him as well. After finishing their stroll, the two found a hotel and rented a room. Jabami Yumko prepared a document listing everything she owned, then handed it over to Yakuma Azuma. Looking at the information in the document, Yakuma Azuma couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly, a horse doesn't grow fat without eating night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without money falling from the sky. This profit was too insane. As the representative of the Jabami family, the businesses and influence Jabami Yumko controlled even surpassed Laplace Corporation on paper. Having her in his grasp, even someone with a cheat like buff such as Yakuma Azuma could save years of effort. Shaking his head, Yakuma Azuma suppressed his greed. This gamble had been built on an absolute information disparity. At its core, it was a low-risk, high-reward investment. Even if Yakuma Azuma lost, what he had to pay wouldn't be enough to harm Laplace Corporation. But if he became arrogant and reckless because of this victory, relying on a slight information advantage to deliberately take shortcuts, then the chances of failure would be high. Those who saw others as fools were the true fools. Master, do you want to use these now? I can issue the orders right away. Jabami Yumko leaned closely against Yakuma Azuma, gently asking. She looked no different from an obedient maid. No need. Just keep and use them as you normally would. If I need them, I'll let you know. Yakuma Azuma shook his head. At present, Laplace Corporation had no need to take in anything extra. The system was running smoothly, development was stable. Swallowing such a fat piece of meat whole might not be beneficial and could even backfire. It was better to leave it in Jabami Yumko's hands for now. In that case, I'll give the orders to the media first. Jabami Yumko had already guessed Yakuma Azuma's thoughts, so she naturally suggested what he wanted. Yakuma Azuma nodded, looking at the young girl kneeling at his feet. So this was what it felt like to have a capable maid? That thought unconsciously surfaced in his mind. No wonder from the Shinomiya family to the Suawa family, everyone liked to keep personal maid bodyguards. A girl like Jabami Yumko, exceptionally intelligent, highly resourceful, and feared by many, if she became a personal attendant, she would undoubtedly be an irresistible temptation. But Jabami Yumko made a call to Hyakubami Daily. After assigning all the tasks, she lifted her gaze to Yakuma Azuma, eyes filled with eager anticipation. Master, what's next? The day is still long. Do you want me to devour you right here? Either way, I'm your possession, and being used is one of my functions, isn't it? If you're not using me, then how about another bet? There are still some things within the Hyakubami Corporation that don't belong to me. But they can be used as stakes. Let's play, shall we? Consider it a reward for your obedient pet. That way, Yumko will be even more motivated. As Jabami Yumko spoke, her slender fingers traced up Yakuma Azuma's thigh. The corner of Yakuma Azuma's mouth twitched slightly. Perfect all-purpose maid was indeed great. But what was the price? He didn't know the price others had to pay. But the price of controlling Jabami Yumko was enduring the infernal flames burning deep within her eyes. Don't be fooled by her current obedient, gentle demeanor. Acting as if she was ready to offer everything her body and soul to him. Because the moment Yakama Azuma lost the soft and submissive girl, letting him mold her as he pleased would instantly turn into a venomous snake, ready to devour the weak. Jabami, that name wasn't just for show. Today, the night was still young. If he withdrew now, Jabami Yumko's insatiable gambling desire would remain unfulfilled. And when that happened, who knew what she might do to satisfy her addiction to betting? A gamble, then. Even with the stakes kept within a safe range, this girl still had ways to turn the tables if given the slightest chance. So, Yakama Azuma reached out, lifting Jabami Yumko's chin. Then, let me use you for a bit. This was the fulfillment of a promise, as well as the continuation of the bet. On some level, it also satisfied Jabami Yumko's desire. Sure enough, the moment she heard those words, her expression lit up with excitement. Her fair, slender fingers began to loosen the ribbon at the collar of her vest. And then came the Eero content. Don't ask. There are no sex scenes. Time passed quickly. By the time everything was over, the sky had turned to dusk. Yakama Azuma lazily lay still, too idle to move, and called the hotel's front desk to order food. Neither of them had eaten lunch yet. Jabami Yumko rested her head on Yakama Azuma's arm, sleeping soundly. Traces of tears still lingered on her cheeks. Looking at her like this, she didn't seem any different from an ordinary girl. But the moment those crimson eyes ignited with the flames of the abyss, she became like dazzling fireworks in the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful, yet touching them came at a price. When the food was delivered, Yakama Azuma carefully pulled his arm away. His arm had gone completely numb. He shook it slightly before picking up the chopsticks to eat first. Jabami Yumko didn't wake up until twilight. Her drowsy, sleepy expression was irresistibly adorable, her eyes still hazy as she blinked at Yakama Azuma. It took a moment before she seemed to remember what had happened. She let out a soft, drawn-out master. Her voice carrying a sultry charm that could melt one's bones. Do you want to eat something? Yakama Azuma asked. Jabami Yumko smiled. Anything is fine. Yakama Azuma nodded and called the front desk to order another meal. Normally, after the first time, Yakama Azuma had a habit of cooking for the girl himself. But with Jabami Yumko, he didn't bother. No matter how delicious the dish, when it reached Jabami Yumko's hands, it could never truly bring her joy. A complete waste of effort. That time would be better spent coming up with a new strategy than placing another bet with her. Be it money or status to Jabami Yumko, all of it paled in comparison to a thrilling gamble. As she was eating, Jabami Yumko suddenly seemed to remember something and looked up. Oh right, Master, I'm planning to transfer to Hayaka Private Academy soon. Do you want to come along? There's someone from the Momobami family there. If Master can turn that person into a possession, it would be very convenient. Yakama Azuma chuckled. Momobami, huh? The current head of the Hyakubami family. If he could make her his possession, things would indeed become much smoother. After all, she was the one overseeing one of the 4 great financial conglomerates. But if Momobami were that easy to deal with, she wouldn't have been able to seize the position of family head in the first place. Yakama Azuma shook his head and calmly said, Go play on your own. I have other matters to attend to. Jabami Yumko obediently nodded without further protest. However, Yakama Azuma suddenly recalled in his memory, Jabami Yumko was supposed to transfer to Hayaka in her second year. But now, it seemed the timeline had been moved forward. Had something changed? Why the sudden urge to transfer to Hayaka? Yakama Azuma asked directly. Because the bets with Master are too thrilling. They've completely awakened my desires. But since Master isn't planning to satisfy them entirely, I have no choice but to find an outlet myself. Master is so mean. Jabami Yumko pouted playfully. Then, as if teasing him, she stuck out her tongue mischievously at Yakama Azuma. Kuang 198, it's been so long, Yuki. Shuchin Private Academy. Located in Minato, Tokyo, this is an integrated academy. From kindergarten to university, it offers a continuous educational system, while also allowing midterm admissions. This academy was established as an educational institution for nobility. Even though the aristocratic system has been abolished, this place remains the cradle for Japan's elites and politicians. By the way, for the past 30 years, 90% of Shuchin's funding has come from the Shinomiya Group. The current chairman of the school board is the eldest son of the Shinomiya Group, Shinomiya Okasama. These words are part of Hayasaka-i's explanation. The sections without quotation marks have been condensed for brevity. In reality, The introduction is far more detailed and complex. Today, Hayasaka appears in a new form. Not as the cold-faced maid of the Shinomiya estate. Nor as the adorable noble lady Hasaka at the Girls' Academy. But as an ordinary student at Shuchin, officially unrelated to Shinomiya Kaguya. A persona built as a Jyaru. A ponytail, light makeup, and cute nail polish. According to Hayasaka, her true identity is a maid of the Shinomiya family. Hiding within Shuchin Academy to ensure the safety of Shinomiya Kaguya. This time, she was dragged by the student council to serve as a lackey for greeting the exchange student. Sounds reasonable enough. Yukima Azuma happily accepted this setup. And was also quite intrigued by observing Hayasaka like this. Yukima-san. What are you smiling about? Seeing Yukima Azuma smirk, Hayasaka couldn't help but curiously ask. Ever since she pretended to sleep and got struck straight in the heart by Yukima Azuma's cupid arrow, she had started paying special attention to Yukima Azuma. Because perhaps he was the only person in this world who could see through all the masks she wore. And still like the true self behind those masks. To be confessed to like that for her real self, no amount of training could stop Hayasaka from overthinking. Hayasaka, watching you is quite interesting. Yukima Azuma responded with a smile. Hearing this, Hayasaka couldn't help but pout. Did he find it amusing that she switched masks? If someone else had said that, Hayasaka would have just brushed it off. But Yukima Azuma, the one who had seen through her true self, saying such things made her a little annoyed. So that's how it is, Yukima-san likes Jyaru girls? Not at all, it's interesting because Jyaru is Hayasaka. Kamikama, this is just a disguise to blend into Shuchin, a mask. What's so fascinating about it? Hayasaka, do you know? People cannot pretend or act out something they don't understand. Yukima Azuma lightly wagged his finger. Every disguise and performance stems from one's own self. The mask is painted by Hayasaka herself. If you aren't blinded by those strokes, you can glimpse a part of the painter's true heart. Through this, one can understand a person, even see things they themselves have never realized. If someone has 1,000 masks, then when pieced together, their true self will be revealed. So? Don't you find that fascinating? Hearing Yukima Azuma's words, Hayasaka averted her gaze slightly. A faint blush spread across her fair face. This guy. What kind of nonsense is he spouting? A mask is just a mask, there's no such thing as a true heart. But can he really see through them? How impressive. Hayasaka was completely floored by Yukima Azuma's words. Walking along the street in front of Shuchin Academy, it wasn't until they reached the school gate that she finally snapped out of it. Yukima-san, would you like to tour the school first, or head straight to the student council to complete the procedures? As she asked this, Hayasaka unconsciously fiddled with the hem of her skirt. That all-capable maid also had endearing little gestures like an ordinary girl. Moreover, this time, she wasn't acting at all. If we tour the academy, will Hayasaka continue as my guide? That's right. Then please guide me around the academy, Hayasaka. Alright. It was currently the morning class session. Passing by the lecture buildings, the voices of teachers lecturing could be heard. There was almost no noisy chatter. The academic atmosphere at Toei Agasaki was already considered good. But Shuchin was even more disciplined and orderly. Though strictness didn't necessarily equate to quality, it certainly left an elite first impression. The class you'll be in is 1B, Yukima-san. As they passed by the classroom corridor, Hayasaka casually mentioned. Yukima Azuma nodded and curiously asked, what about you, Hayasaka? I'm in 1E. Hayasaka pointed to herself before continuing. Kaguya-sama is in Class A, and Secretary Fujiwara is in Class B. The corner of Yukima's mouth twitched. He would be in the same class as Fujiwara-chika. The two of them finished their tour around Shuchin. By the time the morning classes ended, they headed toward the student council. The student council was located in a separate section of the academic building. It was an independent room at the end of the hallway, completely isolated from the common student areas. The door was massive, and the space inside was even grander. But perhaps the biggest thing there was power. Looking at the heavy student council room door, Yukima Azuma couldn't help but wonder if this place was fit for building a harem. The president of Shuchin Student Council had the authority to appoint or dismiss any position within the council, as well as control the budget allocation for all clubs. The total annual expenditure for Shuchin's clubs ranged between 300 to 500 million yen. The student council had full discretion over how this money was used. And the only way to become the president was through election. One had to win over club presidents while painting a vision that appealed to the students during the campaign. As long as one could secure the student council president's seat, then, in this secluded corner of the student council, wouldn't it only take a single command to do whatever one wanted? Pull all the girls he liked into the student council and assign them some positions. then indulge in a daily life of luxurious depravity. Ahem. Luckily, the current student council president was Shinomiya Kaguya. The student council wouldn't turn into a den of degeneracy, alcohol, and debauchery. Yukima Azuma checked himself for his improper thoughts. Please wait inside, Yukima-san. Kaguya-sama should arrive after class. Hi Asaka, I said, though she had no intention of stepping in. Within the school, she was just an ordinary student. Moreover, she had no official connection to Shinomiya Kaguya or Fujiwara Chika. Yukima watched Hayasaka's figure disappear. Then, turning back, he pushed open the student council room door. The antique, heavy door creaked slightly as it opened. Even before stepping inside, he caught a faint scent of tea. Gentle sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow over the room. Inside the spacious room, a girl stood before a display cabinet. In her hands was an exquisite tea set. Hearing the noise, the girl turned her head. The moment she saw the boy's face, her eyes flashed with surprise and joy. But she quickly suppressed those emotions. You must be Yukima Azuma-san, right? Please, have a seat. The girl smiled radiantly. She led Yukima to the long table in the student council room. Then, she placed a cup of tea in front of him. The tea had just been brewed, its delicate fragrance drifting through the air. Clearly, this girl had just prepared tea to welcome him. Please, enjoy. Yukima lifted the teacup and took a sip. A slight bitterness touched the tip of his tongue, but the aftertaste was refreshingly sweet, making him narrow his eyes in satisfaction. This tea was a premium blend, exclusively ordered by Shuchin. And the one who brewed it was Sawao Yuki. More importantly, she had chosen the exact type of tea Yukima Azuma liked best. How is it? Tasty? The girl blinked eagerly, watching Yukima with curiosity. It's delicious, the best tea I've ever had. Yukima genuinely praised. The girl clapped her hands together. I'm glad Yukima-san likes it. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she began introducing herself. Her fingers gently pressed against the red ribbon on her sailor uniform collar. The movement subtly highlighted her curves. At a glance, at least a C-cup. I'm Sawao Yuki, currently a first-year student and a cultural committee member of Shuchin Student Council. Nice to meet you. Really, really nice. We're classmates now, so just call me Yuki. Yukima's gaze flickered with momentary daze. To him, it felt as if only a short time had passed. But the changes in the girl before him proved that 3 years had truly gone by. Sawao Yuki had already been outstanding among her peers in middle school. But back then, her emotions were always visible in her eyes. Now, everything was carefully concealed. The biggest change was in her gestures and demeanor. 3 years had passed, and every movement she made was elegant and composed. No longer the clumsy girl of the past, she now carried herself with the grace of a refined lady. Even her physique had changed drastically. Once frail and sickly, she had now blossomed into a beautiful and graceful young woman. Gone was the thin, delicate girl from before. Her cheeks now held a healthy pink glow. A once forgettable silhouette had transformed into the epitome of an aristocratic lady. The only thing that hadn't changed were her eyes. The way she looked at him was exactly the same as 3 years ago. For the past 3 years, Sawao Yuki had diligently undergone the air training program of the Sawao family. Who knew how much hardship she had endured to become the person she was now? She had just recently graduated from the strict guidance of the Sawao household. Now, she was a true noble heiress, ready to carry the weight of her family's legacy. Even with the person she had longed for day and night standing right before her, she could still restrain the fervor of her heart. She maintained a calm and composed demeanor for their reunion. Faced with a girl who hid her longing behind an elegant facade, Yukima Azuma couldn't bring himself to tease her. So instead, it's been so long, Yuki. Chapter 199, Long Time No See, Unai-chan-sama. Sawao Yuki felt her heart racing uncontrollably. 3 years of waiting had filled her heart, and every soft emotion seemed ready to overflow. But when she actually saw that young man, she had to suppress her expectations and maintain a calm appearance. Until it's been so long, Yuki. But upon hearing that familiar voice and intimate way of addressing her, Sawao Yuki was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, her composed and elegant facade completely shattered. At first, she had been sitting on the opposite side of the long table, facing Yukima. Now, she suddenly jumped over the table and threw herself into his arms. Unai-chan-sama. As she called out, she burrowed into Yukima's chest like a baby bird returning to its nest. Her slender yet slightly full arms wrapped around his neck. Her small head buried deep into his chest. Her breathing was rapid and uneven. Yukima Azuma raised his hand and gently patted the girl's back. It had been 3 years, after all. However, their warm reunion did not last long. Once she had vented some of her emotions, Sawao Yuki started to act indecently. Her small nose rubbed against Yukima Azuma's neck as she deliberately took a deep breath. Onii-chan-sama's smell. It really has been so long. Yakuma Azuma let out a helpless laugh and played along with a complaint. Who are you? Hentai-san? Straddling Yakuma Azuma, Suayuki straightened her back and faced him directly. I can't help it. Suayuki looked completely justified. Onii-sama abandoned me for 3 years, of course, my desires would build up. A few veins popped up on Yakuma Azuma's forehead. What the hell did she mean by abandoned? And at this moment, Suayuki became even bolder. She used both hands to lift her plump, C-cup breasts. See? Because I missed Onii-sama, my growth rate has been insane. I kept my promise, I'm officially a C-cup now. Want to try? This time, Yakuma Azuma really couldn't take it anymore. He flicked her forehead. I don't remember making such a perverted promise. That was just you talking to yourself. Getting flicked, Suayuki pitifully held her forehead. You really don't want to try? You're just going to pass up the chance to be the first to touch them. Negation. Dear Imuto-san, this is the Shuchin Student Council room. Oh, so that means Onii-sama wants to choose a more private place. Ecchi. I did not say that. Their reunion had no sense of awkwardness at all. This proved just how in sync they were. No matter how long they were apart, they never felt distant. After rubbing against Yakuma Azuma a few more times to satisfy her bro-con symptoms, Suayuki finally got off him. She lightly patted her sailor uniform skirt. Then, Suayuki raised her wrist to her nose and took a small sniff of the inside. I got Onii-sama's scent on me. I'm not washing my hands today. Oh, even though he knew she was just playing around, Yakuma Azuma still couldn't help but smile. He adjusted his school uniform tinily. Suayuki sat down beside Yakuma Azuma. Onii-sama, do you want to hear what happened afterward? What Suayuki was referring to, of course, was what happened after the swap incident. Yakuma Azuma nodded. Even though he already knew the outcome, he still wanted to hear about the process. And so, Suayuki began recounting the story. After the swap ended, Suayuki was taken back to the Suao household. Because it was her second time running away, she was placed under house arrest. However, the confinement did not last long. Because in Suayuki's hands was a copy of Harry Potter that Yakuma Azuma had left behind. The book's influence and sales far exceeded the Suawa family's expectations. As the later volumes were published one after another, even for a prestigious family like the Suao, the revenue was no small amount. By any measure, as long as one could generate wealth on this scale, the Suawa family would recognize their talent as outstanding. Not only was her house arrest lifted early, but many of the harsh educational methods in the succession training were also abolished. Suayuki's growth rate was truly astonishing. As for the royalties and the land purchase, it took a year and a half after the swap incident for all 7 volumes of Harry Potter to be published. The royalties earned in this period were barely enough to purchase land in Itamari. Of course, if she had sold the film and game rights, there would have been a much greater surplus. But since the royalties were sufficient, Suayuki chose not to sell the rights. When buying land in Itamari, the first step was acquiring the homes of the town's residents. At this point, some obstacles arose. Some of Itamari's residents did not want to leave the land their ancestors had lived on for generations. Even when the offer was raised, they refused to agree. When negotiations reached a deadlock, Mimizu Mitsuo stepped forward. As the current Miko of the Mimizu Shrine, it was unclear what Mimizu Mitsuo discussed with the people of Itamori, but in the end, she successfully persuaded them. The acquisition proceeded. Within 2 years, Suayuki had purchased the entire area that Yakuma Azuma had mapped out. The following year, the area was sealed off, and a redevelopment plan for a resort was announced. 1 year after that, the comet Charlotte passed by Earth, and a fragment of it fell on that very area. Although it was a natural disaster, there were no casualties in the entire prefecture. The Suawa family, as one of the region's most distinguished households, had made a significant contribution. So much so that Japan's national diet proactively granted them certain privileges. This far-sighted plan allowed Suayuki to completely solidify her position within the Suawa family. Currently, while she was still officially the heir, the actual power she wielded was nearly equivalent to that of the family head. There were no longer any succession trials. Suayuki could do whatever she pleased. And during this year's spring break, Suayuki arrived in Tokyo and passed the entrance exam for Shuchin Academy. As the young lady of the Suawa family, even though she was attending the mixed institute, no one dared to underestimate her. Moreover, Suayuki was highly capable, allowing her to smoothly join the student council. If not for the fact that Shuchin was the Shinomiya family's domain, Suayuki might have even surpassed Shinomiya Kaguya and taken the position of student council president. At the end of the previous semester, Suayuki saw the student council's decision regarding the inter-school exchange program. When she saw Yakuma Azuma's name, she She was overjoyed. By the time, it had already been 3 years. So Aoyuki sent that letter to Yakuma Azuma. Besides that, over the past 3 years, Aoyuki had visited the shrine of the Itamari deity several times. And the result? How should she put it? In the end, Aoyuki concluded that it was nothing more than an ordinary rock. She couldn't sense even the slightest supernatural presence. To the point where she began to doubt whether the place was truly the shrine of the Itamari deity. After hearing Aoyuki's story, Yakuma Azuma raised an eyebrow slightly. Now that she mentioned it, the state of the Itamari deity did seem a little strange. Perhaps he should go check it out himself. Oh right, I have a gift for you, Anii-sama. Aoyuki said as she took out her phone. I'll have Ayano bring it over. Hearing that, Yakuma Azuma was a bit puzzled. A gift? A gift that Aoyuki deliberately mentioned so seriously. What could it be? Aoyuki nodded slightly but didn't explain further. At that moment, the student council room's door swung open from the outside. But the person who entered wasn't Kimishima Ayano. It was Shinomiya Kaguya and Fujiwara Chika. Those two girls, one was the student council president, and the other was the student council secretary. They were also the ones responsible for arranging Yakuma Azuma's inter-school exchange. The moment the two girls entered, they saw Yakuma Azuma and Aoyuki sitting closely together. The distance between them was almost non-existent. Clearly, this wasn't a normal level of social interaction. So, upon witnessing this scene, both of them were momentarily stunned. Fujiwara-san, Shinomiya. I suppose I should call you Shinomiya-san at school? Good morning. Yakuma Azuma greeted them. Likewise. Good morning, Yakuma-san. Shinomiya Kaguya responded, her gaze subconsciously drifting towards Aoyuki, who sat beside Yakuma Azuma. This young lady, who had used her own abilities to secure a place in the student council. Even Shinomiya Kaguya had to acknowledge her excellence. After a whole semester, Shinomiya Kaguya had came to understand Aoyuki's style. She was polite and cordial toward everyone. But beneath that politeness was a strict boundary, especially when it came to interacting with the opposite sex. By all accounts, she shouldn't be breaking that boundary now. And yet, here she was. Fujiwara Chika, on the other hand, was even more intrigued. Her love detective radar was blaring non-stop. But as far as she knew, wasn't Yakuma Azuma still entangled in a romantic dilemma with Hasaka? Edo. Could it be that Sao-san and Yakuma-kun know each other? Following the principle of if you don't know, just ask. Fujiwara Chika curiously spoke up. Aoyuki smiled slightly and nodded. That's right. Actually, when I saw Azuma-kun, I was quite surprised as well. We've known each other since childhood, we're incredibly close childhood friends. But later, Azuma-kun moved to Tokyo. I actually entered Shuchin with the intention of finding him. Aoyuki's words left the two girls completely dumbfounded, eyes wide with disbelief. Why did this sound exactly like a light novel harem plot? Fujiwara Chika's small brain instantly plunged into chaos. As for Shinomiya Kaguya, she was utterly bewildered. Childhood friends? One grew up in Chiba. The other grew up in Gaifu. How in the world are you two childhood friends? Chapter 200, no wonder it's Yuki, so adorable. Childhood friends? How could these two possibly be childhood friends? Shinomiya Kaguya was full of doubt. As far as she knew, Yakuma Azuma had never set foot in Gaifu before. And Aoyuki, the young lady of the Suawa family, was the complete opposite. Before entering high school, she had never left Gaifu. So how could these two have known each other since childhood? Shinomiya Kaguya couldn't help but question this. Of course, she couldn't ask outright. Saying it out loud would be no different from admitting she had investigated them. In noble society, such matters were often understood implicitly, but they must never be spoken aloud. Suppressing her doubts, Shinomiya Kaguya walked over to the student council's desk. She pulled a stack of documents from the drawer. Yakuma-san, here are some important details about the exchange program. This includes the rules and anthem of Shuchin Academy, as well as your class schedule. It should be useful. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. She handed the documents to Yakuma Azuma. Oh, got it. Thanks. Yakuma Azuma's response was rather casual. He flipped through the documents. Shuchin Academy's schedule was vastly different from that of regular high schools. Its regulations were also far stricter. However, many of the rules did not apply to student council members. For example, one particularly important rule: attendance requirements. If a student's attendance rate did not reach a certain threshold, they would be forced to repeat the year. But student council members were exempt from this rule. As long as they listed their absence as student council duties, it wouldn't be counted against them. Looking at the ridiculously high attendance requirement, Yakuma Azuma set the documents down. What a hassle. But, well, where there's a will, there's a way. By the time the exchange program ended at the end of the semester, he'd surely figure something out. At that moment, as Yakuma Azuma put the documents aside, Shinomiya Kaguya suddenly spoke up. "Yakuma-san, would you like to join the student council?" Her unexpected invitation left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. But after a brief moment of surprise, the two girls standing nearby quickly reached the same conclusion. They agreed. So Aoyuki, as the cultural committee member, naturally hoped Yakuma Azuma would join the student council. Because that way, she could spend even more time with him. Fujiwara Chika, on the other hand, was much simpler. Ever since their previous encounter, she had developed a great fondness for the gentle young man. The two could even be considered friends. Having a good friend in the student council would undoubtedly make things more lively. Even though, technically, the student council was a workplace, not a hangout spot. Shinomiya Kaguya looked at Yakuma Azuma, feeling certain of her victory. She had long since learned that Yakuma Azuma frequently skipped classes back at Toei Agasaki. Meanwhile, Shuchin Academy had extremely strict attendance policies. Joining the student council was the best way for him to bypass this issue. This invitation was practically irresistible. As the student council president, as long as she recruited Yakuma Azuma, their relationship would naturally take the form of superior and subordinate. Establishing such an impression from the outset would be incredibly useful for keeping him within her sphere of influence. Most talented individuals were prideful. At times like these, one had to offer them the perfect ladder to climb. Shinomiya Kaguya was exceptionally skilled in the art of dominance. And just as expected, Yakuma Azuma gave a small nod. There really was no reason to refuse. "However, I'm just an exchange student. Would that be an issue?" Yakuma Azuma casually asked. Shinomiya Kaguya smiled and shook her head. "It's not a problem at all. After all, Yakuma-san ranked first in the inter-school exams last semester. If you join the student council as a role model, I doubt anyone would object. Currently, there are only 2 vacant positions left: disciplinary officer and vice president. So, how about you take the position of vice president, Yakuma-san?" Shinomiya Kaguya offered him the role closest to her. The structure of Shuchin Academy's student council was as follows: president, vice president, the head. Secretary, in charge of all record-keeping and documentation. Treasurer, responsible for financial management. Disciplinary officer, maintaining school discipline and overseeing financial supervision. Cultural officer, promoting the academy's cultural activities and organizing school events. As for the vice president, their main duty was to share the burden with the president. It was the most suitable position for Shinomiya Kaguya's plan. She wanted Yakuma Azuma to get used to supporting her. For most students, being suddenly invited to become vice president of the student council would surely make them flustered and excited. But Yakuma Azuma agreed without any reaction. He casually signed the appointment document for the vice president of Shuchin Academy's student council. Soon enough, the official notice would be posted. Shinomiya Kaguya smiled like Aizen when her kaku had succeeded. This was too easy. As long as she continued with her plan, before long, this man would become her loyal subject under her skirt. What was Hayasaka even doing lately? Had she gotten lazy? How could she have lost to this man? So Aoyuki blinked. That Shinomiya Kaguya actually invited her Onii-chan Sama to be vice president? No. Something's not right. This is getting interesting. Just then, a knock sounded on the student council room door. "Excuse me, is Yuki-sama here?" From the voice alone, it was clear Kimishima Ayano. "I'll excuse myself for a moment." So Aoyuki said. Shinomiya Kaguya waved her hand, indicating it was fine. It was almost the end of the morning break anyway. It was time to head back to class. Everyone left the student council room together. At the door, Kimishima Ayano stood quietly in her Shuchin Academy uniform. Her presence was so faint it was terrifying. Unlike Kato Megami's natural dullness, this girl was a genuine assassin. Shinomiya Kaguya and Fujiwara Chika bid their goodbyes and left. Yakuma Azuma examined the Suawa family's personal maid and bodyguard. Compared to Aoyuki, this girl had barely changed in 3 years. She'd grown slightly taller, but not by much. Her slim figure remained the same. Her long, curly black hair cascaded down her back, with a single ouch sticking up from her head. Kimishima Ayano was holding a wooden box in her hands. Clearly, this was the gift that Aoyuki had mentioned. Aoyuki accepted the box and solemnly handed it to Yakuma Azuma. The moment he picked it up, he could feel its significant weight. Opening the lid, Yakuma Azuma paused for a moment. Inside, the wooden box was lined with soft silk fabric. Resting on top was a rock, about the size of a soccer ball. The rock was dark red, irregular in shape. It resembled some kind of mineral, but Yakuma Azuma couldn't identify what it was. However, a strange fragrance drifted past his nose. Inhaling it, he suddenly felt his mind becoming clearer. Oniai-sama, this was retrieved from Lake Itamori. Sawayuki lowered her voice. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma immediately understood what it was. A fragment of Comet Charlotte. He closed the lid of the box. Holding the heavy wooden box in his hands, his expression turned subtle. This Charlotte fragment didn't seem ordinary at all. Will it be useful to you, Oniai-sama? Sawayuki asked curiously. Yakama Azuma nodded. A rare supernatural artifact. He didn't know its purpose yet, but there was a high chance it would be valuable. Seeing him nod, Sawayuki smiled. As long as it's useful to Oniai-sama, that's all that matters. But then, her brows furrowed slightly. However, quite a few people have been inquiring about it. Some even went to Lake Itamari to search for it directly. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma's expression grew even more subtle. For Sawayuki to notice people investigating it meant those individuals were anything but ordinary. Were Japan's elite and powerful so bored that they had nothing better to do than dive into a lake for a meteorite? Shaking his head, he set his thoughts aside. Yakama Azuma put the wooden box away. Thank you so much, Yuki. I honestly don't know how to thank you enough. Without Sawayuki, this Charlotte fragment would have never ended up in his hands. And now that people were actively looking for it. Aside from the Sawa family, the dominant local power, no one else could have taken it so smoothly. If you really want to thank me, it's simple. Sawayuki's voice turned playful. It's been ages since I last ate Oniai-sama's cooking. She put on a hungry expression. I miss your food so much. Nothing I eat tastes good anymore. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but laugh. A flawless setup. How cute. He reached out and gently patted Sawayuki's head. While ruffling her hair, he promised, this semester, as long as I attend school, I'll bring you bento. Yay. Oniai-chan samasku. Sawayuki happily raised both hands in excitement. At first, it was just a ploy to secure a heartfelt thank you, but in truth, she genuinely missed the taste of Yakama Azuma's cooking. Whether it was delicious or not wasn't the point. What mattered most was it was a meal personally made by her beloved Oniai-chan sama. Chapter 201, Teasing at Sundere is just too fun. The next day. After registration, Yakama Azuma officially joined Shuchin's class and began his school life. Previously, Hayasaka I had given a brief introduction. Yakama Azuma was placed in Class 1B. That meant he was in the same class as Fujiwara Chika. However, Yakama Azuma's seat was quite far from Fujiwara Chika's. They were separated by 3 rows, with one sitting at the very front and the other at the very back. Yakama Azuma sat in the last row, near the window. Yes, it was the protagonist's seat. Next to him sat a girl with black hair tied into twin braids. Yakama Azuma felt that this girl looked strangely familiar. Are you the exchange student? What have you been staring at all this time? Well, being mesmerized by this young lady is perfectly understandable, Humphrey. The girl glanced at Yakama Azuma with a displeased look and then raised her chin. That sense of familiarity suddenly became even clearer. Isn't this just the black-haired version of Eri? Or perhaps its Sundere version of Shinomiya Kaguya? Yakama Azuma withdrew his gaze. This girl, just by looking at her, screamed losing heroine energy. For now, he didn't argue. But in the future, there would definitely be plenty of chances to witness some drama. At that moment, the classroom door slid open. A graceful figure in a white blouse stepped into the room. The classroom, which was already quiet, fell into absolute silence. The woman stopped at the podium, her gaze sweeping across the room. Very quickly, her eyes landed on Yakama Azuma. You over there, are you the new exchange student? The woman asked. Yakama Azuma stood up and nodded slightly. I'm Hiratsuka Shizuka. The woman introduced herself. I'm the literature teacher and also the homeroom teacher of this class. Even if you're only here for 1 semester as an exchange student, we're still student and teacher. I hope we get along. I originally planned to come pick you up, but it looks like you found your way to class on your own. Introduce yourself to everyone. Yakama Azuma blinked. So it's Hiratsuka Shizuka. No wonder she felt familiar. She was just like Garasimifo, an overaged single female teacher. A beautiful woman who was wealthy, single, highly intelligent, and had a great personality. Yet, for some reason, she was still unmarried. While thinking about Hiratsuka Shizuka, Yakama Azuma casually introduced himself. I'm Yakama Azuma, an exchange student from Toyogasaki. My hobbies are shogi, literature, and cooking. I look forward to getting along with everyone. A fairly standard introduction. However, at Shuchin, this was considered unusual. More precisely, as long as a student was ordinary, their introduction would naturally be considered unusual. because at Shuchen, just hearing a student's surname was often enough to know everything about them. For example, Shinomiya. Or Fujiwara. Daughters of financial magnates, children of politicians. Anyone with an interest in networking would naturally approach them. However, Yakama Azuma's case was unique. The surname Yakama was completely unheard of. But the name Yakama Azuma was known by quite a few students in the class. The top scorer of last semester's comprehensive exams. The one who had surpassed even Shinomiya Kaguya. Sit down. A new environment takes time to adjust to. If you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Hiratsuka Shizuka nodded, signaling Yakama Azuma to take his seat. The girl sitting next to Yakama Azuma cast a glance in his direction. So it's him. The gaze of the girl beside him seemed to carry that exact thought. Yakama Azuma glanced at her. What have you been staring at me for all this time? Well, it's only natural to fall for this young master, Humphrey. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Yakama Azuma lowered his voice, speaking just loud enough for her to hear. The exact same words from earlier, thrown right back at her. The girl's face instantly turned bright red with anger. Her little head snapped to the side, completely cutting off eye contact with Yakama Azuma. Sundeer rage, opening parenthesis closing parenthesis closing parenthesis. The morning classes passed quickly. As soon as class ended, Fujiwara Chika rushed over. Yakama-kun, you haven't joined any clubs yet, right? Want to join the board game club? Her actions left many classmates stunned. Although most Shuchen students were from noble or elite backgrounds, there was still a hierarchy even among the aristocracy. And at the very top of that hierarchy, there was no one else but Shinomiya Kaguya and Fujiwara Chika. Don't be fooled by Fujiwara Chika's always adorable and silly demeanor. The truth was, she came from a prestigious family of politicians. Her great-grandfather was a former prime minister, her uncle was the current minister, and her mother was a diplomat. She was, without a doubt, above the above. And when this above the above approached Yakama Azuma, all the sharp gazes directed at him earlier instantly disappeared. Even the twin-braided girl beside him looked at him with doubt once again. I probably won't join any clubs for now since I might take a lot of leave. After all, I only joined the student council for attendance reasons. Yakama Azuma shook his head. Hearing this, Fujiwara Chika clapped her hands together. Oh right, Yakama-kun is the president of Laplace Corporation, super busy. This was something Shinomiya Kaguya had told Fujiwara Chika. She said it casually, but the listeners took it seriously. The twin-braided girl sitting next to him widened her eyes slightly. Laplace Corporation was no longer an unknown name. In fact, Laplace Corporation juniors were already qualified to enter Shuchen. More importantly, Laplace Corporation had been built from scratch. Many in the upper class knew about this. Unlike the aristocratic boys and girls in this class, no matter how exceptional they were, the reason they could sit in Pure Institute was thanks to the previous generation. But Yakama Azuma had secured his place here on his own. With his own strength, he ensured that no one in Pure Institute dared to underestimate him. Seeing the completely stunned expression of the twin-braided girl, Yakama Azuma smirked provocatively. The girl, initially frozen from the unexpected information, snapped back to reality upon seeing his smirk. Instead, she gritted her teeth slightly, though she didn't show it on her face. Fujiwara-san, could you introduce me to this person? Yakama Azuma smiled meaningfully and gestured toward the person beside him. Oh, this is Shijo Maki-san, a relative of Kaguya-chan. Eh? Come to think of it, didn't Kaguya-chan call Yakama-kun Onyai-sama before? So doesn't that mean Yakama-kun and Shijo-san are also relatives? Fujiwara Chika excitedly gossiped. Above Shijo Maki's head, a giant question mark appeared. Degrees? She had absolutely no idea that the Shinomiya family had any relatives with the surname Yakama. The Shijo family was a branch of the Shinomiya family. She and Shinomiya Kaguya were somewhat distant relatives, but still of direct bloodline. Oh, so Shijo-san is a relative of Shinomiya-san? Then Shijo-san should call me Onyai-sama too. Yakama Azuma did not explain the strange relationship between him and Shinomiya Kaguya. On the contrary, he went with the flow. Hearing this, Shijo Maki bit her lip slightly. This guy. But even Kaguya, the legitimate Shinomiya family member, had called him Onyai-sama. In terms of status, Kaguya was even her superior. Proper etiquette. She couldn't disgrace the family. Onyai-sama. Shijo Maki muttered softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Shijo-san, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Yakama Azuma cupped his hand around his ear, mimicking a recording device. Creak. The sound of teeth grinding echoed. Immediately after, Shijo Maki obediently called out, Onyai-sama. Yakama Azuma nodded in satisfaction. Good eye, Muto. Then, he casually patted Shijomaki's head. The head pat came swiftly and left just as quickly, dealing a critical hit. Shijomaki never expected Yakama Azuma to actually pat her head. By the time she reacted and was about to explode, Yakama Azuma had already withdrawn his hand and slipped away, leaving the girl so furious she just wanted to bite him twice. Watching Shijomaki grind her teeth, Yakama Azuma felt incredibly satisfied. Teasing Tsunders was really fun. At home, he couldn't tease a certain someone too much. Otherwise, she'd cry in an instant. After all, Ahobaka Riri was his girlfriend, he still had to pamper her. But this twin-braided brat had nothing to do with him. So he could tease her all he wanted. After the lunch break, Yakama Azuma brought 2 bento boxes he had made himself to the student council room. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Shinomiya Kaguya and Soaoyuki already seated inside. The moment Yakama Azuma appeared, Soaoyuki immediately stood up and quickly approached him. If there weren't other people around, this girl definitely wouldn't have bothered walking properly, she would have charged at him like a raging bull. Yakama Azuma was too familiar with Soaoyuki's childish personality. So seeing her behave so properly now actually surprised him a little. Azuma-kun, is this for me? I'm really touched. Receiving a bento box from Yakama Azuma, Soaoyuki looked as if she had just received a birthday present. Eh? Yakama-kun made a bento for Soao-san? Fujiwara-chika's eyes widened. She sensed it. Her love radar picked up a signal. This was definitely a love triangle. I've been taking care of her for a while now. Yakama Azuma replied casually. Soaoyuki stuck out her tongue playfully and beamed. After sitting back at the table, she eagerly opened her bento box. A delicious aroma instantly filled the room. Shinomiya Kaguya and Fujiwara Chika, who were just about to open their own lunches, instinctively stopped. It smelled way too good. Chapter 202, The Second Meeting of Yuki no Shita Family Tokyo, a renowned Michelin-starred restaurant. This restaurant is called Kagari. Its most famous dish is, well, that doesn't matter. Because the people sitting at the table right now have no appetite for food. Yuki no Shita Yukino and her mother sat across from each other at the dining table. The atmosphere was extremely tense. However, unlike their previous meeting, this time Yukino was no longer frozen stiff in front of her mother. Although there was still some awkwardness when their eyes met, she now carried an air of composure. The chains that once bound Yukino's soul had been broken the day she decided to leave her family. Last time, Mrs. Yuki no Shita had attempted to shackle her daughter once more. But the result was a merciless dismantling by Yakama Azuma. Now, Yukino no longer feared her mother. The canary whose wings had grown strong could finally soar freely in the sky. Witnessing the significant change in her daughter, Mrs. Yuki no Shita completely abandoned the idea of bringing her back home. She understood that such a thing was no longer possible. She had no cards left to threaten Yukino with. Laplace Corporation had grown to a level where the Yuki no Shita family could no longer interfere at will. Mrs. Yuki no Shita recalled what she had witnessed yesterday at the main house. Recently, the Yuki no Shita mansion had acquired a whole set of new furniture. The butler had mentioned that it was smart furniture. She hadn't bothered to listen to the details of its functionality. Because the moment she saw the bed in the bedroom, she recognized a familiar emblem. It was the Laplace logo. The instant she saw that mark, Mrs. Yuki no Shita understood that Laplace's rise was unstoppable. Compared to the Yuki no Shita family, whose future was becoming increasingly uncertain, Laplace, though not yet on the same scale, was a rising star. Its ascent was rapid. Before long, it would reach the same height as the Yuki no Shita family. Then, it would quickly surpass them, continuing to climb higher. Upon realizing this, Mrs. Yuki no Shita felt a numbing sensation. As the one who had restored the Yuki no Shita family's glory, a business genius known as the Witch of Chiba, she simply couldn't fathom how Yakama Azuma had done it. It felt as if her once proud arrogance had been trampled underfoot. But Mrs. Yuki no Shita was no longer in her teens or 20s. She had to face reality. Thus, this second meeting had come to be. Your engagement can be annulled. Mrs. Yuki no Shita got straight to the point. Then, she pulled a contract out of her bag. All you need to do is sign here. Hearing this, Yukino immediately furrowed her brows. She silently took the contract. Its contents were not overly complicated. It was about a business collaboration between Laplace Corporation and the Yuki no Shita Group. It involved Laplace's smart furniture and certain commercial rights. The contract was beneficial to both parties. However, the Yuki no Shita family would benefit slightly more. Laplace Corporation could use this to establish a reputation in Chiba. Meanwhile, the Yuki no Shita family, after obtaining certain licensing rights, would make a great deal of money. Currently, Laplace Corporation held several top-tier intellectual properties across Japan. For example, the Youth series and White Album. With these licenses, they could produce related merchandise and boost commercial sales. The concept of commercial synergy didn't exist yet in the current market. The fact that Mrs. Yukino Shita could come up with such a strategy, it could only be said that she was truly worthy of the title Witch of Chiba. It was an exceptionally smart business move. Placing the contract down, Yukino said expressionlessly, "I have reviewed the contract. As for collaborating with your company, Laplace will consider it carefully." Hearing this, Mrs. Yukino Shita immediately frowned. "Consider? What is there to consider? Regarding the proposed pricing, I think we can renegotiate it later." Yukino Shita. "Yukino, with this kind of attitude, how do you expect to? My attitude has always been this way. You should know that better than anyone. Besides, even if I don't change, there are still people who are willing to accept me." Mrs. Yukino Shita was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. At present, Yukino was the acting CEO of Laplace Corporation. One could say she held a position of significant power. With a personality that was excessively straightforward, almost indifferent to familial ties, it was indeed difficult for her to thrive in society. But as the CEO of Laplace Corporation, such traits were a perfect fit. Laplace had abundant capital, and moreover, the products they held were ones others fought over. If it were anyone else sitting in Yukino's current position, on the contrary, they would be at risk of corruption. Greed in the face of wealth was truly terrifying. But Yukino's integrity had instead become Laplace's most crucial pillar. Mrs. Yukino Shita found it almost unbelievable. How could someone who built Laplace Corporation from nothing trust Yukino so unconditionally? This trust made her, Yukino's own mother, seem like an outsider. "Is there anything else? If not, I will take my leave." Yukino stood up and asked. Mrs. Yukino Shita waved her hand in frustration. The life she had arranged for Yukino was, compared to many, already excellent. Born into the Yukino Shita family yet possessing such a personality. What Mrs. Yukino Shita had said wasn't wrong. Yukino was indeed unsuited for survival in society. But comparisons were the most terrifying thing. Yukino Azuma had not only completely crushed Mrs. Yukino Shita in the business world. Even in raising Yukino, he had utterly outclassed her. Note, sounds wrong. Yukino gathered her belongings, casually stuffing the contract into her bag, then stepped out of the private room. The moment she stepped outside, she let out a long sigh of relief. To say she wasn't nervous would be a lie. Facing the mother she had feared for 20 years. It was only natural for Yukino to feel hesitant. But this time, even without Yukino Azuma by her side, she had managed to handle it. A resounding victory. Although, in truth, it was still thanks to Yukino Azuma that she had won. Thinking about this, Yukino couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth curl upward. With a personality that most would find twisted, if she had never met Yukino Azuma, no matter how vast the world was, she might not have found a place where she belonged. From the moment Yukino Azuma had told her, "Yukino, I cannot be without you," Yukino Shita Yukino had been completely captivated. Exiting the restaurant, a cool autumn night breeze blew past. Dressed in only a business suit paired with a pencil skirt, Yukino couldn't help but shiver. "It's getting cold. I should remind him to wear more layers," Yukino murmured to herself. Then, she took out her car keys, preparing to drive home. But at that moment, she suddenly felt a tap on her shoulder. Yukino instinctively took a step back in caution and turned around only to find that the person who had tapped her was none other than her older sister. Today, Yukino Shita Haruno was dressed in a hoodie and loose sports pants. Her entire demeanor exuded a sense of ease and relaxation. In Yukino's memory, her sister rarely dressed like this. Most of the time, she meticulously maintained her image, looking like a blooming peony. "Sis," Yukino called out softly, her emotions somewhat complicated. In the past, she had always seen Haruno as a goal to strive for. Admiring her sister's grace and ability to navigate any situation with finesse. But now Yukino was finally free to spread her wings. While her sister remained bound by the Yukino Shita family. "Why aren't you wearing more layers? I already turned on the heater in the car. Come on, I'll take you home. I've already arranged for a driver to take your car back." Haruno gestured for Yukino to follow. Yukino hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she still followed her sister and got into the car. The moment she sat down, the warm air from the heating system immediately drove away the cold lingering on her body. Haruno leaned over from the driver's seat, intending to help Yukino fasten her seatbelt. But Yukino stopped her. "I can do it myself." As she spoke, she secured the seatbelt on her own. "Oh dear, you're so cold, Yukino-chan." Haruno pouted, acting as if she were wounded. Yukino didn't respond. If it was a verbal spar, she didn't mind engaging. But if they kept going back and forth, she'd inevitably end up saying something that would stab at the other person. Haruno started the car and pulled out of the restaurant's parking lot. Under the night sky, the vehicle silently cruised through the city streets. The speed was leisurely. Streetlights passed by one after another, their glow reflecting on the car windows. "Yukino-chan, do you like Yakama Azuma?" Haruno suddenly asked. Yukino froze for a moment. Then, almost instantly, her cheeks were tinged with a faint red. "Yes." She decisively voiced the answer in her heart, though her tone was a little soft. Yukino was someone who could face her emotions head-on. Liking someone was just that. There was nothing shameful about saying it out loud. "I figured as much." Haruno lightly tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. "So, have you confessed yet?" As an older sister who had watched Yukino grow up, Haruno naturally noticed her feelings. The only thing she wasn't sure about was how Yukino would handle love. After all, Yukino had never liked anyone before. Never even felt moved by anyone. "That has nothing to do with you, does it?" Yukino turned her face away. So she hadn't confessed yet. Haruno thought to herself. "Do you plan to confess?" "I already said it's none of your if you do, you might succeed. But the outcome may not be what you're hoping for." "What do you mean?" "That boy has a lot of girls around him, doesn't he?" Haruno lightly wiggled her fingers. Hearing that, Yukino immediately fell silent. Although she had deliberately avoided thinking about it. The truth was, many girls surrounded Yakama Azuma. Just counting the ones living in the same house, besides herself, there were already 4 others. Not to mention the senpais and students from the shogi world. If he happens to like multiple girls at the same time, and you're one of them, what will you do then, Yukino-chan? Chapter 203, Better to let the 2 sisters benefit than to let another woman take over. If he happens to like multiple girls at the same time, and you're one of them, what will you do then, Yukino-chan? Haruno's words left Yukino completely silent. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yukino unconsciously wrapped her arms around herself. What should she do? Yukino asked herself, but she couldn't find an answer. With her upright personality, she could never accept a lover's betrayal. But if she were to be told to stay away from Yakama Azuma, for Yukino, that would be no different from being thrown back into hell. After all, could she really compete with other girls? Though Yukino wasn't the type to be insecure. To be precise, she was quite confident in her own beauty. At the same time, she took pride in her natural talent. But to Yakama Azuma, those things might not even be an advantage. The girls around him all had outstanding beauty. As for talent, who would dare call themselves a genius in front of a Laplace demon? Setting those things aside, Yukino suddenly realized that the connection between her and Yakama Azuma wasn't actually that strong. At least, compared to Kato Megumi and the others who studied and lived alongside him at the home and academy. She was still someone with fewer chances to interact with him. Yukino thought of Sakano. Yakama Azuma had once written a love letter like that. Yukino wasn't as foolish as Eriri, so of course, she understood the implication within that light novel. Perhaps, she had already lost a long time ago. That thought made Yukino's eyes momentarily darken. Even Yukino-chan doesn't know what to do, huh? That doesn't sound like something you should say. But have you ever considered staying by that boy's side along with the other girls? Haruno spoke while glancing at Yukino. Hearing her sister's question, Yukino was completely dumbfounded. What was this? A harem? That was utterly ridiculous. This wasn't a light novel world. Are you joking? Not just me, but the others wouldn't agree either. Besides, Azuma-kun would never. Before Yukino could finish her sentence, Haruno interrupted her. Never? Yukino-chan, do you want to think it over more carefully? Yukino-chan, you know by now, right? Yakama Azuma is the boy who came to our house back then. Hearing that, Yukino fell silent again. Yakama Azuma was the one who had visited the Yukino-shita household back then. The boy who negotiated with Mrs. Yukino-shita, wanting his name to be recorded under the Yukino-shita family. Yukino knew very well what had happened to the Yakama family. That boy no longer had a single blood relative in this world. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, he never had any family at all. Yukino recalled hearing that Yakama Azuma had been sent to Tokyo since elementary school. The car passed through the streets, with Yakama's house on one side. But Haruno didn't stop. The car quickly passed the mansion, continuing forward, taking another round. Yukino-chan, can't you see? That boy, no matter how much he uses maturity and intellect to conceal himself. Deep inside, he is still unbearably lonely, like an abandoned child. As Haruno spoke these words, her eyes flickered slightly, barely noticeable. As if she was peeling open an old wound, suppressing the pain. Why did Haruno understand Yakama Azuma's true state so well? The answer was very simple. Because that night, after she had swallowed him whole. After the boy fell asleep, he held her tightly. Pressed his cheek against her neck. as if he wanted to bind her to himself at all costs. Afraid that with just one careless moment, she would leave him behind. A deep attachment that could never be erased. When Haruno was embraced, she felt as if her entire heart had been filled. She just kept looking at Yukino Azuma all night. Until the morning light crept into the hotel room. She was forced to remove the arms of the boy who was tightly holding onto her. That was also Haruno's first time. If she truly didn't care, she wouldn't have risked jumping from the second floor of the banquet hall, despite the possibility of breaking her leg. The boy's attachment was like the sweetest candy in the world. Once tasted, it had to be given up forever. That morning felt like a knife slicing through Haruno's heart. But she had no other choice. At that time, the boy was still just a part-time banquet hall worker. If Haruno had truly stayed and confirmed her relationship with Yukino Azuma, the Yukinoshita family would have delivered a fatal blow to him. After leaving, Haruno could only lick her wounds in silence. She just never expected that one day in the future, when she met that boy again, he had built an entire fortress from nothing. Stepped into a position where he no longer had to fear the Yukinoshita family. And even sheltered her younger sister under his wings. As someone who loved her sister to an extreme degree, she couldn't help but feel jealous of her own sister. She was clearly the one who came first. On one side was her most beloved younger sister. On the other was the boy with whom she had shared her first time. The sum of two happinesses should have been the most beautiful dream. Why did it turn out like this? Those bitter lines from White Album unconsciously surfaced in Haruno's mind. This made her start to doubt when that boy created that game. Had he already foreseen this exact situation? Damn it, why are you so skilled at this? Haruno's thoughts became chaotic. Yukino wasn't much better off. Though not as deeply as Haruno, she had still been with him for a year. Regarding Yukino Azuma's issues, Yukino had also noticed some signs. When dealing with those around him, the boy always seemed excessively eager to please. As if he was afraid they would leave him. The car went around for the third time. Haruno collected her thoughts and asked once again, Yukino-chan, are you still hesitating? Yukino's eyelashes lowered slightly. I don't know, it's just thinking about him being with someone else makes my stomach hurt. But if I really had to stay away from him, I can't even imagine it. Hearing that, the corners of Haruno's lips curled up. It seemed that the situation was much better than she had expected. She had already prepared herself for the possibility that her younger sister would stubbornly resist to the end with that strong-willed personality of hers. But it turned out that boy was truly the embodiment of a seductive demon. His power was formidable. Even the iron-hard personality of her sister had been bent slightly. That significantly lowered the difficulty. As someone with experience, I have a piece of advice for you, Yukino-chan. Actually, only when you abandon your original feelings that is the true betrayal. If your feelings remain unchanged from start to finish, and you simply develop new emotions, then it's not that big of a deal, right? Hearing her sister's justification, Yukino just stared blankly. Was that really true? If Haruno had said these words from the beginning, Yukino would have immediately retorted with sharp words. But now, her head was in a complete mess because of Yukino Azuma. On the left side of her mind was flour, on the right was water. One slight movement and it would turn into a pile of mush. To the point that even such absurd words started to seem somewhat reasonable. When the car once again stopped in front of Yukima's house, Haruno slowly brought it to a halt. Alright, it's been a long time since we last met. Talking with Yukino-chan was really fun. It's getting quite late, Yukino-chan, hurry inside. Yukino gently nodded, stepping out of the car in a daze. Watching her younger sister absent-mindedly walk toward Yukima's house, Haruno stuck out her tongue. Oh dear, my adorable little sister, there's no other way. I'll have to trouble you a little. But then again, that guy flirts around everywhere, so you can't blame me. Haruno mumbled to herself. Back then, due to practical reasons, she had to leave Yukino Azuma. But now, the Yukinoshita family could no longer threaten him. Whether it was out of jealousy or the emotions stirring in her heart, Haruno truly couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. No matter how shameless it made her seem, she had to get back in the game. And now, the biggest obstacle was none other than her own younger sister. If Yukino couldn't accept it, Haruno would have no choice but to quietly back down. Otherwise, even she wouldn't be able to overcome the barrier in her heart. In any case, the first step was to coax her little sister into accepting the harem, then take it from there. By that point, compared to letting him fall into the hands of other women, wouldn't it be much better for us sisters to take the prize? Yukino used the key to unlock the front door. As soon as she stepped into Yukima's house, an irresistibly delicious aroma immediately hit her, making her swallow involuntarily. Why are you home so late today? Good thing I made extra soup tonight. It's fine to reheat it a little. Yukino Azuma poked his head out from the kitchen. Come eat. Seeing that boy, Yukino's heart trembled slightly. Earlier, when she wasn't with him, she already felt like she couldn't bear to be apart. Now that she had just laid eyes on him, that feeling became even stronger. The ever-righteous Yukino had finally fallen victim to beauty's charm. Tonight, Yukino Azuma had made corn and pork rib soup. As soon as Yukino sat down at the table, Yukino Azuma brought over a large bowl of ribs. Azuma-kun went to Shuchin today, right? How was it? Yukino's mind was still a mess. Not wanting Azuma to ask why she was home late, afraid she might accidentally let something slip, she quickly found a topic to start the conversation first. It went really well. Let me tell you about it. Yukino Azuma started recounting the interesting events at Shuchin. At first, Yukino was still lost in thought, but gradually, she was drawn into the boy's lively storytelling. From time to time, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Before she knew it, the uneasiness in her heart had faded away. Chapter 204, Yukino Shita Yukinayan. What is this? After dinner, as she was about to go upstairs, Yukino happened to glance at the red stone in Yukino Azuma's hand and asked curiously. This is a long story. Actually, I'm not even sure what it is. Yukino Azuma twirled the stone in his hand. This was a fragment of Charlotte. Yesterday, Sawayuki had handed it over to him. After bringing it back, Yukino Azuma had spent some time studying it, but until now, he still hadn't identified any special properties. In fact, he had even considered taking it up Mount Itamori to ask the guardian deity of Itamori for clarification. It looks like some kind of mineral. Yukino leaned in closer and gently touched it. What if it's a meteorite from outer space? Yukino Azuma casually joked. The two exchanged a few more words. Yukino waved goodbye and turned to walk up the stairs. After returning to her room, Yukino let out a long sigh. Being around that young man was truly comfortable and pleasant. If possible, she wished she could live like this forever. Then, she recalled the words her older sister had said. For a moment, Yukino felt a little lost. She removed her business attire and stepped into the bathroom. Yukino looked at herself in the mirror. Just like her name, Snow Under Snow. If one had to describe her beauty, it was a kind of beauty that was untouchable, something one could never obtain, only marvel at its absolute perfection. A Yukino like this, of course, had never once worried about her appearance from childhood to adulthood. But at this moment, she placed her hand on her flat chest. She bit her lips lightly. Should she start eating more papayas or something? She stood there in a daze for a long time. Until she felt a slight chill and shivered. Yukino snapped back to reality and quickly stepped under the shower. After finishing her bath wrapped in a towel, Yukino jumped onto her bed. Her fair legs gently swayed. If only she didn't have to deal with human relationships, if only she could cling to that young man without a care in the world, how wonderful that would be. As she thought about it, Yukino gradually drifted into sleep. The night slowly fell. The next morning. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the pristine white bed sheets. Yukino felt suffocated, as if a blanket had been completely covering her head. She reached out to push it away, but no matter how much she tried, she couldn't. She opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a layer of soft fabric, blocking her vision. Yukino frowned. This texture. It seemed to be her towel. Was someone playing a prank? Placing a towel over her head? Yukino intended to reach out and pull the towel down. But no matter how many times she touched around, she couldn't feel herself grabbing onto anything at all. Suspicious, she looked down at her hands. Yukino only saw a pair of snow-white, soft paws with pinkish pads. Nyani. A loud cry escaped. Startled, Yukino struggled to free herself from the towel. Her bed was still her bed, her room was still her room. However, everything now appeared several times larger than before. Yukino looked down at her body. She only saw a sleek black fur coat, along with a cat's tail swaying behind her. In an instant, Yukino's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to speak, but as soon as she opened her mouth, only Nyan Nyan came out. After adapting to her current cat body, Yukino rolled around a little and then jumped off the bed. She walked toward the large mirror in the room. In the mirror, there was no longer the elegant black-haired beauty. Instead, there was only a small cat with an entirely black body, except for 4 white paws, looking incredibly adorable. On a normal day, seeing such a cute cat would certainly make Yukino feel affectionate. But right now, she tried raising her paw. In the mirror, the little cat also lifted its white paw. For a moment, Yukino fell into extreme shock. She had turned into a cat. Yukino stared at her reflection, her pupils turning into vertical slits from the shock. What should she do now? For a brief moment, Yukino was utterly bewildered. Just then, the door creaked open. Yukino jumped in alarm, cautiously looking toward the door. Someone was coming. She tried lifting her small head to see who had entered. It was Yukino Azuma. Yukino panicked slightly. How was she supposed to explain this situation now? Wait, why wasn't he at school? Oh, right, today was the weekend. While she was still lost in her thoughts, Yakama Azuma slowly walked over. A cat? Where did you come from? Yakama Azuma looked at the unfamiliar cat that had appeared in his house, feeling a bit puzzled. He had just finished his morning training and, while downstairs, had heard some strange nyan sounds. Shiretamaru and Hogyokamaru were still eating downstairs. Feeling curious, Yakama Azuma had come upstairs to check. Upon entering Yukino's room, he discovered this unfamiliar cat. Reaching out to touch it, Yakama Azuma noticed that this cat didn't seem very afraid of people. So he simply picked it up. Its fur was incredibly soft, so unbelievably smooth that the sensation of touching it was unreal. Unable to resist, Yakama Azuma stroked it a few more times. The feeling of petting it was truly an indulgence. Even Hogyokamaru, despite having the bloodline of a magical creature, didn't have fur that felt this good to the touch. As for Yukino, a wah 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 wah. Inside, Yukino was screaming at the top of her lungs. Just a moment ago, she had been panicking, not knowing how to face him in her cat form. And now, she had been directly scooped up into Yakama Azuma's arms. Being held was one thing. But where exactly was this guy petting? This weird feeling. Somehow. It felt kind of nice. Yukino snapped out of it, shaking her head vigorously. No, this can't happen. If she started enjoying this, wouldn't she be losing her dignity as a human? And just at that moment Yakama Azuma casually scratched under Yukino's chin. Little one, where did you come from? Could it be a cat Yukino adopted? Strange, if that were the case, she should have told me. Yakama Azuma seemed to be speaking both to Yukinayan in his arms and to himself. As for Yukino. At that moment, an uncontrollable purring sound of pleasure rumbled from her throat. Just after letting out two purrs, Yukino immediately used her small paws to push Yakama Azuma's hand away. This is bad, his cat petting skills are way too advanced. She couldn't resist at all, her instincts were completely taking over. Being pushed away by the little Yukinayan in his arms, Yakama Azuma raised an eyebrow. So, you turn out to be a proud little cat, huh? But give up now, no cat can resist my technique. He saying that, Yakama Azuma began using an even more advanced cat petting technique. Yukino. 5 minutes later. Unable to resist the relentless petting, Yukino unconsciously rubbed herself against Yakama Azuma's hand. If she were in human form, then this scene would probably not be suitable for children. But since she was a cat, everything was still within acceptable limits. As for whether Yukino's mental state was still normal at this point, only she knew the answer. At that moment, Yakama Azuma's phone rang. He had to pause, holding Yukino with one arm while using the other to grab his phone. Finally, he stopped. Yukino regained a sliver of sanity. No, she had to escape. If this continued any longer, the bigger danger wasn't actually becoming a cat, it was dying of embarrassment. She began to squirm uneasily, trying to struggle free from Yakama Azuma's arms. But unfortunately, it was a futile effort. A cat's strength largely depended on its sharp claws. But since Yukino had just gotten used to her feline body, she had no control over her claws yet. At most, all she could do was extend them slightly from her paw pads when trying to exert force. But she couldn't bear to hurt Yakama Azuma. So, while struggling, she didn't dare to use too much strength. Afraid that if her claws fully extended, she might accidentally scratch him. With just a light press of one finger on her small head, Yakama Azuma effortlessly ended Yukinayan's rebellion. Yakama Azuma glanced at his phone. The incoming call was from an unfamiliar number he hadn't saved. Casually, he pressed the answer button, switched to speaker mode, and tossed the phone onto the bed. Yakama Azuma, this is Mrs. Yukino Shida. Mrs. Yukino Shida's voice came through the speaker. Hearing this voice, both Yakama Azuma and Yukino froze. Yakama Azuma, who had been about to resume petting the cat, stopped in his tracks. Yukino, too, obediently stopped squirming and perked her ears to listen to the voice coming from the phone. Oh, Mrs. Yukino Shida, is there something you need? Yakama Azuma replied casually, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Then, before Mrs. Yukino Shida could answer, Yakama Azuma suddenly spoke. Let me guess, did you just see Laplace's logo in your house? Did you suddenly feel the overwhelming difference and finally see reality for what it is? And so now, you're calling, hoping to ask Laplace for a favor? On the other end of the line, a vein popped on Mrs. Yukino Shida's forehead. She was on the verge of breaking down. If Yakama Azuma had just lashed out at her harshly, she wouldn't have cared in the slightest. In fact, she might have even mocked him for being childish. But these words stung even worse than insults. Lies wouldn't hurt people, truth was the sharpest knife. Grinding her teeth in fury, Mrs. Yuki Noshita spat out each word through clenched teeth. Yes, that's right, you guessed correctly. At this point, she had no choice but to adjust her attitude. Being stubborn to the end would only lead to a worse outcome. Yakama Azuma, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Mrs. Yuki Noshita to admit it so bluntly. But immediately after his expression darkened. You went to see Yukino again, didn't you? What did you say to her? Is Yukino with you right now? 3 consecutive questions. Yukino, still nestled in Yakama Azuma's arms, suddenly felt her cat heart skip a beat. Chapter 205, So You Are Yuki Nyan. Because Mrs. Yuki Noshita wanted to find a way to cling to Laplace. The first person she sought out was definitely not Yakama Azuma, but Yukino. Understanding this, Yakama Azuma immediately fired off 3 consecutive questions. You went to see Yukino again, didn't you? What did you say to Yukino? Is Yukino with you right now? The urgency in his voice was not fake. On the other end of the line, Mrs. Yuki Noshita fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Did he think she was a kidnapper or something? Letting out a helpless sigh, Mrs. Yuki Noshita spoke somewhat wearily. She's not with me. She already took the contract home, so go and find her yourself. Once the contract is signed, I won't force Yukino anymore. Isn't that a great deal? Upon hearing this, Yuki Nyan immediately broke free from Yakama Azuma's arms. She jumped onto the bed, intending to cut off the call with her cat claws. Her mother was using her as a bargaining chip against him again. Unbelievable. Yakama Azuma reacted swiftly. The moment Yuki Nyan leaped away, he reached out and caught her. As a result, before Yuki Nyan could land on the bed, while she was still suspended in midair, Yakama Azuma had already pulled her back into his embrace. Nyan. Yuki Nyan let out a dissatisfied cry. Yakama Azuma patted Yuki Nyan on the head. Even though he didn't know what was up with his cat, he decided to soothe it for now. His gaze swept across the room. Very quickly, Yakama Azuma found the briefcase that Yukino always carried with her. He took it out and flipped through it. The contract from Mrs. Yuki Noshita was found immediately. Yuki Nyan couldn't speak, so she could only use her claws to scratch at Yakama Azuma. She didn't want him to be troubled because of her. Glancing over the contents of the contract, Yakama Azuma couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, Mrs. Yuki Noshita's idea was quite interesting. Brand collaboration. A very weighty marketing strategy for the future. Commonly applied in industries like fashion or food. The most notable examples of brand collaboration that Yakama Azuma knew of were probably sneakers and bubble tea. Note, I don't know anything about business. He set the contract aside. Picked up the phone. I just looked over the contents, the idea isn't bad. But does the Yuki Noshita family even have any products that align with the IPs Laplace Corporation owns? Are you expecting Laplace Corporation to create a custom IP just for the Yuki Noshita family? Moreover, even if that were the case, this partnership wouldn't help you sell the house. Hearing this, Mrs. Yuki Noshita froze for a moment. Not because of the content of his words, but because of his attitude. Was this kid actually considering agreeing to this deal? Even though they had only met twice, Mrs. Yuki Noshita had a fair grasp of Yakama Azuma's personality. Initially, she proposed the deal without expecting much. She had even braced herself to be mocked by Yakama Azuma. But now, his attitude seemed to lean toward agreement. Recalling their previous meeting, Mrs. Yuki Noshita asked suspiciously, "You're not seriously thinking about marrying Yukino, are you?" This conversation had really jumped too far. The corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Yuki Nyan covered her cat face with her plump little cat paws. What in the world was her mother saying? What are you planning? Even if I do get married, I won't be alive in son-in-law, so just give up on that idea. I'm just reminding you, if you're serious, you should have a proper attitude. If you're not, then make it clear sooner rather than later. Since when was this your place to say? You brat, I'm Yukino's mother. A good mother who specializes in forcing her daughter into arranged marriages? TCH. The Yuki Noshita family does e-commerce. Running out of arguments, Mrs. Yuki Noshita reluctantly backed off and changed the subject. Yakama Azuma suddenly had a realization. So that was it. It made sense e-commerce would be one of the major trends in the near future. If Mrs. Yuki Noshita could bring the Yuki Noshita family back to prominence, there was no reason she wouldn't seek an alternative path after seeing the real estate industry decline. Clinging to a sinking industry and dragging the entire Yuki Noshita family down with it, finding a new direction was inevitable. E-commerce was indeed a promising avenue. The Yuki Noshita family should establish a fashion subsidiary. As for the collaboration contract, we can discuss it later. Yakama Azuma pointed Mrs. Yuki Noshita toward a brighter path. Among the best-selling products in e-commerce, aside from snacks and cosmetics, clothing was at the top. Using a few IPs from Laplace Corporation for collaboration, creating a trending product would be incredibly simple. Moreover, by next year, when Laplace Corporation's short video platform launched, making a product go viral would be even easier. This was truly a feasible project. As for why he had to collaborate with the Yukino Shita family for this by next year, Laplace Corporation would have money, but there would be countless things to handle. At that point, they wouldn't be able to manage everything alone. Besides, if Laplace Corporation tried to monopolize every opportunity, it would only invite jealousy from others. Sharing some profit-making projects externally would also benefit Laplace Corporation. And, to be fair, Mrs. Yukino Shita wasn't wrong. After all, she was still Yukino's mother. Even if, emotionally speaking, she wasn't exactly worthy of that title, Yukino Azuma didn't want to completely sever ties with her. If things really soured, the person caught in the middle would undoubtedly be Yukino. On the other end of the call, Mrs. Yukino Shita listened to Yukino Azuma's suggestion, which was more like an order. She thought for a moment. After confirming its feasibility, she didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Then, both sides ended the call. The collaboration contract would have to wait until the Yukino Shita family's fashion company was up and running before they could negotiate further. After hanging up, Yukino Azuma looked down at the cat in his arms. Being a cat was so much easier, no need to deal with these troublesome matters. Just as he was thinking that, he suddenly felt something was off. The cat in his arms seemed to be deep in thought. Its expressions were so vivid. It didn't seem like a cat at all, but rather, more like a human. Realizing this, a series of clues flashed through Yukino Azuma's mind. Did Yukino really go out today? Her usual high heels were still by the door. Moreover, the documents and briefcase she would normally take with her were still in the room. Yukino had mysteriously disappeared. And a cat had suddenly appeared. It was absurd, but Yukino Azuma had already witnessed plenty of supernatural events. And if he took a closer sniff, this cat carried a faint scent of snow blossoms, exactly like Yukino. A thought gradually formed in Yukino Azuma's mind. At that moment, Yukino was still lost in her own thoughts. How could she not understand the boy's intentions? His impression of the Yukino Shita family was certainly not great. Yet now, he was agreeing to a collaboration and even actively helping the Yukino Shita family. Even though this was a mutually beneficial arrangement, the more important reason was definitely that he didn't want her to feel conflicted. Yukino had always known Yukino Azuma treated her very well. But at this very moment she could truly feel his sincerity. Yukino didn't know how she should repay him for being so kind to her. If he always kept this sincerity, then even if he grew to like another girl, as long as his heart remained unchanged. Yukino suddenly recalled her sister's distorted philosophy. Yukino. Yukino Azuma's sudden voice startled her. She instinctively lifted her small head and looked toward him. And even let out a nyan as if responding. The moment she made that sound, Yukino realized right now, she was a cat. The Yuki nyan. Instantly, her heart felt like it was hanging by a thread. Did he realize it already? If he did, she might just die of embarrassment today. But Yukino Azuma now, he was completely certain. This cat was definitely Yukino. The only thing he didn't know was why Yukino had turned into a cat. Could it be? He suddenly remembered the shard of Charlotte. Though he couldn't confirm it yet, Yukino Azuma couldn't help but blame himself. Why did he let her carelessly touch something so unstable? And now, look what happened, one touch and trouble followed. Yukino went to work already? I miss Yukino so much. Yukino Azuma didn't expose Yuki Nyan's identity, casually diverting the conversation instead. Yuki Nyan let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, a sweet warmth rose in her heart. So, when they were alone, he always thought about her. So, this wasn't just one-sided love. How wonderful. Thinking that, Yuki Nyan proactively rubbed her small feline head against Yukino Azuma's palm. Turning into a cat really did make it easier to act spoiled. The usually cold and composed Lady Yukino had now completely let her guard down. Watching Yuki Nyan rub herself back and forth against his palm, Yukino Azuma widened his eyes in surprise. So this was the real Yukino. As he teased Yuki Nyan, Yukino Azuma continued pondering over Yukino's condition. If this supernatural change was caused by Charlotte's shard, then it must be similar to adolescence syndrome. The effects of adolescence syndrome stemmed from intense psychological fluctuations, manifesting outwardly as physical phenomena. So what kind of psychological fluctuation had Yukino experienced? And why did it result in her turning into a cat? Did turning into a cat mean she didn't have to go to work anymore? No, that couldn't be it. Was it because she didn't have to deal with social interactions and could freely cling to him instead? Before long, Yukino Azuma had almost pieced together the truth. After all, Yuki Nyan's current clingy behavior was already a clear hint. If this really was adolescence syndrome, then as long as the psychological fluctuation was resolved, she should return to normal. Moreover, as long as nothing aggravated that psychological fluctuation, the symptoms shouldn't last too long. Just like Kurokawa-kan. Once she quit her internet addiction, the wounds on her body stopped appearing. For now, the best course of action was to let Yuki Nyan stay in the room for a while. And see if she would return to normal on her own. Chapter 206, Haruno, Am I a Pervert? Click. The door gently closed. On the bed, Yuki Nyan sat up. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? She shook her little cat head, her cat ears twitching slightly. Finally, Yuki Nyan escaped from her state of depravity. Thinking about her previous act of acting spoiled, she just felt so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. Fortunately, right now, she was just a cat. A cat couldn't have any bad intentions, right? But still, being a cat was truly enjoyable. No, actually very convenient. Yet, she couldn't stay a cat forever. Yuki Nyan started thinking again, why exactly had she turned into a cat, and how could she turn back? It was as if a spark of realization flashed through her mind. She just needed to relax. That thought naturally surfaced in Yuki Nyan's head. Even though there was no basis for it, but in this situation, there wasn't a better option. Yuki Nyan decided to trust her own instincts. So she stretched out her cat body, lay flat on the bed, closed her eyes, and relaxed her mind. Her tail swayed gently back and forth. She didn't know how much time had passed when Yukino opened her eyes again. She found that she had returned to her familiar human form. She raised her hand, looking at her smooth, fair skin and slender fingers. Yukino let out a sigh of relief. Being able to return to normal was a good thing. But still, what was going on with this whole turning into a cat thing? If that embarrassing moment of acting spoiled had never happened, maybe Yukino would have told Yukima Azuma everything. She could pour her heart out to him even if he couldn't offer a solution. At least she could relieve some of the pressure in her heart. If she told anyone else, they would definitely think she was delusional. But Yukino believed that if she told Yukima Azuma, even if he didn't understand, he would surely listen seriously. But now Yukino felt that she absolutely couldn't bring it up anymore. Too embarrassing. She could only find the reason by herself. Yukino began recalling last night's events. Compared to usual, nothing seemed particularly special. If there was anything different, she remembered last night, she had fallen asleep while embracing her intense feelings for that boy. At that time, it seemed like she didn't want to leave Yukima Azuma's side. She just wanted to cling to him freely without anyone stopping her. These wishes, if she became a cat, they could come true. Could it be this happened because of that wish? Yukino covered her face in embarrassment. Her cheeks were so hot they felt like they were about to catch fire. That was absolutely shameless. Late morning. Yukino, now fully dressed, walked down the stairs. Hearing movement, Yukima Azuma peeked out from his room. Seeing that Yukino was back to normal, he let out a small sigh of relief. Then, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Eh? When did you get back, Yukino? I didn't notice at all." Yukino's eyes wavered slightly. She wasn't the type to lie. Lying didn't fit her sense of integrity. But if she had to tell the truth right now, she would rather find a hole to crawl into. "I was probably cooking just now, so I didn't notice." "Perfect timing, lunch is almost ready. Come eat." Seeing Yukino looking a bit flustered, Yukima Azuma took the initiative to help her cover up. Yukino's fair, jade-like toes curled slightly in her slippers, revealing her nervousness. But in any case, she had managed to gloss over it. The weekend passed, nothing strange happened again. Yukima Azuma carefully stored away the Charlotte fragment. Before heading to Itamori, he had no intention of taking out this strange item again. Monday morning. Yukima Azuma left the house, preparing to go to Shuchin Academy. But as soon as he stepped out the door, just as he stepped outside, Yukima Azuma saw a familiar luxury car. A red and white two-tone Porsche sports car. In Japan, there weren't many of these. If you counted both the make and color, there were probably only a handful in all of Tokyo. He turned away, intending to pretend he hadn't seen it. But before he could take a few steps, a soft voice, carrying a hint of mischief, called out beside him. "Azuma-kun, good morning." Yukima Azuma helplessly stopped in his tracks and turned to look. Yukino Shitaharuno was standing there, beaming brightly, full of energy, and waving at him cheerfully. Carrot. She was wearing a loose hoodie and comfortable jeans. She looked just like the friendly older sister next door. Except she was the gorgeous, wealthy, and perfectly proportioned kind of older sister. Haruno could be considered a natural-born clothes hanger. No matter what fashion style she wore, she exuded a unique kind of beauty. This was the first time Yukima Azuma had seen Haruno dressed in such a lazy beauty style. Whether from direct impression or past memories, Haruno had always maintained a professional, polished appearance. Now, she was giving off a completely different vibe. Yakama Azuma had to admit, he found it somewhat refreshing. But only just refreshing. Do you need something? His tone remained indifferent as ever. Haruno keenly caught the fleeting moment in his gaze, a hint of subtle admiration. The corners of her lips curled up in amusement. She patted the luxury car beside her. Heading to Shuchen? We're going the same way. Let your beautiful on-san give you a ride. Hearing that, Yakama Azuma immediately turned around, ignored Haruno, and continued walking straight toward Shibuya Station. The sound of footsteps quickly followed behind him. A soft, slender hand suddenly grabbed his. All right, it's Mom who told me to come and discuss the collaboration with you, Haruno's voice was filled with reluctance. Hearing this, Yakama Azuma looked at her skeptically. Was Mrs. Yukinoshita really that impatient? There was no way that in just 2 days, the Yukinoshita family had already found a factory, completed brand registration, designed the outfits, and handled all the miscellaneous details, right? He stared at her for a long moment but found no flaws. In the end, Yakama Azuma decided to follow Haruno into the red and white Porsche. As soon as the passenger door closed, that familiar click sound again. The car doors were locked. Yakama Azuma immediately shot a glare at Haruno. Haruno stuck out her tongue playfully. Clearly, she hadn't been sent here by Mrs. Yukinoshita at all. The corner of Yakama Azuma's mouth twitched. His acting skill was already at level 4, yet he still couldn't see through Haruno's performance. Just how skilled was this sly fox at acting? Guardian-sensei, I have failed you. The car started. Judging by the direction, it was indeed heading toward Shuchen. Seeing this, Yakama Azuma abandoned the idea of forcing his way out. He simply remained silent. The car sped off into the distance. To Yakama Azuma's surprise, Yukinoshita Haruno remained silent the entire ride. Just when he started to suspect she was up to something again, do you really not want to see me that much? Even with strangers,